Amy Mihaljevic. Amy Mihaljevic, known to everyone around her as a bright, adventurous girl, was full of promise. She lived in Bay Village, Ohio, a peaceful suburb on the shores of Lake Erie. Amy had a love for the natural world and a talent for athletics, making her a standout in her community. Unfortunately, her life was tragically cut short by an unsolved kidnapping and murder that left her family, friends, and the entire region in search of answers. Amy was born Amy Renee Mihaljevic on December 11, 1978, in Little Rock, Arkansas, to Mark and Margaret Mihaljevic. She had an older brother named Jason, who was 3 years her senior. In 1984, the family moved to Bay Village, Ohio, seeking a quieter and more fulfilling life in the Midwest. Bay Village, with its middle-class charm and wholesome environment, seemed like the perfect place to raise their children. It offered a sense of safety and comfort, making it an ideal community for many looking for a slice of the American dream. In Bay Village, Ohio, the community was tightly knit and trusted. The streets were considered safe, and it was common for families to keep their doors unlocked and let their children roam freely, particularly during the warm summer months. The Mihaljevics, new to the area, quickly embraced this lifestyle. Mark worked for General Motors, while Margaret was employed at Trading Times magazine. Their children, Jason and Amy, settled into the local school system without trouble. With a population of just 17,000, Bay Village was a peaceful and welcoming town, where newcomers were embraced with open arms. As Amy grew, she developed a wide array of interests, but none more passionate than her love for animals. Horses, in particular, captured her imagination, and she dreamed of one day owning her own or running a stable filled with her favorite breed. Her enthusiasm for animals expanded into a broader appreciation for the natural world, and Amy often ventured outdoors, exploring the town with a sense of adventure. Her vivid imagination allowed her to create stories and fantasy worlds, which she eagerly shared with others. At school, Amy's outgoing and friendly nature made her many friends, and she quickly became a beloved classmate. Amy's vibrant personality and boundless energy made her a magnetic presence among her peers. She thrived in social environments, always sharing her excitement and curiosity with those around her. Academically, she excelled, following in her brother's footsteps with a natural aptitude for learning. When she wasn't studying, Amy participated in various athletic activities, especially swimming, which she pursued with dedication. She approached life with an adventurous spirit, eager to try anything that came her way. Her father, Mark, once remarked that Amy was the type of child who would push away help just to figure things out on her own, whether it was learning how to tie her shoes or tackling any challenge life presented. Despite her outgoing nature, Amy was somewhat reserved when it came to interacting with adults. While she had a close bond with her mother, Margaret, and would engage politely with others, she didn't seek out conversations with adults outside of her immediate family and school. This reserved attitude only added to the mystery and tragedy when her life took a dark turn. In the months leading up to her death, the once peaceful and trusting Bay Village would be consumed by fear. A series of phone calls, an abduction, and the unfolding of a sinister plot would tear apart the close-knit community, leaving residents reeling from the unimaginable. The following timeline will delve into the events that ultimately led to Amy's tragic death. In the days leading up to October 27, 1989, Amy received a mysterious phone call from an unknown man who told her that her mother, Margaret, had been promoted at work. The caller then suggested they meet at a shopping center near Bay Village Middle School to discuss this promotion. Amy, believing the call to be innocent and a kind gesture for her mother, casually shared the news with a few close friends at school. However, she didn't mention the phone call to her parents and acted normally at home. On the morning of Friday, October 27th, Amy woke up early, excited for the weekend ahead. She told her mother she would be staying late after school for a 5th grade choir audition, and as usual, she left for school on her bicycle at around 7:20 a.m. Her brother Jason had already left before her, so Amy was alone on her ride. Throughout the school day, from the time classes began until dismissal at 2:04 p.m., Amy seemed perfectly normal, displaying no signs of distress or worry. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. 11 minutes pass by and Amy walks down the street from the middle school to the shopping center on the corner of Wolf Road and Dover Center. Ironically, just across the street from the local police department. At 2:15 p.m., Amy is seen in the shopping center plaza by fellow classmates, who are all hanging around an after-school recreational tradition. Somewhere between 2:20 and 2:30 p.m., Amy is approached by an adult white male of about 30 years standing around 5'9" and sporting brown hair. This is the last confirmed sighting of Amy as she is abducted and disappears from plain sight along with the adult's male figure. 40 minutes later, following the family rule that required the children to call Margaret when they returned home from school, Jason phoned his mother at 3:14 p.m. to inform her that Amy hadn't come home yet. This was unusual, as Amy always returned by 3 p.m. Margaret reassured Jason that Amy was likely still at her choir audition, but she couldn't shake the growing concern. At 3:30 p.m., Jason called again to say that Amy still hadn't arrived. Margaret's worry increased, but just as she was about to gather her things to head to work, she received another call from Amy. Margaret asked how the audition had gone, and Amy replied simply, "Okay." Margaret then asked how Amy was doing, and Amy answered, "Fine." The conversation was brief, but with no cause for alarm, Margaret resumed preparing for work, assuming her daughter was home and safe. This would be the last confirmed communication anyone had with Amy. As the hours passed, an unsettling feeling lingered in Margaret's heart. She recalled the strangely short responses from Amy, which was out of character for her typically talkative daughter. Trusting her instincts, Margaret quickly packed up and rushed out to her car. At around 5:30 p.m., she arrived home to find Amy still missing. Without hesitation, Margaret began calling Amy's friends and neighbors, desperately seeking any information or sightings. Unable to locate her, Margaret hops in the car and retraces her daughter's steps from earlier that day, leading her back to the Bay Village Middle School, where she finds Amy's bicycle still chained to the bike rack outside the building. At 5:58 p.m., Margaret takes matters out of her own hands and visits the Bay Village Police Department, officially reporting Amy missing. A couple of officers take notes, ask questions, and put out a bulletin to alert other authorities of the issue. By 7 p.m. that evening, Mark returns home from General Motors and aids in the search for his daughter. Joining him are countless Bay Village citizens forming search parties and canvassing the streets of their once innocent little lake town. 2 hours later, at 9 p.m., the Bay Village Police Department, BVPD, became the hub for one of the most rapidly organized volunteer search efforts in northern Ohio's history. Early the next morning, at 7:10 a.m. on Saturday, October 28th, the FBI arrived in Bay Village to assist in the investigation. Special Agent Dick Wren, a Bay Village resident with strong community ties, led the investigation. By the end of the morning, Wren and the local police learned from one of Amy's schoolmates about her phone conversations with an unidentified man. It became clear to investigators that the abduction was not a random act but rather a carefully planned event. The schoolmate revealed that the man had known Amy's phone numbers, her home address, her mother's employer, and even the time she would be coming home. He was familiar with the area and was able to earn the trust of even the most cautious children. This was no random kidnapping. The man responsible was highly calculated and dangerous. As night fell on Saturday, October 28th, longtime Bay Village resident Howard Kimball took charge of the volunteer search efforts, setting up his own command post above City Hall and managing calls and tips from the community. The search quickly grew into the largest organized effort in Ohio since the 1951 disappearance of Beverly Potts. As the weekend came to an end, investigators grew increasingly concerned that their prime window of opportunity was closing. In cases of missing children, the initial hours are the most critical, and without any concrete evidence, authorities feared that the worst was yet to come. Over the next 100 days, nothing of use is uncovered. Amy's profile is shared about the world across multiple television programs and in various platforms, and yet no one comes forward with anything of substance. The next big find wouldn't come until the early morning hours of Thursday, February 8, 1990, and the worst possible scenario unfolds. At around 7 a.m., a female jogger running alongside County Road 1181 in New London of rural Ashland County, Ohio notices what appears to be a body or a lump of clothes resting in a field near her pathway. Authorities are called and quickly respond only to discover the body belongs to Amy Mihaljevic in a spot nearly 50 miles from where she was last seen 3.5 months prior. Near the crime scene are a blanket and shower curtain covered in Amy's family dark hair. By 1:40 p.m. later that afternoon, Amy's body undergoes an autopsy by the coroner. The coroner rules Amy's death a clear homicide via multiple stab wounds to the neck and blunt force trauma to the head. They also discover Amy had at least one meal before her death, which most likely occurred only days after her abduction. Of all the mysteries presented by the discovery of Amy's body, one thing remains certain: an innocent young girl was murdered in cold blood and a killer is on the loose. For the next 3 decades, a massive manhunt for the Lake Erie murderer burns on, led by Bay Village detectives and the FBI. In February 6, law enforcement learns that a few other girls in the city of Northern Olmsted, Ohio received similar calls from an unidentified male figure at around the time Amy received hers, or similar setups to the one that led to Amy's abduction. None of these girls had gone through with the scheme. However, it signals to police that they are dealing with a serial predator rather than a one-off criminal. After another 7 years of inconclusive investigating, the case brings aboard Special Agent Phil Torsney, known for his role in capturing the infamous gangster, Whitey Bulger, and tells reporters the killer was most likely a long-time resident of northern Ohio with in-depth knowledge of the local geography. Fast forward another 7 years to present day, and authorities are still without any luck or noteworthy leads in 2020. Last year, investigators claimed that whoever is responsible is most likely not even on their list of suspects at this point due to how exhaustively thorough they've been looking into the names they've come up with. Over 15,000 interviews, 150 suspects, and 8,000 clues later, and Amy's death is still up in the air, frozen in a cloud of anguish, despair, and tragedy. When it comes to clues in Amy Mihaljevic's case file, nothing major catches the eye as a big break in the investigation. Unfortunately, the era in which Amy perished was a time before detailed phone records were kept, and thus the location of the phone used by the suspect to converse with Amy, as well as the line Amy called from to tell her mother she was safe, cannot be identified. Had Amy been abducted a few years later, the shopping center in which she made contact with her kidnapper probably would have had CCTV monitoring systems installed that might have captured a better image of the suspects. Remember that Bay Village was thought to be as secure as a small community could be, and those types of measures were never even at the back of citizens' minds. All that being said, there are a few clues and missing artifacts sprinkled throughout the case that are worth magnification. Instead of one major piece of evidence or suspicious pattern, we want to bring awareness to the smaller details that could make the biggest difference. First of all, there were 3 significant items missing from Amy's person the day that her body was found in the field along County Road 1181. These personal artifacts were a pair of black horse riding boots, a denim backpack with an academic binder inside and the slogan "Best in Class" written on the clasp, and a pair of turquoise earrings shaped like horse heads. These items were unique enough to make an impression on Amy's parents, and distinguishable enough for the general public to be on the lookout for. Detectives assigned to the investigation remarked about how predators in these types of crimes often keep mementos of their victims like twisted trophies to keep for themselves. All of these missing objects could easily have been held onto by the killer as mementos. If any were found and identified, it could be a connection to Amy. The other peculiar point of interest wasn't covered in February, when multiple other girls came forward to investigators sharing similar stories of phone conversations with a man who wanted to buy them gifts for their mothers and meet up at shopping malls. These girls were also residents of northern Ohio suburbia in a town called North Olmsted, a neighboring community with Bay Village. While these girls were not friends with Amy directly, all of them had one conclusive connection to the Lake Erie Nature and Science Center. Detectives looked into the pattern and realized that the center utilized a visitor's log booth at the front door, which all of the girls, including Amy, will have signed upon their trips there. Along with signatures, the logbooks also included visitors' phone numbers and addresses, giving the predator an in-depth resource for his potential victim's location. How many logbooks the center kept throughout their history, and if they are archived, is unknown. Sadly, the discovery wasn't made until 17 years after Amy's murder, and thus going back and pinpointing suspects from any documents kept is nearly impossible. And if it was carried out, no leads were brought forth from it by authorities. However, we bring it up because it seems more than likely the perpetrator used the visitor log and possibly the center itself to find young women. If you have any information regarding the Lake Erie Nature and Science Center over the past 30 years that could be deemed relevant, it's important to reach out to proper officials. Or if you've heard of any similar instances of the phone calls being made in northern Ohio, it could lead to the best chance of finding the serial criminal. Now we turn to the theories surrounding Amy's murder. As with many missing and murdered children's cases, one of the oft-argued theories in the beginning of an investigation is a targeting of the parents and their potential involvement. Fortunately, in Amy's case, authorities were able to quickly rule out both Mark and Margaret Mihaljevic as suspects. They had both rock-solid alibis as they were both at work and around coworkers. Some conspiracy theorists have tried to reason the parents might hire someone or convince a man to kidnap their daughter. But the truth of the matter was that Amy's parents had nothing to gain from carrying out such a bizarre scheme. It is a desperate hypothesis based on grasping at straws and should be put to rest for good. However, many of the other early theories did revolve around friends and family members close to the Mihaljevic family. These were the people most likely to have the knowledge of Margaret's employment situation as well as Amy's after-school routine and the telephone number to her residence. They would know of Amy's deep-rooted connection with her mother and her absolute will to do anything to make her happy. A child's compassion is usually seen and taken advantage of by people close to them, not by strangers or bystanders out to commit random crimes. Sadly, any and all of the possible persons of interest closely connected to the Mihaljevics were intensely vetted by both the local police and the FBI's special agents, and none are currently considered prime suspects. But there were a few promising individuals discovered by investigators through the first few years after Amy's body was found. The first was a former stable hand at Holly Hills Farms where Amy would ride horses for recreation. His name was Sean Tabelian, who also went by Sean Dusky. Sean was kicked out of a previous labor position at a stables for tickling young girls, and he was accused of raping a 12-year-old girl in Washington state in 1983. And another person connected via Holly Hills Farms was Dr. Gregory Capella, whose daughter also rode horses alongside Amy. He faced accusations of writing love letters to a female minor asking to be her boyfriend and would sleep in the same room as young girls when taking the youth soccer teams on trips to Canada. Both of the Holly Hills Farms men profiled only had circumstantial suspicions at best and were never arrested. Another set of suspects would arise due to their involvement with Amy's memorial events held around Bay Village soon after she disappeared. The first was Robert Jones, who attended a memorial service and handed Margaret $1,000 in cash. He didn't know the Mihaljevic family on a personal level, making the kind transaction a bit odd. When investigators looked into Robert's, they discovered a pattern of strange behavior, such as his infamy around town for standing nude in front of the living room window as young girls walked by or simply staring at them as they ventured to school. He was also suspected of arson when the home he lived in burned down in 1989. But when the FBI obtained a search warrant to dig through his new home, nothing of note could be found. The other peculiar subjects targeted by police after Amy's memorial was an unnamed man featured in former FBI agent Robert Ressler's book, Whoever Fights Monsters. Ressler claimed the man went out of his way to volunteer in search efforts for Amy, handing out flyers and going door to door. The man also sent Margaret sympathy cards with hairpins attached, telling Margaret that she and Amy would wear them when Amy was found. Thinking it to be a sign of involvement, Ressler and another FBI agent visited the man to thank him for his volunteer efforts before turning it into an interrogation. The man professed his innocence, but the police kept checking in on him. They found he had a history of mental and emotional issues and felt that they had found their man. Their gut reaction seemed to be validated when the man combined a lethal dosage of ethanol with his soda just weeks after Amy's body was found. After the man's suicide, Ressler and the FBI attempted to search his residence. But before they could act, the man's family had already cleaned and emptied the house, even donating his clothing to a Goodwill store. Years later, local police told investigators that the unidentified man in question had very little evidence linking him to Amy's case and was never seriously considered as a suspect. Despite having access to his belongings, no useful clues were found, and the man is no longer considered a prime suspect. In addition to this individual, there were a few other men in the Bay Village area who had disturbing histories involving minors and young girls, leading authorities to focus on them. One such person was Kenneth Robert Stanton, a serial molester who had moved to northern Ohio in 1989, just before Amy went missing. Stanton's modus operandi involved befriending young girls and learning when they would be home alone, gaining their trust before invading their homes. While police initially considered him a suspect because his behavior mirrored the potential actions of Amy's killer, there was no physical connection between him and her case. Another figure of interest was Dr. Frank Voken, a local Bay Village dentist known for making inappropriate advances toward female minors. Shortly after Amy's kidnapping, he moved out of the country, and those close to him reported that he had asked his family to send him updates on the fate of the missing girl. Despite these troubling behaviors, Voken's involvement remained speculative, and there was no concrete evidence linking him to Amy's disappearance either. What happened to Frank is unknown, but some say he had beaten his wife and fled to Costa Rica. One glaring problem with the investigation at large and a search for the perfect perpetrator is the fact that there are a disproportionate amount of registered sex offenders in the northern Ohio area, especially sprinkled around middle-class suburbs such as Bay Village and northern Olmsted. And if the list of known pedophiles and rapists is large, one can only imagine how big the list of unconfirmed and unknown criminals could be. Thus, the sheer number of names cycled through police reports and FBI investigations is too big to comprehend, let alone list with appropriate reason. If anything, this realization is all the more disturbing considering what happened to Amy may not be an isolated incident by a single serial predator with multiple victims, but rather a solo pedophile in the midst of countless others still out there carrying out their bidding in an uncontrolled circus of evil. Of all the men investigated, interviewed and implicated in Amy's case, none stand out more than one suspicious figure researched by longtime journalist and expert on the case James Renner. In February, published an article for clevescene.co titled, quote, "Person of Interest detailing the history and his personal search for a man by the name of Dean Runkle." Dean Runkle wasn't just a character of the northern Ohio suburbs with vague connections to the Mihaljevic family or a semi-shady past. Rather, Dean was the first and most prolific suspect intersecting with all of the girls who received strange calls from an unidentified male and that he had worked as a volunteer at the Lake Erie Nature and Science Center in 1989, but none of the former employees of the center had remembered his name until a man named Tom Paksinski called up Renner in February and told him his former 8th grade science teacher in 1991 named Dean Runkle would talk about the Lake Erie Science Center to his classes. This was the volunteer both Renner and the FBI wanted to investigate, and thus the profiling endeavor began. Dean Runkle was born in New London, Ohio on a farmhouse only a few miles away from where Amy's body would be found on the County Road 1181 45 years later. He lived a tumultuous early life dealing with an abusive father and the tragic death of his 6-year-old twin sister in 1950. Nevertheless, he went on to develop a love for science and biology and studied education at Bowling Green State University, finding employment soon after graduation as a 7th grade science instructor at Vermilion Junior High School in 1967, already earning awards for his work by the end of his 2nd year. And on the surface, these awards made sense. He was a colorful individual implementing film and photography with his students, yet this habit seemed to run deeper into his private life, as he would take the videos and photos of his students home to cut and develop the film in his own residence. When he wasn't teaching, Dean took time to play ragtime piano at venues around the country, including Disneyland. By the time he returned to teaching, Dean Runkle assembled a miniature conservatory in his classroom with various animals and creatures. This led him to involve his students even more outside of lectures, calling them his assistants, and allowing them to spend time at his home after school and on weekends whilst tending to the animal equipment. All of that changed abruptly in 1987 when Dean quit his position citing health concerns, yet never gave the same explanation to either parents or administrators. He moved back to New London and worked at a pet store delivering mice to nature centers around the area, including the Lake Erie Science Center. It didn't take long before Dean secured another teaching position at Nord Junior High School, where he built another miniature zoo students as his after-school assistants once more. He maintained this position until February 3rd, when Dean quit out of the blue once again. This time Dean truly left without reason, foregoing a sabbatical, retirement, and his pension. Curious about Dean's personality and relationship with his students, Renner reached out to over 500 of his former middle schoolers, now adults in the real world. By all accounts, he heard back a lot of positive feedback regarding Dean's infectious energy and how he inspired students to pursue degrees in biology or veterinary sciences. However, he also received a fair share of secrets revealing a darker side to Dean and a pattern of disturbing behavior. First were the stories of animal cruelty, like the time he pulled a prank on a friend by dipping a cat in liquid nitrogen, freezing it and letting it crash into a million pieces on the floor. Then there were the copious instances of creepy incidents with the kids. One girl was quoted by Renner in his article saying, quote, "It was more than creepy, it felt like an animal noticing you when you walk into a room." He had a few girls he was extra close to, like the girl who sat in front of me. I'd watch him put his left hand on her back and bend down to whisper in her ear. It seems inappropriate now the way he treated some of the girls. Another male student recalled Dean's propensity for telling sexual jokes to the boys, going as far as to hint that he liked kids before they hit puberty because he was once, quote, a runt. Another former female student thought Dean was the closest match to a police sketch of Amy's kidnapper she had ever seen. She actually confronted him about it one day back in 1990 and told Renner, quote, "I said, I know you're the one who killed Amy." His eyes popped out of his head. He didn't say anything, just walked past me. 4 years later, and another female student of his came forward with a disgusting revelation when she overheard Dean tell a fellow administrator he wished he was the father of a baby held by a pregnant 8th grader, and that wasn't all. Adkins said Dean gave off incredibly uncomfortable vibes when they were alone, that he made suggestive comments about the clothes female students would wear and be very touchy with them, pressing his chest against them when he spoke in close quarters. Adkins and a few other girls were interviewed about these behaviors by their superintendent a year later in 1995, but that investigation is nowhere in Dean's professional records. One of the most glaring pieces of evidence against Dean is an incident that occurred with another student of his in which they were caught alone in Dean's gold-covered Pontiac Grand Prix. Both the school's principal and the police were aware of the situation, but let Dean off with nothing more than a warning. It's incredibly peculiar looking back on it when considering the make and model of the vehicle itself. Amy Mihaljevic's body was found with microscopic gold fibers researched to be those of a General Motors automobile. Most likely a model from the Grand Prix was just that, a gold-colored Pontiac manufactured by GM. Renner attempted to track it down to a junkyard only to find it had been scrapped years earlier. While there was only that single known instance of a kid being in Dean's car with him, there were more rumors that Dean had invited kids back to his actual apartment. The one boy who was confirmed to have actually gone inside was named Dan, who later told Renner that he was a favorite pupil of Dean's, and the two became quite close. They stayed in contact after Dan graduated high school, with Dean writing letters that grew sexual in nature. Dean went as far as to set aside a trust fund for Dan, but the two eventually tapered off in their conversations and Dean took the money back. And as for the time frame when their friendship ended completely, the time of Amy's initial disappearance. When Renner carried out this investigation in February 8th, he paid a visit to Dean in Key West, Florida, where Dean had fled to in February 3rd and was managing a fast food restaurant ever since. Dean vehemently denied any involvement with Amy or her murder, saying he always cooperated with the FBI, including taking lie detector tests, and moved to Florida for health reasons. He claimed he was always at school after hours and wouldn't have the time to go to the shopping center and abduct Amy so soon after the final bell rang. When Renner confronted Dean about his relationship with Dan, Dean chalked it up to being a difficult time in his life, but maintained they never became physical with one another. Renner also asked Dean if he could have been at the Lake Erie Nature and Science Center in 1989, like Tom Paksinski claimed, and Dean told him he might have been but couldn't remember being there. Before he left, Renner asked one more question, wondering if Dean used the logbook at the Science Center to gather phone numbers of young girls from North Olmsted. Dean said he has nothing to confess to, that he was done talking and walked away. While the evidence is circumstantial at best, the clues and patterns associated with Dean definitely suggest something more sinister could have been at play. He had a childhood filled with trials and terrors like facing beatings from his father. The death of his twin at such a young age is also theorized to be an underlying factor similarly seen in other criminals' upbringings. But of course, a tragic childhood does not mean someone will grow to be a criminal. More suspicious is the eyewitness testimonies of animal cruelty and pedophilic comments, including the possibility of inappropriate touching. He was familiar with the New London countryside, which investigators say is a key to the killer's placement of Amy's corpse on County Road 1181. He also had the all-important connection to the Lake Erie Nature and Science Center and a known fascination with prepubescent girls. Not only that, but people have pointed out that when he refused to renew his teaching license and fled from the schooling system, it aligns with the time frame that states mandated all educators be fingerprinted for a national database to obtain a license. Top it off with a car that could have matched the description of the gold fibers on Amy's body, and everything seems to fit like the perfect puzzle piece. However, there is an equal chance Dean did not kidnap and kill Amy. One has to consider the slim chance he could have run out of school to make it to the shopping center in time to take her at the time she was abducted. Also remember that as a former teacher, the other kids would have easily recognized him, and those who did describe Amy's captor described him as having dark brown hair. Dean's hair is a dirty blonde. The FBI had Dean zeroed in as prime suspect number 1 for a while, but came out in 2019 that whoever did indeed murder Amy probably wasn't someone they had already investigated, making it sound that Dean had been cleared after years of interviews, past polygraphs and extreme vetting processes. Like so many other names and suspects that were spewed in various theories, Dean Runkle became just that, just another maybe. Before we divulge our hypothesis of Amy Mihaljevic's unsolved murder, we want to make it known that our conclusions are purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstance, and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each video, and we do not attempt to promise certainty or an expert guarantee on the findings that we reach in closing. We simply observe, research, and reports. While the carousel of suspects in Amy's case is never-ending, we are confident the man who took Amy's life was a long-time resident of northern Ohio, familiar with Bay Village and its neighboring communities. He was confident in his incredibly risky approach in contacting young girls, displaying a disregard for consequence yet a clinical skill set in remaining undetected. He was certainly a serial predator, and whether or not he has struck before is impossible to say, but without a doubt, he planned his strategies to the finest detail. The killer most certainly had connections to the Lake Erie Science and Nature Center, and if he wasn't an employee, he was probably a guest or volunteer who frequented enough to know about the logbook and understand it was a trove of phone numbers and contact information for his victims. He could also have worked at either General Motors or Trading Times magazine with one of Amy's parents, knowing their schedules as well as hers and coordinating his attack using this information. Ken Lanning, one of the founders of the Behavioral Science Unit for the FBI and interviewed in that same James Renner article previously discussed, makes very good points regarding the theoretical murderer. He talked about how most child molesters aren't actual killers, but rather influential figures who convince their victims to trust them. They only use violence as a last resort, say if the victim fights back or if the trust factor never leads to physical contact. Lanning continued to point out that serialized murdered children are often the result of strangers getting their hands tied behind their backs, for a perpetrator would be leaving too much of a trail to victimize someone close to them. Again, this is using the theory of a serial predator, and not a one-off homicide. Amy's case fits Lanning's profile of a child molester attempting to seduce his targets, and her subsequent murder the effect of his ultimate failure to do so. Amy's nails were chipped when her corpse was found, signaling she fought her attacker until he gave up and took her life. So was Dean Runkle the man responsible? It's certainly possible, but so too are any of the other names the FBI listed in their investigation. The scariest part is that the killer could be someone nobody expected, someone who became so invisible, their face was never even considered. Not even the police sketches of the abductor give us a concrete answer, as law enforcement have said the drawing is a simple estimation and likely inaccurate. Ultimately, the path to a justified conclusion may lie in the eventual procurement of DNA evidence linked to a specific individual. Police did recover partial hairs that didn't belong to Amy or her family, and these have recently been submitted for DNA analysis. While it's uncertain whether a full DNA profile can be obtained without the root of the hair, the fact that such evidence is still being discovered 30 years later offers a glimmer of hope for further developments. In the end, we must remember Amy not for the tragic afternoon of October 27, 1989, but for the vibrant, joyful moments leading up to that day. Let us honor her infectious compassion and beautiful spirit, cherishing the memory of her delicate humanity. Think of Amy as the free-spirited, nature-loving young girl with infinite potential, a soul eager for adventure, a gifted mind, and someone who brought happiness to all who knew her. Remember her as the girl who loved horses and animals, offering comfort to living creatures around her. Rather than focusing on the sensationalized myths of the Bay Village boogeyman, what truly matters is preserving Amy Mihaljevic's memory, ensuring she is remembered with love and respect. And with unwavering hope, we hold out for the day when justice is finally served, bringing peace to Amy's family, and honoring the life of a brilliant child who was taken far too soon. Moving on to the next case. Marlene Warren. When a clown appeared at Marlene Warren's door with flowers and balloons, she had no idea that the clown was carrying a gun hidden inside the costume. For over 30 years, the case of the killer clown baffled detectives, Florida residents, and true crime enthusiasts alike. Marlene Warren was born on April 15, 1950. At the age of 22, she married Michael Warren, who was 19 at the time. Marlene already had 2 children from a previous marriage, and Michael appeared to embrace her sons as his own. The couple worked hard and built a life together, purchasing several businesses, including a used car dealership for Michael. Their efforts allowed them to maintain a comfortable lifestyle, and they were able to afford a 6,500 square foot home in Wellington, Florida's upscale Aero Club neighborhood. Each home in this community had its own runway and hangar, offering residents the freedom to fly their private aircraft at will. The Warrens appeared to have it all, yet this was not the case at all. At his auto dealership in 1983, Michael experienced legal troubles. Customers accused him of fiddling with the odometer, and the authorities arrested him. He was consequently given an 18-month probationary period. By the year 1990, it was widely known that the Warrens were experiencing marital issues. Michael was allegedly having an affair with Sheila Keene, one of his employees. Despite their denials, Sheila's husband eventually left her. On May 26, 1990, a white Chrysler LeBaron without a license plate drove down the street where Michael and Marlene lived. Marlene and a friend were in the kitchen when they saw a person dressed as a clown, holding a basket of flowers and balloons, approaching their front door. Marlene grew up in a family that had a deep love for clowns. Her family adored clowns so much that her mother had a room dedicated to clown collectibles, including paintings Marlene had made when she was just 14. With this deep connection to clowns, Marlene eagerly went to the front door to greet her visitor. Her son, Joseph Aarons, who was there at the time, recalled hearing his mother comment, "How pretty," as she opened the door. Those would appear to be her last words. Shortly after, everyone in the house, including Joseph's friends who were visiting, heard a loud pop sound. At first they thought the noise was a balloon popping, but then they noticed Marlene tumbling to the ground. Now at alert, everyone sped to the door. The balloons and flowers were left behind as the clown nonchalantly made his way back to the white Chrysler LeBaron. Joseph tried to run after the clown, but he couldn't go as far because he had a cast on his leg. He, however, remembered screaming at the clown to turn around. The clown turned and gave him a wide-eyed brown stare. Its face lacked any expression. The clown soon climbed the white LeBron and sped off. The sole description offered by witnesses was that Marlene had been shot by a clown with brown eyes. Even the gender of the clown was a mystery to them. Joseph and one of his friends had tried to follow the clown in their own car, but they lost track of it. Marlene Warren was rushed to the hospital. It was determined that she had been shot twice in the face at point-blank range. She struggled to survive but died 2 days later at the hospital. Detectives checked in with Michael Warren, who wasn't home at the time of the incident. Michael had a solid alibi. He got the terrible news while en route to a Miami racetrack with friends. He hastily went back home to offer comfort to the family. When questioned by the detectives, he provided as much information, cooperating with the investigation process. He was soon ruled out as a suspect. The authorities were perplexed. According to a spokesman for the Palm Beach County Sheriff, the killer clown case was the strangest thing he had ever seen in all of his 19 years working as a law enforcement agent. 2 hours after the murder, authorities got a solid tip. A caller who wished to remain unnamed suggested that the police should thoroughly question Michael Warren and Sheila Keene. Before the police could ask her any more questions, she hung up. Sheila Keene was in town at the time of the murder, but Michael was traveling with friends. Sheila claimed to have been at work, but in reality, she was a repo person for Michael's dealership. Her alibi wasn't exactly solid. A few days after Marlene Warren's killer clown case made headlines, 2 employees of the neighborhood costume store named the Spotlight reported a weird experience to the police. They claimed that one woman with chocolate brown hair came up to them just as they were about to lock up the store. She pleaded to be allowed inside. The employees informed her that they were closed and advised her to come back the following day. She, however, was persistent and informed them that she really needed a costume that evening. It was a strange request because it wasn't Halloween. It was almost Labor Day weekend. Regardless, the 2 employees were sympathetic and allowed her enter the store. She was claimed to have bought white makeup, a red nose, white gloves, an orange afro wig, and a clown outfit. Later on in the investigation, the 2 employees selected Sheila Keene from a lineup of photos and declared that they were fairly certain that she was the woman who showed up begging to buy a clown costume. The detectives soon looked into the supermarket store that sold the flowers and balloons the clown had brought to Marlene's house. It was discovered that the supermarket was close to Sheila Keene's house at the time. Also, the supermarket staff selected Sheila from a lineup of photos. The white Chrysler LeBaron, the getaway vehicle, came into consideration next. When asked, Michael Warren asserted that he had no knowledge of the vehicle. He claimed only Chevrolets were sold at his dealership, but Payless, his main rival, had a Chrysler LeBaron. Michael and Payless had a history of disagreements, especially over an advertisement that Michael's dealership ran that included the phrase Payless and was purported to be an attempt to confuse buyers. One time, a client from outside the area rented a white Chrysler LeBaron from Palace. The customer searched up Palace's number when it was time to return the car, but ended up contacting Michael's dealership instead. The client said they were instructed to park the vehicle outside the dealership with the keys inside the sun visor. The LeBaron, however, later vanished. After the murder, the getaway vehicle used by the clown was abandoned in a grocery store parking lot. During their search, police discovered orange synthetic threads in the vehicle that resembled the clown wig strands. They also discovered brown long hairs. Sheila Keene had long brown hair at the time of the murder. The police found more orange fake hair strands inside her residence during a search warrant. At this point, everything seemed like a simple situation to resolve, but that wasn't the case. Michael and Sheila vehemently denied being involved in Marlene's murder. They refuted having a conversation with the police without the presence of a lawyer. DNA testing was just getting started in 1990, so the investigators' available evidence was circumstantial. The investigation into Marlene's murder was abandoned, but Michael's legal issues intensified. During the course of the investigation into the murder, Michael's unlawful business dealings came to light. police discovered proof of additional odometer tampering and consumer overcharging. Following the arrest of an employee, Michael surrendered himself to the police. In 1992, Michael's case went to trial and he was sentenced to 4 years in prison. After being released in 2002, Michael married Sheila Keene a few years later. The couple started a new life in Tennessee by operating a restaurant. Sheila changed her name to Debbie and informed the community that it was a childhood nickname. Michael must be a good businessman because his new restaurant was a success. The couple's success allowed them to settle in Heron Point, a posh neighborhood close to the Virginia-Tennessee border. They made lots of friends and fit in well with their new neighbors. Few locals were familiar with their history. Michael told their new community that he has owned restaurants since he was a teenager. Marlene Warren's demise benefited Michael as well. He was the beneficiary of Marlene's life insurance policy, not her son. He took over $50,000 from Marlene's family, leaving them with virtually nothing. Detectives had their suspicions, but there was no concrete proof on ground. Michael and Sheila were immediately suspected of the crime, but a grand jury was never convened to that effect. Earlier in the investigation, the police were informed by Michael's acquaintances that they had seen arguments between him and Marlene, and that Marlene had questioned Sheila about her and Michael's affair. Above all, they claimed Michael didn't seem overly saddened by Marlene's passing. Detectives knew they merely needed to fit the puzzle pieces together because there were many of them. DNA was the case's linchpin. Police took blood and hair samples from Sheila in 1990, but they lacked the equipment to analyze them. Over 25 years passed as the samples rested in a cooler. Police were able to reactivate Marlene Warren's cold case in 2013. Thanks to a federal grant they were able to obtain. They had previously tried DNA testing, but the results were inconclusive. Fortunately, technology has improved and produced sufficient evidence to charge Sheila for Marlene's murder. In September 2017, Michael and Sheila were stopped by authorities 5 minutes away from their home. They were unaware that Marlene Warren's cold case had been reopened. 27 years after the murder, the police informed them that an arrest warrant had been issued for Sheila Keene Moren. Michael Warren still maintains that neither he nor Sheila are involved. In an interview, when questioned if he was involved in the killing of his first wife, Michael replied with definitely not. He further said he wouldn't have been with Sheila if he thought she had anything to do with Marlene's murder. A lawyer named Christopher DeSantis told detectives about a fascinating chat he had with Michael Warren before Marlene was killed. DeSantis claimed that Michael had questioned him about what would happen theoretically speaking if a husband murdered his wife. He recalled telling Michael that the husband would escape punishment if a friend of his committed the murder, and there was no way to connect the husband to the friend. Interestingly, DeSantis also remembered telling Michael that if someone were dressed as a clown, they would likely get away with it because it would be impossible to identify them. However, despite this statement, the evidence was not enough for the police to accuse Michael Warren of his wife Marlene's murder. Marlene's son, Joseph Aarons, who was a teenager when his mother was killed, recalled that day as one of the worst of his life. In an interview, he expressed a desire for justice but refrained from stating whether he believed his stepfather, Michael, was involved in his mother's death. Sheila was incarcerated for 5 years before her trial began. During this time, she and Michael's relationship continued, with the two exchanging several letters. Ultimately, Sheila Keene pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 12 years in prison. Moving on to the next case. Valerie Ames. For nearly 28 years, the family of 31-year-old Valerie Ames from Jacksonville, Florida, searched for answers after her brutal death. Valerie was found in her apartment on King Street on August 10, 1996, stabbed and beaten to death. She had been discovered by a woman who had gone to check on her father's apartment while he was in jail. Upon opening the unlocked door, she stumbled upon Valerie's lifeless body in a pool of blood. Despite extensive investigations over the years, the case remained unsolved until recent technological advancements and tireless efforts from detectives finally led to a breakthrough and the arrest of a suspect in the case. Valerie Ames was a devoted mother to 2 young daughters, aged 5 and 9. The devastating news of her tragic demise reached her daughters and their grandmother while they were in England, shattering their world. When police arrived at the scene at the Courtyard Apartments on 1606 King Street in Jacksonville's Riverside area, they were told by the apartment's residents that they did not know Valerie, but that she seemed vaguely familiar. Despite their initial confusion, the discovery of Valerie's lifeless body in her apartment marked the beginning of a long and arduous search for justice, one that would span nearly 3 decades before any substantial leads or arrests were made. Valerie Ames lived and worked in Arlington, and it was unusual for her to travel across town, especially without a car. None of her friends or family recalled giving her a ride to the Riverside area on the day of her tragic demise. Her daughter, Michelle James, later shared a troubling detail. 3 months prior to Valerie's death, Valerie had reported being assaulted by a police officer. However, after the initial contact with authorities, Valerie's cooperation in the case began to waver, and no charges were filed. This incident, though not leading to immediate action, added a layer of complexity to the investigation into Valerie's death, leaving her family wondering if there might have been a connection between the two events. That officer was looked at following Valerie's slaying, but he was cleared. According to Michelle, people have told her and her sister that their mother was pregnant at the time of her demise. But law enforcement says there is nothing in the case filed to indicate that. A woman allegedly contacted the police informing them that she had information on Valerie's case and would make a deal with the police. Not too long after she contacted the police, the woman was found deceased. Michelle remembers her mother with love. She said she was a wonderful woman. I was very young at the time, but I remember she had the face of an angel and a heart of gold. She always did the best she could for me and my sister. Michelle's last memory of her mother was at her 5th birthday party, a Barney-themed event. She remembers her mother giving her a Barney stuffed animal. Michelle said, "You see, people get upset with their mothers and do not treat them great. They do not realize how much they take having a mother for granted. My mom missed out on birthday parties and being with her grandkids, and we all will never get to experience them together." Valerie loved animals, especially horses. She loved to go horseback riding. When she visited Texas, horseback riding was always on her to-do list. She also really liked camping and dancing. It was one of her favorite things to do. As a child, she performed ballet. Valerie's demise had a life-altering impact on Michelle's sister and grandmother. They were both very close to Valerie and were heartbroken by the loss. A few months following the slaying, the grandmother was so heartbroken and worried that they all ended up moving out of Jacksonville. Valerie's family stayed positive and optimistic that her case will one day be solved. The family's only hope was to find who was responsible for her demise. Just the name of the perpetrator would bring them some closure. Detective Harmony Brooks said in 2018 that there were more than 24 pieces of evidence she planned to retest for DNA. Valerie's case was featured in November 2018 on the Unsolved series, aired by First Coast News in Jacksonville, Florida. On April 2, 2024, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and the State Attorney's Office 4th Judicial Circuit announced an arrest in the 1996 case. Jacksonville Sheriff T.K. Waters announced that 69-year-old Jerry Phillips was arrested in Johnson County, North Carolina, and is facing charges in Valerie's slaying. Sheriff Waters declined to elaborate on what led investigators to Phillips, but said it involved technological advancements and pointed investigators to one person. Phillips was booked into the Duval County Jail on April 19 and is being charged with battery and second-degree slaying. Michelle said in a statement after the arrest, "Standing here today at almost 28 years later, we now have some answers on our beautiful mother, Valerie. And she has finally reached her chance to have justice. Her voice can finally be heard, and we want nothing but that justice." Valerie Ames' family can now find some measure of peace knowing that after nearly 28 years, her case has been solved. Thanks to the relentless work of the Jacksonville Cold Case Department and Project Cold Case, they finally have the name of the person responsible for the brutal crime, Jerry Phillips. For her children, grandchildren, and loved ones, this is a moment of relief and justice, as they can now say goodbye to the uncertainty that has haunted them for decades. May Valerie's memory be honored and may her family finally find the peace they so deeply deserve. Moving on to the next case. Wayne Pratt. Wayne Pratt, a 24-year-old man, worked as an operator at the Enco gas station on U.S. Highway 41 in Winnebago, Wisconsin, located about 60 miles southwest of Green Bay. Known for his kind and gentle nature, Wayne was deeply loved by those around him, particularly his wife, Marie Pratt, to whom he was a devoted and loving husband. The evening of June 12, 1963, would take an unexpected and tragic turn in Wayne's life. That night, the peaceful rhythm of his everyday routine was shattered, triggering a series of events that would leave his family and the community reeling. What started as just another shift at the gas station soon turned into a night of fear and uncertainty, changing Wayne's life forever. As the evening wore on, the small town of Winnebago remained unaware of the looming tragedy at the Enco station. Wayne had been at home, unwinding and watching TV, a typical night until about 8:40 p.m. when the sound of a car pulling into the station interrupted his evening. Always attentive and willing to help, Wayne stepped outside and made his way toward the station, assuming the driver needed fuel or assistance. He had no reason to think that this encounter would be anything other than routine. As time passed and Wayne did not return home, his wife, Marie, grew increasingly anxious. The minutes stretched into what felt like hours, and her concern deepened. Unable to shake the feeling that something was wrong, Marie decided to head to the gas station herself, hoping to find Wayne busy with a late customer. However, nothing could have prepared her for the horror she was about to uncover. Upon arriving at the Enco gas station, which was usually bustling with activity, Marie found the scene eerily quiet. Her heart raced as she entered the building, and her worst fears came to life when she discovered Wayne's lifeless body in the back room. He was covered with a blanket, a sight that brought the grim reality crashing down. The man she loved and had spent her life with was gone. Overcome with grief and disbelief, Marie immediately called the police, her voice shaking as she reported the tragedy. When authorities arrived, Marie recounted the horrific details of how she had found her husband. As the investigation into Wayne Pratt's death began, the full extent of the violence he endured became chillingly apparent. Wayne had been stabbed 53 times, a brutal act of violence that left even the most experienced investigators stunned. The sheer number of wounds pointed to an intense rage and personal vendetta, making the crime all the more baffling. Yet, despite the savage nature of the attack, a glimmer of hope emerged. Evidence was left behind, blood that did not belong to Wayne. This discovery suggested that Wayne's assailant had also been injured during the violent struggle. The presence of the attacker's blood at the scene provided investigators with a crucial lead, hinting that the person responsible had left behind a trace of their identity. However, despite this promising clue, the investigation quickly encountered significant challenges. No further details about how the events unfolded that night could be uncovered, leaving many questions unanswered. As the months turned into years, the trail grew colder. Investigators exhausted every lead, but the case remained frustratingly stagnant. With no arrests made and no new evidence coming to light, Wayne Pratt's case began to slip from the forefront of public attention. The case, once a priority, slowly transitioned into a cold case, as the initial burst of investigative activity failed to yield any significant breakthroughs. By the time the late 1960s arrived, the investigation had stalled almost entirely. With limited resources and no new leads, law enforcement had little choice but to scale back their efforts. In 2011, nearly 5 decades after Wayne's life was brutally taken, the case was reopened as investigators sought to leverage advancements in forensic science to find new leads. With DNA technology now more sophisticated, the hope was that re-examining the evidence might finally reveal the identity of Wayne's perpetrator. Investigators focused on the blanket found covering Wayne's body, knowing that any genetic material left behind could provide the breakthrough they needed. By 2015, their efforts seemed to be paying off. Sorensen Forensics, a leading forensic testing company, identified DNA mixtures on the blanket, a promising development that brought new life to the investigation. However, the mixed nature of the DNA samples complicated matters, preventing authorities from entering the information into national databases to search for a match. The investigation stalled once again as the inability to isolate a clear profile left investigators at a frustrating standstill. 3 years later, however, the case took a significant turn. In 2018, a warrant was issued for the arrest of William Dockstader, an 82-year-old man from Bowler, Wisconsin. Dockstader had been on the radar of investigators since 1963, when he was initially identified as a suspect in the days following Wayne's demise. Tips about his potential involvement resurfaced in 1968, and again in 2022, keeping him in the periphery of the investigation for decades. But it was not until 2023 that new DNA technology provided the evidence needed to conclusively link Dockstader to the crime. In 2023, Sorensen Forensics re-examined the DNA evidence using the latest technology, while cybergenetics employed true allele data analysis to sift through the complex DNA mixtures. The analysis revealed on July 16, 2024 that Dockstader's DNA was statistically identical to the DNA found on the blanket that covered Wayne's body. This breakthrough, though bittersweet, finally provided the answer that investigators, Wayne's family, and the community had sought for over 61 years. Although William Dockstader passed away in 2022 at the age of 82, the Winnebago County Sheriff's Office officially closed the cold case. The Winnebago County District Attorney's Office reviewed the evidence and confirmed that, had Dockstader been alive, there would have been enough grounds to charge him with the slaying. The resolution of the case provided a sense of closure to a decades-old mystery, even as the memory of Wayne Pratt's tragic death continued to linger in the minds of those who had lived through it. Moving on to the next case. Asha Jacqueline Degree. Asha Jacqueline Degree, affectionately known as Asha to her family and friends, was a bright and compassionate young girl whose life was tragically cut short. Born with a deep sense of empathy and curiosity, Asha's early years were filled with a strong love for family, school activities, and a spirited passion for basketball. But on the morning of Valentine's Day in 2000, her life took an inexplicable turn when she disappeared without a trace, leaving the small town of Shelby, North Carolina in a state of confusion and distress. As the investigation into her disappearance unfolded, a trail of clues led police and volunteers to a wooded area along State Highway NC-180, but the answers remained elusive. Asha's family, particularly her parents Harold and Akila Degree, were devastated by the loss of their beloved daughter. They had celebrated Valentine's Day together in 1988, marking a special occasion in their lives as a couple. The contrast between the joy of that day and the pain they felt when Asha vanished was stark and haunting. The disappearance of Asha, and the mysterious circumstances surrounding it, left her community grappling with unanswered questions, unable to make sense of the puzzling clues that surfaced throughout the investigation. This examination into Asha's disappearance aims to piece together the events surrounding her vanishing, scrutinizing the evidence, and the mysterious trail that led near the woods, hoping to uncover what happened to a young girl with so much life left to live. 2 years after their wedding, on August 5, 1990, Harold and Akila Degree welcomed their daughter, Asha, into the world, followed soon after by the birth of their son, O'Brien. The couple made their home in Shelby, North Carolina, a close-knit community where they established roots and enjoyed a peaceful life in a cozy residential neighborhood in the northern rural area, west of Charlotte. Both Harold and Akila held steady daytime jobs, allowing Asha and O'Brien to become latchkey kids once they were old enough to attend school. However, their independence never deterred them, and their parents had complete confidence in the efforts of Fowlston Elementary School to ensure their children's safety. From a young age, Asha showed an awareness of the need for security, even as a toddler, being cautious of strangers. By the time she was in kindergarten, Harold and Akila trusted their children to return home after school, where they would be busy with homework or household chores. Asha thrived in an academic environment, showing an innate love for learning, which blossomed into various personal interests. One of her passions was basketball. She joined the local youth league at Fowlston, where her natural ability quickly made her a standout player. Her leadership and teamwork helped elevate her teammates, and within no time, she had become a star point guard. Just 2 days before her disappearance, Asha played in a league basketball game, a reminder of the vibrant young life she was living before her sudden vanishing. Asha's basketball team had been undefeated at the time, but their winning streak came to an end the day after Asha fouled out of the game. Her competitive spirit and love for her teammates led her and the other girls to shed tears over the loss, but they quickly found their resolve, supporting her brother O'Brien in his own basketball game. This moment reflected Asha's character, passionate, dedicated, and empathetic. Despite excelling in both academics and athletics, Asha was still a relatively reserved child at home. Harold and Akilah, especially in the late 1990s, were cautious about the influence of new technologies, particularly the internet, on their children's development. Concerned about the potential dangers, including stories of online predators on the nightly news, they decided to raise their children primarily within the confines of their extended family, church community, and local schools, avoiding the influence of technology. As a result, the Degree household did not include a computer. Asha, being naturally cautious and introverted, was unfazed by the absence of modern technology. She was content within the boundaries of her parents' watchful care and adhered to their rules. She never strayed from her good behavior, happy to thrive in the environment her parents had created for her. Asha's disappearance was all the more baffling given her lifestyle, which was quiet and secure, with no signs of turmoil or any indication she would leave. Her deep fear of dogs, in particular, led her parents to believe she was unlikely to wander far from home, especially if it could be avoided. So, when Harold and Akilah woke up on February 14, 2000, to celebrate their 12th wedding anniversary, their once joyful and loving day quickly turned to one of anxiety and fear. On that Valentine's Day, Asha Degree was gone. The timeline of her disappearance began on February 11, 2000, a Friday, when Asha and her brother O'Brien had the day off from school. They visited their Aunt Keisha's house nearby before heading to their respective basketball practices. The following day, February 12th, Asha and her youth basketball team faced their first loss of the season. The defeat upset Asha and her teammates, who humorously faked injuries in response to the loss, until one of the girls asked them to stop. Asha eventually recovers from the disappointment of the loss and returns to her usual self by the later part of the day. That evening, she stays over at her cousin's slumber party, where the girls stay up late watching television. On Sunday, February 13th, Harold and Akilah pick up their daughter, and the family attends church. Afterward, they visit another cousin, Shalonda Brown, where Asha is gifted cologne and candy by her grandmother. Tired from the slumber party, Asha returns home and goes to bed around 6:30 p.m. Her rest is disrupted a couple of hours later when a fierce thunderstorm hits the Shelby area. Concerned, Asha heads to the living room to join her parents in watching television. Around 9 p.m., a motorcycle crash in the neighborhood takes down power lines, causing a power outage in the Degree household. Akilah decides to postpone the children's bath until the morning and sends Asha and O'Brien to bed early. Later that night, around 11 p.m., Harold runs out to the store to buy last-minute gifts for his wife, excited to celebrate their 12th wedding anniversary. Just after midnight, as Valentine's Day officially begins, the power is restored around 12:30 a.m. Akilah wakes Harold, who has been sleeping on the couch, and asks him to move the kerosene lamp. Unable to fall back asleep, Harold stays up watching TV, eventually checking on Asha and O'Brien at around 2:30 a.m. Both are soundly asleep in their beds. In the early hours, O'Brien wakes up and hears his sister moving around in bed. At one point, he hears her get up and walk to the bathroom, though it remains unclear whether he heard Asha return to her room. Between this moment and 4 a.m., Asha quietly grabs her backpack filled with clothes and sneaks out of her room, unnoticed by her family. At 5:45 a.m., Akilah wakes up to get the children ready for Monday morning classes. However, when she checks their bedroom, she finds O'Brien still asleep, and Asha's bed is empty. Panic sets in as she searches the house, calling out for her daughter, but the home is eerily quiet and void of Asha's presence. Desperately, Akilah searches the house, checking every nook and cranny in a frantic effort to find her. Harold quickly joins the frantic search, and as they discover that Asha's set of house keys is also missing, the couple calls her grandmother, who lives just across the street. However, the grandmother confirms that she hasn't seen or heard from Asha. In a state of panic, Harold and Akila walk up and down the street, shouting their daughter's name, but there is still no sign of her. After an hour of searching with no trace, the worried parents call the police at 6:39 a.m. Authorities act swiftly and arrive just 6 minutes later, launching an immediate search of the area. Despite their efforts, no clues are found, and they begin to doubt the situation is as serious as initially feared. However, the sheriff's office proceeds to call in search dogs, rescue operations, special detectives, and the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigations, NCSBI. By 2 p.m., the Degree residence is taped off by state investigators. They discover that there are no signs of forced entry, forced exit, or any foul play inside the home. The investigators continue their search through Asha's bedroom and belongings, enlisting Akila's help to identify what items might be missing. Together, they compile a list of items that Asha most likely took with her when she left the house. This consists of a red vest, blue jeans with a red stripe, a white shirt, a black and white shirt, black overalls with a Tweety bird image, a black Tweety bird pocketbook, candy, and her house keys. Later that afternoon, 2 truck drivers come forward with stories about potential Asia sightings from earlier that morning. The first man, Jeff R., states he saw a little girl walking along the North Carolina Highway 18 in a downpour at approximately 3:30 a.m. His location was just over a mile south from Asia's house. The second man, retired sheriff's deputy, Roy B., along with his son, saw what they first thought to be a short-statured woman at 4:15 a.m., walking down Highway 18 just before the Highway 180 intersection. This was also about a mile south of Asha's house, and Royce sent out an alert to fellow truck drivers to keep their eyes open. After he circled back a few times to get a better glimpse of the wandering figure, she ran off the road and into the nearby woods. This would be the last known, though unconfirmed, sighting of Asha Degree. After Jeff and Roy came forward with their leads, investigators set up a 5-mile radius search in the woods near Highway 18 and Highway 180. Unfortunately, the weather takes away the bloodhound's abilities to pick up any scent, and the muddy search turns up nothing. When the sun goes down that Valentine's Day, Harold and Akila are interviewed by State Bureau. They are quickly ruled out as suspects and fully cooperate with police. The first major clue in the case comes the following day on February 15th. A volunteer search team asks Shelby citizens, Rayleigh and Debbie Turner, if they can check their property for signs of Asia, considering their property was a mile south of the Degrees and somewhat close to the highway sighting marks. The Turner couple happily obliges and opens their doorless structure in their backyard where old furniture was stored. In it, they discovered candy wrappers, a green marker, a 1996 Atlanta Olympics pencil, and a small photograph of a young girl who looks very much like Asia. These items are classified as evidence and thought to be artifacts from Asia's book bag she took with her. Another day passes before police arrive on scene at the Turners on February 16th. They hand over the little photograph, but theorize the house is too far for Asia to stumble upon. Another one of their neighbors, Reverend Mackie Turner, says that his beagles usually barked whenever a stranger approached his home, but they were quiet on Valentine's morning. On February 17th, investigators find more candy wrappers around the Turner residence, and the couple turns over the rest of their findings. Police then interview other families of the girls on Asia's basketball team and confirm the candy wrappers match the candy handed out to the players from Asia's basketball game that previous Saturday. However, none of the Degree family members nor Fulston Elementary School students recognize the young girl in the watch photograph, and it's decided while related to the investigation, the photo is not that of Asha Degree. After 3 more days of exhaustive searches, authorities scale back the hunt and end the official search on February 20th, 2000. In a twofold act, a part of law enforcement investigation, March 22nd produced the next 2 updates. First, supporters erect a missing persons billboard at the exact spot the truck driver saw Asha run into the woods off Highway 18. Second, police announced they've interrogated a bevy of potential suspects ranging from Degree family friends to sex offenders in the area. During these interviews, the authorities build a psychological profile of a possible abductor, but never release it to the public in hopes to protect Asia. The next major clue is unearthed by grading contractor Terry Fleming on August 2, 2001, a year and a half since Asia vanished. He is etching a driveway on the side of a hill when his tractor hits a clunky object covered with dark plastic. He cracks it open and finds a black book bag inside with an unknown name and address. Without cell service, but an unsettling feeling, Terry cannot contact anyone, but writes the information down. The morning after, on August 3rd, Terry gives the name and address to his wife, who recognizes the info and tells Terry to call the police because the credentials belong to Asha Degree. Officials arrive on the scene and discover the book bag had been wrapped in 2 trash bags and intentionally buried long before the unearthing. The Bureau would not directly identify what exactly is in the book bag, but says it's 95% Asia's possessions, and the Charlotte Observer reports the contents included clothes and school supplies. A new search is soon put forth on August 15th, but the terrible conditions of both the terrain and weather make it almost unbearable. The 3-mile-long dig turns up little outside of some animal skeletons and a pair of man's khaki pants, items neither confirmed nor denied to have relation to Asha's case. Another massive search goes underway in October of 2001, this time combing a 6-mile stretch down Highway 18. It would later be the first portion of a lengthy 26-mile-long trail of sleuthing from Asha's home to the book bag excavation site, and still turn up no clues. Over the next decade or so, authorities interview countless suspects, nearby criminals searching endlessly across North Carolina and the lands linked to Asia and her family's past. In May 2016, investigators say they're looking for a dark green 1970s Ford Thunderbird or Lincoln Mark IV with rusty wheel wells. How or why the car connects to Asia is unknown, but still a current major point of interest. Biggest clues of all, however, pop up later in October of 2018. Investigators from the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office released a video pinpointing 2 major pieces of evidence they're seeking information about, giving zero context or details, but claiming these items have advanced the meticulous search for Asha Degree. Because of how tightly wound the entire investigation has been kept, vital pieces of evidence are hard to signify, important only by the word of police through the funneling of local media. Thus, the most important case point can only be the most recent, providing a fresh chance for someone to come forward with a lead that could solve the mystery. While the background to Dr. Seuss's book and t-shirt are unknown, the ambiguity still holds weight to the case. They can most certainly be connected, but they can also be wholly separate from one another. So even if you only know something about one half of the equation, do not hesitate to shed light on these peculiar subjects. Early on in the case, many Shelby residents and interested onlookers pondered if Asia woke up in the middle of the night and decided to leave unannounced on her own authority. Many of these supporters couldn't get past the situation of a packed book bag with so much clothing and candy. It certainly seems as if Asha was planning for a 9-year-old's idea of an adventure, making sure she had her favorite outfits and plenty of candy to provide the sugar and energy necessary for an imaginative quest. What was missing from the theory was any clear motive and sensible reasoning to explain a single-digit aged girl leaving a simple, sufficient life. While Asia had more of a sheltered childhood, she loved the friendly conclusion and was still able to maintain a healthy social life and extracurricular activities at school. She was close with her family both in personal relationships and geographic proximity, and obviously found tight-knit friendships in her cousins and fellow peers on her basketball team. There were no reports of youthful rivalries or bullying, and Harold and Akila provided everything their children needed. Thus, if Asia did leave as a runaway child, it was for a completely unexpected, unexplainable reason. Maybe she had a goal, only she was aware of as the result of a creative young mind, or maybe it was the result of an unknown sinister encounter she had the previous weekend. Maybe she made innocent plans to meet a friend or even a stranger for a Valentine's Day engagement, and packed the only way she knew how, instructed to leave before dawn at the ignorance of her parents and brother. It's a hard theory to swallow considering the complete lack of supporting evidence, and the fact that Asha had little connection to anyone outside of her controlled circle. The idea of a potential kidnapping spawned whispered speculation about Asha's disappearance as well. Obviously, police ruled it out right away after a few detailed inspections of the Degree children's bedroom and exit routes proved foul play was a non-factor. Of course, there's always a possibility that an abductor was stealthy enough to get in and out, careful not to leave fingerprints or any trail behind, or, as a few corners of the internet like to hypothesize, the culprit came from within the household, placing suspicion on Harold Degree himself. The theory is based on the fact that Harold was the last person to see his daughter, spent most of the evening away from his wife on the couch, and made an unscheduled trip to the grocery store late at night. However, the circumstantial facts end there. Asha's father, and entire family for that matter, have denied any such rumors or conspiracies. They point to Harold's underlying love for Asha apparent all throughout her young life. He, along with Akila, has spent $100, 1,000 of hours and never-ending energy looking for their precious daughter. He has cooperated with police investigations and was ruled out by the authorities very early on, and for what it's worth, passed polygraph tests. While it's easy to point fingers at physical people with faces we can see, it's more than likely a figure yet to be identified who took Asia's life into their own hands. Still keeping an abductor theory in mind, some internet sleuthers wonder if a serial killer was involved. North Carolina has had its share of murderous minds, such as the Edgecombe County serial killer, but very few line up their insidious activity with a timeline of Asia's disappearance. The one interesting possibility is Scott Williams, a serial killer who murdered 3 women spanning 10 years in 1997, 2004, and 2006. The homicides took place near Monroe, North Carolina, only a couple counties over from Cleveland County and the Degrees' hometown of Shelby. Scott Williams's whereabouts in late 1999 are unknown. However, he was also charged with kidnapping and rape against 2 other women in 1995 and, most interestingly, in 2000. Yet, considering all of the potential in Scott's history and criminal inclinations, his modus operandi doesn't match Asha's profile. Scott mostly preyed upon middle-aged white women and had no prior incidents with young African-American girls. Also, because he was entering into the criminal database of the United States Justice Department, his DNA and fingerprints would be available to match if the investigators on Asia's case discovered either type of evidence in their hunt for answers. It's more than likely Scott Williams is a circumstantial suspect holding little weight in the lineup of theoretical suspects. In terms of other possible serial killers or murderers, the sad fact of the matter is many cases involving African American children, teenagers and women are left unsolved, unaccounted for, and kept out of the media. Thus, evaluating patterns and creating a database for killers with similar profiled victims doesn't exist, leaving the world to ponder if there was indeed a serialized string of kidnapped black females in the Carolinas at the turn of the millennia left in the mud and forgotten or worse ignored. Before we divulge our hypothesis of Asia's unsolved appearance, we want to make known our conclusions are purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstance, and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each video, and we do not attempt to promise certainty or an expert guarantee on the findings we reach in closing. We simply observe research and report. In regards to the 9-year-old girl who vanished without a trace on Valentine's Day of 2000, we believe an explanation derives as a combination of the theories discussed in the previous segment. The seemingly intentional packing of a book bag leads us to figure Asia did indeed leave the household on her own. Why? It's nearly impossible to fathom. Whether or not someone asked her to leave is too vague of an assumption to try and hone in on the details, but still a curious speculation. Then, sometime after leaving her house, Asia lost herself along the North Carolina highways and wandered into the woods, meandering without a goal or comfort and surviving on the candy she packed. Somewhere along the way, she probably ran into something sinister, or rather someone sinister ran into her. It's at this point, Asia's trail goes cold, most likely taken against her will in the clutches of unidentified shadows. There are 0 signs pointing to either life or death, but with resounding optimism, there is a chance Asia's heart beats just the same that it did 19 years ago. In the end, the stronger conclusions rest within the clues presented by detectives in October of 2018. The Doctor, Seuss's children's book, McElligot's pool, and the concert t-shirt for the pop band, New Kids on the Block. There's a good possibility that either these items were found in Asha's book bag recovered in August of 2001, that these items were confirmed to be in the Degrees' household when Asha went missing, but disappeared afterwards. All these items were recovered separately and tested positive with Asha's DNA. We believe Asha's DNA was in fact found on the book as well as other sets of unidentified DNA. Asking people to come forward who may have checked the book out from the library or known someone to have touched it at some point would help investigators inquire about further DNA testing. The same reasoning applies to the missing shirt. While the sheriff's deputy might not have direct evidence of the shirt, they could prove that Asha owned it before her disappearance. If such a shirt were found in a public space, it could potentially lead to new suspects and provide fresh leads, whether through eyewitness testimony or DNA analysis. With the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office and their newfound clues, we urge anyone with information regarding the book or shirt to come forward, regardless of how insignificant it may seem. Sometimes, the smallest detail holds the key to unlocking the mystery. The Degra family remains optimistic that Asia is still out there, alive, and hopeful that they will eventually learn the truth of what happened to her in their lifetime. With the assistance of the broader community, Harold and Akila continue to hold on to their 19-year-old wish, to reunite with their vibrant daughter, to rekindle the joy she brought to their lives, and to see her grow into the person she was meant to be. They long to give their missing child the chance to fulfill her potential, to experience life's joys and challenges, and to find love and laughter along the way. As they await closure, they hope that one day, Valentine's Day will once again be a celebration of love, free of confusion and filled with the happiness that once defined it. If you have any information or know someone who might, please reach out to the FBI Charlotte at 704-672-6100, your local FBI office, or the nearest American embassy or consulate. Moving on to the next case. Craig Williamson and Christine Reinhardt. 46-year-old Craig Williamson and 41-year-old Christine Reinhardt tied the knot at Lake Tahoe, California, on October 7, 1990. It was a second marriage for both, and despite having known each other for just a month, they were certain of their love. Christine fondly described their relationship, saying that being married to Craig felt like a honeymoon. She admired his sincerity, loving nature, and caring personality. The couple purchased a farm in Clintonville, Wisconsin, Christine's home state, and immediately began renovations. They expanded the barn, set up large tanks, and started farming tilapia, an exotic and tasty African fish. Their goal was to enter the fish farming industry, selling tilapia across the country. Craig even repurposed an old school bus to transport the fish. On August 28, 1993, Craig set off for Colorado to sell the fish. Christine, concerned for his well-being, was uneasy about him driving since he had suffered a concussion just 4 weeks earlier, still experiencing headaches and blurred vision. After arriving in Colorado Springs, Craig rented a car to attend business appointments. At 9 p.m. on August 30th, the night before he was scheduled to return home, he spoke with Christine for the last time. Craig was 1,000 miles away from the farm in Clintonville, Wisconsin when he disappeared in Colorado Springs. The next day, his credit cards were discovered at a market in El Paso, Texas, 675 miles south of Colorado Springs. 2 weeks later, in Juarez, Mexico, just across the border from El Paso, Craig's rental car was found abandoned. Nothing useful could be found around or inside the car. No signs pointing to where Craig was or what happened to him. There were no signs of foul play, leaving Christine with two options. She could either wait for police in distant cities to call her back, or she could take matters into her own hands. Christine chose to act. She decided to visit the hotel where Craig had last been seen. At the hotel, an employee showed her to room 112, where Craig had stayed. The employee pointed out Craig's belongings in the bathroom, including a book left on the sink. In the bedroom, Christine saw that Craig's luggage was placed on a chair next to the bed, unpacked and unopened. The bed was made and looked as though it had not been slept in. There were no signs of a struggle. Christine believed that Craig had been attacked the day he disappeared. Given his prior injuries, she thought he might have wandered off in a dazed state to an unknown location. Detective Robert Johnson headed the investigation in Colorado. He showed Christine the area where they found the school bus with the fish still parked. Christine theorized that Craig checked on the school bus, and then on his way to the rental car, someone came up behind him and hit him over the head. She was quoted as saying, "This is completely in keeping in character with Craig, is that he would get up and would not go in and say that I am hurt. Help me. He would think that I have to get on with things. I have to be doing something. I am supposed to go somewhere and I have to get back." And he would wander toward the bright lights of the parking lot and the interchange, and he wandered off from there. The case went cold for a short while as investigators and Christine were unable to find useful leads. Then television stations in Colorado and Wisconsin reported about Craig's disappearance and Christine's search. Within days, a retired nurse from Montana came forward to report what she had witnessed. The retired nurse is Judy Inman. She saw the coverage of Craig's disappearance on the television and recognized him. 2 weeks after Craig vanished, Judy was traveling from Montana to Washington on a train when she saw a disheveled-looking man on board. She recalled when the man first got on the train, 2 drunks were harassing him. She saw the man walking down the aisle clearly looking for something. He then said he had to get back to the fish and kept saying it over and over again. The man talked about a big building with big tanks where they kept the fish, and that the fish were not from America. Being a retired nurse, Judy Inman knew that there was something wrong with the man. She knew that he was not drunk or mentally ill. Judy was able to determine that he definitely had some sort of head injury because she had taken care of patients like that in the past. After hearing what Judy had said, Christine was convinced that the man on the train was indeed Craig, especially because of his ramblings about the fish from out of state. She also believed he was headed to Washington because they had initially met there. Christine packed up everything she would need and traveled to Washington. She also packed a bag for Craig in the outside chance that she found him. Christine set off on a 6-week odyssey, paralleling Judy Inman's train route from Whitefish, Montana to Portland, Oregon. Christine photographed all the train stations along the way and went to various locations along the train route that Judy Inman and the man were on. On December 26, 1993, Christine met Judy Inman in person for the first time and showed her the photographs of each train station along the route. Judy believed that the man resembling Craig had gotten off at Wishram, Washington near the Oregon border. She recognized the building because it was small and she remembered the color. Christine believed that Craig might have mistaken Wishram for Washougal. Washougal is a town that Craig had lived in during the 1980s. Craig's son went to Wishroom and plastered the area with this poster, but no new clues surfaced. Unfortunately, no trace of Craig was found. Christine then talked about how difficult it was going back to the farm in Wisconsin empty-handed. It was absolutely terrible to drive back here after looking for Craig for the 6 weeks that I did. This place was so cold and empty. Everywhere I looked, things reminded me of Craig all the time. I can't give up. I will never give up. I will just constantly look for him, until I am no longer alive or he is found. Those are the only 2 options. I know he is alive, and I know someday I will find him. The trouble is, I do not know when, and I just have to keep hanging on. The hardest part is hanging on. Investigators suspected that Craig may have staged his disappearance based on how his credit cards were left in plain sight. They also noted that his rental car had beard clippings in it. Lab technicians determined that they had been cut with scissors, suggesting that he was changing his appearance. He had $25,100 cash with him when he vanished. He and Christine also had put all of their money into the farm and borrowed another $400,000. Finally, his bus seemed ill-equipped to bring fish back from Colorado. It had no tanks, fish food, or coolers. On May 25, 1994, Craig's disappearance was covered on Unsolved Mysteries. They described him as a 49-year-old man, 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighing 8 pounds 190. He had gray hair and blue eyes. They also showed television footage of Craig. It was filmed in Wisconsin in February of 1993, 6 months before Craig disappeared. In a surprising twist, Craig saw a re-airing of a broadcast about his disappearance in July of 1995 while living in Key West, Florida. He claimed that he had been mugged in Colorado Springs and developed amnesia, which was worsened by the concussion he had suffered a month before he disappeared. According to Craig, he couldn't remember much from the attack, but he woke up in a hospital under the name Ron. He said that he wandered aimlessly throughout the United States before ending up in Key West, where he found work as a diver. Craig eventually contacted both Christine and his ex-wife, though he did not remember them. Despite the confusion, Christine and Craig were reunited shortly afterward. The two later traveled to Colorado Springs in hopes of triggering his memory, but the trip proved unsuccessful. Despite their efforts, the couple decided to divorce but remained friends. Craig moved to California to stay with friends, while Christine relocated to Wyoming. However, investigators remained suspicious of Craig's claims of amnesia, suggesting that he may have staged his disappearance to escape debts and the responsibilities of running his new business. What do you think about this case? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments section. Moving on to the next case. Suzanne Ly. Suzanne Ly, known to her friends, family, and colleagues as Susie, was an exceptionally intelligent, thoughtful, and compassionate individual. Her passion for technology and aptitude in computer science were tragically interrupted by her mysterious disappearance in March of 1998. This unexplained and untraceable vanishing has left everyone who knew her, both in life and through online communities, searching for answers, overwhelmed by a sea of evidence that has only fueled doubt. Over the years, both amateur sleuths and professional investigators have poured countless hours into exploring every possible lead, trying to uncover that one crucial clue that could reveal the truth behind Susie's disappearance. However, these efforts, along with the evidence collected, have often done more to confuse than to clarify, leaving the mystery unsolved and open for anyone willing to take on the challenge. In an effort to offer a more grounded explanation based on observable evidence and careful analysis, we now turn to the case of Suzanne Ly and the lingering mystery surrounding Collins Circle. Suzanne Ly was born on April 6, 1978, in Saratoga Springs, New York, as the youngest of 3 children to parents Doug and Mary, who hadn't initially planned for a third child but happily embraced Susie into their family. From a young age, Susie was a quiet and shy girl, yet profoundly introspective. She formed a close bond with her older brother, Stefan, but at school, Susie tended to keep to herself, rather than building a wide circle of friends. Despite her quiet nature, Susie developed a deep understanding of human behavior and expressed it through her poetry. Her passion was so intense that she would sometimes rush out of a shower with water still running just to record her latest inspiration. This sensitivity extended into the realm of science and technology, where Susie would spend her days researching and building gadgets from scratch during the night. In high school, she discovered a love for computers and the internet, connecting with fellow tech enthusiasts on message boards. She eventually joined a computer club at a local coffee shop, where she met Richard Condon, a like-minded intellectual and fellow computer whiz. Over the next few years, Susie and Richard grew very close. Even after Richard left high school a couple of years before Susie, they maintained a romantic relationship despite their age difference. In 1996, Susie graduated from her local high school and enrolled at the State University of New York at Oneonta to study computer science. However, after just 1 year, Susie found the coursework insufficiently challenging for her intellectual abilities, leading her to transfer to the State University of New York at Albany, also known as Sunny Albany, to pursue a more rigorous academic path. Doug and Mary believed Susie transferred to Albany primarily to be closer to Richard, who lived nearby. Doug described Richard as being mature for his age, while Mary felt he could be somewhat controlling in their relationship. Despite this, Susie maintained her independence, working 2 off-campus jobs at local computer stores, including a Babbage's game shop in the Crossgates Mall in Guilderland, New York. As the winter of 1998 passed, everything seemed normal for Susie and the Lyle family. Doug and Mary were content as empty nesters, watching their 3 children achieve their goals and move forward in life. Susie successfully balanced her classes, work, and relationship while continuing to pursue her passion for computers. All seemed well despite the occasional school-related stress. However, in March of 1998, an unexpected sense of unease began to spread, affecting not just Susie, but also her family and friends. Back in 1993 or 1994, Susie met Richard online and joined his computer club at a local coffee shop in New York. They entered a relationship during high school, which lasted for several years. Though their relationship faced a few rocky moments, it never reached a point of hostility or severe conflict. In the summer of 1997, Susie transferred from Oneonta State University to the University at Albany to pursue more challenging courses and to be closer to Richard. Later that year, in the fall of 1997, she took on a couple of jobs to supplement her income. Shortly after the start of 1998, Susie confided in an anonymous coworker at the mall that she felt as if she was being stalked by someone she didn't recognize. Despite her hunch, Susie showed little fear or anxiety and never provided further details to the coworker or her family. On Valentine's Day, Susie's mother, Mary, drove her to Richard's house for a quick stop. Mary suspected that Susie might have been delivering a Dear John letter in preparation for a breakup, believing that Susie's growing tension could have been due to seeing someone else. However, the identity of this person remained unknown. Throughout the remaining days of February 1998, Susie worked at Babbage's under considerable stress due to her upcoming exams. She often appeared tense and in various moods around her boss at the shop. On March 1st that year, Mary spoke with Susie for the last time. Mary recalls that Susie was concerned about her finances and was waiting for her next paycheck to arrive. When Mary offered to help her financially, Susie declined the offer. On the morning of March 2nd, Susie completed the important exam she had been anxious about in the previous weeks. Either just before or after the exam on that same day, Susie withdrew her usual $20 from an ATM near the bus terminal at Collins Circle, which was her typical stop before heading to work. Later that afternoon, on March 2nd, Susie made another uncharacteristic ATM withdrawal. Around the time her shift at Babbage's began at Crossgates Mall, Susie withdrew another $20 from a machine located near the store. When Susie clocked in for work at 4 p.m., she seemed calmer than she had in recent months, according to her manager. Everything appeared normal, and at about 8 p.m., the manager of Babbage's left for the day, leaving Susie to finish her shift as usual. Unbeknownst to the manager, this would be the last time he would have contact with her. Around 9:20 p.m., a nighttime security guard in the back lot of Crossgates Mall couldn't confirm with complete certainty that he saw Susie leave the store but mentioned that nothing seemed out of the ordinary, even though the employee exit area was poorly lit. It's understood that at that time, Susie boards a Capital District Transportation Authority bus headed towards campus, profiled by the bus driver at the time. This is the last confirmed sighting of Suzanne Ly before her disappearance. After a 25-minute commute at 9:45 p.m., the bus makes its scheduled stop at Collins Circle. The driver at the time could not remember if Susie had exited, though a friend of hers claimed she saw her get off the bus and walk away. This would be the last unconfirmed sighting of Suzanne. The next morning, on March 3rd, Susie's boyfriend, Richard, makes a call to her parents, informing them that he never received a call or email from Susie the night before, after returning from work, and couldn't reach contact with her. Just a few hours pass by before Doug and Mary contact SUNY Albany campus police to officially announce that Susie is missing. The campus police do not immediately react, however, and say periods of absence for college students is common. One of the officers attended Susie's next class to look for her, but she never arrives. At 4 p.m. on March 3rd, Mary has the idea to call Susie's bank and inquire about her spending history. The bank reveals that Susie's bank account had been accessed as an undisclosed ATM machine mere minutes before Mary's phone call. The amount taken was Susie's normal withdrawal of $20, but the location wouldn't be known until the next day. The morning of March 4th, Susie's bank calls Mary again to inform her that the location ping for the ATM came through and was recorded by a machine at Stewart's Shop convenience store in Albany, a few miles away from campus and in a part of town rarely visited by Susie. When the mail arrives later on March 4th, Mary Lyle discovers a birthday card from none other than Susie herself. It seems like a normal gesture, but the timing is certainly peculiar and a bit unsettling, as Susie included a note that said "See you soon" inside the card. On March 5th, after attending another one of Susie's classes in which she was unaccounted for, the case had become an anomaly compared to most missing college student profiles and calls in New York State Police to assist in the impending search. In the following weeks, during heavy police investigation, Richard Condon is interviewed, but quickly understood as innocent. Richard provides an alibi for the night of March 2nd in which he was playing video games with another friend. Police also interviewed the bus driver on Susie's route to and from work, who says he remembered Susie get on the bus in the evening and was for certain she didn't get off at the last stop at night, but wasn't sure if she did indeed exit the bus at Collins Circle. A few weeks of analysis of the ATM withdrawal also lead police to unrelated security camera footage of an unidentified man shopping at Stewart's Shop convenience store. Around the time of Susie's account usage, the man was wearing a bull cap and jacket, and a sketch of his face was shown to the public. His profile titled, "The Nike Man." In May of 1998, authorities discover Susie's name tag from Babbage's in a parking lot on the SUNY campus, 90 feet from the bus stop. However, it's never determined how long the tyke had been lying there, and police recover zero traces of DNA or other forensics. Later that year, the supposed night man from the police sketch comes forward and cooperates with investigators, in which he is interviewed regarding the events of Miles III. His story removes any suspicion and is quickly dropped as either a witness or suspect. Despite endless searches and efforts over the next 20 years, no new evidence or leads turn up. The most recent development in the case is in 2016, when Mary Lyle teams up with local experts in detailed underwater mapping after she repeatedly felt odd feelings while driving over the Crescent Bridge on top of Mohawk River. Unfortunately, nothing of significance is reported, and the disappearance of Suzanne Ly remains cold as of this moment. When dissecting the entire case, the most scrutinized and heavily referenced pieces of evidence are the ATM withdrawals and complete mystery regarding who exactly accessed the machine with both Susie's debit card and the respective personal identification number. The most glaring detail with this case point is the time in which it happened. Somebody accessed Susie's account well after she was last seen. This alone makes little sense. If Susie was robbed and then kidnapped, why would the culprit wait almost 24 hours before actually using her debit card? It's been clarified that only two people knew the exact PIN for the bank account, which was Susie herself and Richard, her boyfriend. However, while this seems suspicious on the surface, it wouldn't take too much coercion for a kidnapper or perpetrator to coax the information from Susie if she was held captive. That's not the only strange aspect of the ATM ordeal, though. Doug and Mary Lyle were certain the location of the ATM at an Albany convenience store in a different part of the town was nowhere near the usual routes Susie took to either work or leisure activities. It wasn't a popular place for purchases made by fellow SUNY students either. The clerk of Stewart's shop did not recognize Susie's picture and didn't remember seeing her on March 3rd or any day prior. Police thought they had the ATM mini-mystery solved when they viewed CCTV footage at Stewart's shop and noticed a suspicious figure who walked inside of the convenience store. Around the same time, the ATM machine was operated under Susie's account. This spawned the Nike Man suspect and conspiracy theories, but ended up being nothing more than circumstantial theory and rumored racial profiling. Of course, the frustrating part about the CCTV footage and the ATM use is the fact that the cameras do not actually cover the ATM machine itself. Instead, they are positioned above the counter inside of the store. Thus, anyone can use the ATM without exposing their identity. This introduces a complication in Susie's case. Not only are we unable to definitively identify who was using her information, but it's important to consider that the location might have been deliberately chosen by the individual involved, whether it was a kidnapper or even Susie herself. The user may have been aware that this particular ATM protected anonymity, allowing only GPS tracking to reveal the location, without facial profiling. While the ATM issue is certainly a significant aspect of the case, it often leads to more confusion and conspiracy rather than providing any conclusive information. However, it does suggest that whoever was involved was taking risks on March 3rd at 4 p.m. Since Susie's disappearance, the ATM situation has raised countless theories, and her name tag was even discovered in a parking lot near Collins Circle. The most widely discussed theory revolves around Susie's longtime boyfriend, Richard Condon, despite his alibi clearing him of any suspicion. However, many case followers continue to trust their instincts, pointing out that Richard was the only person who knew Susie's bank PIN and would likely be familiar with her $20 withdrawal pattern. That said, as previously noted, it's possible that Susie could have been coerced into revealing the PIN, and it doesn't make sense for Richard to leave such a glaring clue if he were involved. Because many cases of kidnapping and murder involve individuals close to the victim, Richard became an easy target for suspicion due to his close relationship with Susie. Their initial meeting online raised immediate concerns for Susie's parents. Doug Lyle described Richard as an exceptionally intelligent and mature individual, deeply committed to his relationship with Susie. However, Mary Lyle viewed him as overly possessive and controlling, often checking in on Susie in the evenings and even accessing her computer, an action that many would consider an invasion of privacy. Some online theorists went as far as to suggest that Richard might have hacked the Stewart's Shop ATM from his computer in an attempt to mislead investigators. Despite these concerns, Susie never openly complained about Richard's behavior or his persistent attention. Police, while not entirely dismissing Richard as a potential suspect, continued their investigation. A couple of months after the case began and when other theories began to falter, investigators tried to conduct a second round of interviews with Richard. However, he refused to participate without a lawyer present and declined to take a lie detector test. With no solid evidence linking Richard to Susie's disappearance, authorities decided to move forward with the investigation, although some persistent theorists, both online and in person, saw Richard's refusal to cooperate as an indication of guilt. On the other hand, it's important to consider that Richard had fully cooperated during the first round of questioning, which complicates the interpretation of his actions. Police questioning is not an enjoyable process, and having to deal with a heated interrogation with an already established alibi couldn't have been very helpful to the search anyways. Polygraph tests are also incredibly unreliable and often inaccurate. It would make sense for Richard to fear that his own anxieties and nerves bubbling up during an interview would skew the lie detector test and falsely imply his guilt, a common issue seen in criminal investigations throughout the years. When one thinks about the point in which police went back to Richard, it becomes obvious that after the night man's suspect fell through, authorities were desperate for a concrete lead or new suspect and figured Richard to be a probable receptor. In the end, Richard maintained his innocence throughout the process, eventually remarried and moved on from the case entirely. A couple of other potential suspects were considered at one point or another, although both were cleared almost as fast as they were encumbered. One of the suspects wasn't actually profiled as a specific person, but instead, hypothetically drew up from a very similar case exactly 13 years prior to Susie's disappearance. In March 1985, another sunny Albany undergraduate student named Karen Wilson was last seen getting off a public transit bus 1 mile away from campus. Much like Susie's vanishing, an intense search bore no evidence or traces of Karen, leaving the case just as cold. When combing through other criminal records in the upstate New York area, police also came across documents from an anonymous convicted rapist who just so happened to be on the move at the exact same time Susie disappeared. However, upon extraditing the felon from Illinois back to New York for questioning, he revealed a solid alibi and was excluded from any further consideration. Another convicted criminal was reckoned to be a suspect 7 years later in 2005, when a man named John Reagan faced trial for attempted abduction of a female high school student in 1993. The kidnapping occurred on the streets close to Saratoga Springs High School, just a short distance away from the Lyles' hometown of Ballston Spa. Both Susie's parents and investigators thought the similarities of the cases were peculiar and attempted to question John about any possible involvement. Unfortunately, John refused to discuss any outside cases with authorities and ended up in jail for his own crime. Police skeptically crossed his name off the list. One of the biggest theories churned from the mystery is one that many people are afraid to consider and do not want to discuss: the fact that Suzanne Ly might have left on her own accord. While there is no explicit evidence that confirms such a belief, it must be considered in a case with no solid rhyme or reason. Susie was a very private person with little social interaction. She had her boyfriend, her family members and her co-workers, but that was about it, at least to our knowledge. It's important to remember, she spent a lot of time on the internet connecting virtually to a whole other community. That's how she met Richard in the first place, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that she met others in anonymous message boards. What if she met a group of people that persuaded her to leave? While incredibly unlikely, there wasn't anything forcing her to stay in the Albany area. In the same vein, Susie's mother said multiple times that Susie was living paycheck to paycheck and specifically worried about her funds in the days leading up to her disappearance. Mary even tried to loan a little money, but Susie was quick to reject the offer. Another internet-related possibility was Susie found an alternative method to make money or received an offer she couldn't refuse from someone out there in the web. If it were far away from home, she would most certainly need a little money to supplement the journey, which would explain the frequent ATM withdrawals both on the 2nd and on the March 3rd. Everyone wants to say that someone must have coaxed the account PIN from Susie and used the machine themselves. But because Susie was one of only 2 people to know the security number, it was Susie herself to make the withdrawals. Both Doug and Mary Lyle agreed that their daughter was a creature of habit and wouldn't venture away from a normal way of life, which on one hand explains the consistency of the $20 money orders, but also makes one question why she'd make such a drastic decision to leave home as well. It would also be very cold-hearted to leave without telling a single soul, but to also send her mother a birthday card promising to see her soon. On the other hand, it's more likely that Susie had a secret mission only she knew about and was kidnapped or worse, somewhere along the way. She very easily could have wanted to remain quiet about an errand or internet-related task, but ran into trouble without anyone knowing. This would still explain the random ATM usage and why she disappeared without a trace while leaving her possessions behind. The one argument against such a claim and the biggest wrinkle in the entire Suzanne Ly case is the employee name tag found in the parking lot near Collins Circle 2 months after the disappearance. If Susie left on her own accord, why in the world would she or her kidnapper come back to sunny Albany campus to place her name tag near the place she was last seen? The only reasonable thought is Susie dropped it off after departing the bus and rewriting to another destination other than her dorm. Considering the parking lot in which the tag was found is in the opposite direction of Susie's living quarters, some reports have stated, the name tag found isn't even the one she would have been wearing the night she works last. It's also peculiar that the clue wasn't even discovered until 2 months after she went missing. If the sunny Albany campus was combed by investigators as rigorously as they maintained it was, the whole scenario is as mind-boggling as the case itself, leaving most theories up in the air. When looking at the big picture, it's nearly impossible to confidently give forth a solid conclusion regarding Suzanne Lyle's mysterious disappearance. However, taking everything into consideration, only one theory truly makes sense. Susie was taken by someone only she knew, anonymous to even her closest friends and family. This hypothesis stems from 2 major clues hinted at by Susie's co-workers and her mother. The co-worker revealed early on in the search that Susie had mentioned she felt she was being followed by an unknown figure, but wasn't worried, meaning it could have been someone she either vaguely recognized or wasn't even sure it was a stalker. Then Mary Lyle shared she believed Susie had been seeing someone outside of Richard due to a little bit of strange behavior and the crumbling connection with her ex-boyfriend. Both propositions are quite possible, and while neither can be confirmed, they would both play intricate roles in a possible kidnapping and could easily be connected to one another. How did Susie know this theoretical person, the internet? Records indicate that police did a technical analysis of Susie's computer, but whether or not they sourced her browsing history or frequented message boards is unknown. Even if they did, it's not difficult to hide virtual relationships that aren't tethered to a physical hard drive. If Susie was indeed stirring something up with somebody, she wanted to keep a secret. The internet was probably her only communication. Inclusion of the fact that Susie was incredibly gifted with computer science and a long-time internet user only legitimates this theory. She could have hidden this information from Richard, who had access to her files and took the secret with her. We've also concluded that the prime mystery at Collins Circle didn't actually happen at Collins Circle at all, instead happening as an unspecific location between the Crossgates Mall and sunny Albany campus. This conclusion arises from the lack of assurance in supposed eyewitness sightings of Susie after she clocked off work. The night security guard at the mall said nothing was out of the ordinary in the back employee parking lot, and the bus driver of the specific vessel that picked up Susie on the night of March 2nd confirmed that he saw her get on board at 9:20 p.m. However, the assurances stopped after that. The bus driver never remembers Susie exiting the bus at Collins Circle, but knows she got off before the last stop. In addition, the student who claims to have seen Susie on campus at 9:45, the night she vanished, only thought she saw Susie and was interviewed an entire 48 hours after the fact. These wobbly, unsure sightings are too fragile to believe with certainty. In terms of after boarding the bus, we believe Susie met with a contact in the Albany suburbs and was either abducted that night or sometime during the following day. She was most likely meeting a secret lover or virtual friend, probably needing money to explain her random withdrawals throughout the afternoon, and then was forced to take out more the following day after the suspect showed their true colors. The ATM withdrawals on March 3rd suggest a strategic plan by the perpetrator, who likely chose an ATM without reliable security footage. By using the steward shop's hidden machine, out of sight from CCTV, the individual may have ensured the withdrawal would not be easily traced. We believe Susie was still alive at that point and was the one to enter her bank PIN, as it was only entered incorrectly once, and the usual $20 was withdrawn. After that moment, under the control of her captor, Susie's fate took a darker turn. She never returned to campus, and her dormitory tap card was not used after March 2nd. Regarding the name tag found in the sunny Albany parking lot, we theorize that the perpetrator, having learned that this was Susie's last confirmed location, returned months later to place the name tag near the Collins Circle bus stop. By doing so, they likely intended to mislead authorities and keep them on the wrong trail. While this may seem like an elaborate scheme, the clues suggest a deliberate attempt to divert attention from the true circumstances. We believe Susie intended to return to her normal life after the interaction with the assumed stranger, as she had expressed in a birthday card to her mother. See you soon. While the mystery surrounding her disappearance remains unsolved, it's important to avoid speculating beyond what is known. Susie's parents, through their grief, have focused on the positives and have pushed for improvements in the investigation of missing persons cases. They continue to advocate for necessary changes in state and federal laws, ensuring that more time and resources are allocated to cases like Susie's. Efforts to raise awareness for missing persons cases, particularly for those in Susie's age group, have become just as crucial as advocating for young children. It is regular people like us who can make a difference by supporting these programs and contributing to the fight against the increasing number of disappearances. We share this story because we believe it can help bring attention to Susie's case, raise awareness, and potentially uncover new clues or leads that could propel the investigation forward. Until Susie is found, she will remain a symbol of inspiration and remembrance. It's important to remember that before her case gained widespread attention, Susie was a person, a woman with a promising future in computer science, destined to be a leader in technological advancements in the 21st century. She was quietly brilliant, with an intelligence that set her apart from her peers. Her passion for poetry and creativity sparked a light in everyone she encountered, and we hope that light will shine again soon. Until then, the search continues as we persist in our efforts to bring answers to the mystery of Suzanne Ly and the events at Collins Circle. Moving on to the next case. Jonathan Luna. Attempting to understand the psychology of individuals who commit violent acts is challenging for many, as the act of murder itself is often seen as bizarre and difficult to comprehend. However, there are cases that go beyond even expert understanding. Born on October 21, 1965, he was a married father of two who had grown up in the South Bronx, New York City. After studying at the University of North Carolina School of Law, he worked in several high-profile roles before eventually becoming an assistant U.S. attorney in Baltimore. On the evening of December 4, 2003, he was working a late shift at the Baltimore courthouse, preparing for a case the following morning in which he would prosecute two defendants in a drug conspiracy trial. Around 9 p.m., he called a coworker to inform them that he would be leaving soon to continue his work at home. He had also contacted the defense attorney earlier that evening, promising to send over some documents, but he never followed through. Despite telling his colleague he was leaving soon, Jonathan didn't actually exit the building until 11:38 p.m. Oddly, he had left his glasses, which he needed to drive, and his mobile phone on his desk. He drove northeast on the I-95 and passed several toll booths, 3 to be precise. He used his Easy Pass to get through them. However, after this he switched to purchasing toll tickets. At 12:57 a.m., $200 was withdrawn from Jonathan's bank account from an ATM machine at JFK Plaza Service Center near Newark, Delaware. After this, Jonathan's electronic fingerprints shows him at 2:47 a.m. as he crossed the Delaware River toll bridge. And about half an hour later, activity on his debit card showed that he'd purchased gas at the King of Prussia Service Plaza. The last journey that Jonathan made was at 4:04 a.m. when his car exited the turnpike at the Reading-Lancaster interchange. A spot of blood was noticed on his toll booth tickets, and it was speculated that the 38-year-old had already been injured. At 5:30 a.m., Jonathan's car was found parked at 1439 Dry Tavern Road in Denver, Pennsylvania. A passerby noticed the car with its lights off and its front end in a creek. Blood was smeared on the driver's door and on the left section of the car whilst Jonathan was face down in the stream under the car engine. He still wore his suit and black overcoat, and his court ID was hanging around his neck. As authorities were called in and the gruesome scene of the death was investigated, more troubling information was found. There was a pool of blood in the car on the rear seat floor, and it was found that Jonathan Luna had been stabbed 36 times with his own pocket knife, with the wounds concentrated around his neck and chest. He had also incurred a head injury, although his final cause of death was ruled by several coroners as homicide by drowning. Despite the words of several experienced coroners, the FBI, who also looked into the case, determined that Jonathan had died by suicide, and strangely, they pushed for the medical examiners and the Lancaster County authorities to concur with this statement. The FBI argued that the wounds on Jonathan's hands were shallow and looks like hesitation wounds that one would find on the body of a suicide victim. They claimed he did not have substantial defense wounds. They suggest a motive for taking his own life centered around the fact that $36,000 had gone missing from a bank robbery case he had prosecuted, and that Jonathan was going to be facing a polygraph test in relation to this. They also said it was possible he had attempted to stage an abduction and attack to excuse him from inquiries or perhaps garner sympathy from investigators. However, local authorities and coroners dismissed these attempts at smearing Jonathan's name. One of the coroners in the case said that Jonathan's hands had been shredded by self-defense wounds, and any shallow wounds he'd received were likened to torture. Jonathan's throat had been slashed, and he had sustained wounds on his back. The blood in the back seat of the car suggested to police that he had been in the rear while somebody else was driving the vehicle. A second blood type was found in the car, as well as partial prints which did not belong to Jonathan. These have both yet to be linked to anyone, as suspects and motives in the case remain hard to determine. Grainy CCTV footage from near the time of the gas station purchase made with Jonathan's credit card was recovered, but doesn't seem to have provided any new leads. He was not seen on the camera, but several workers came forward to claim that they had seen him that night, and he'd appeared calm. The $200 that had been withdrawn littered his car and bills. Rumors began circulating as the mysterious case of Jonathan Luna made headlines, many of which tarnished the lawyer's reputation. Speculation arose about his strained relationship with his boss and claims that he was on the verge of being fired, though another U.S. attorney clarified that Jonathan's job was not in jeopardy. No substantial evidence was found to support the allegations that he was involved in the missing $36,000. An unusual detail that surfaced was that Jonathan's name appeared on either a dating website or was used to solicit sex from prostitutes, but it remained unclear whether Jonathan himself was involved or if someone else had simply used his name. The 38-year-old also accumulated $25,000 in debt, including $17,000 on credit cards, a fact his wife claimed to be unaware of. A reward of $100,000 is currently being offered for any information that leads to a conviction in the case. However, as of 2020, the investigation into Jonathan Luna's disappearance remains open and unsolved. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Wana Roses Zagel. On January 27, 1996, the body of an unidentified woman was discovered by a passerby in Beaumont, California. The body was found in a rural, hilly area, in a ravine south of the eastbound Highway 60, near Gilman Springs Road. A couple driving through the area flagged down a law enforcement officer to inform him of the body by the roadside. When investigators arrived at the scene, they believed she had been deceased for several hours prior to being found. The victim appeared to be Hispanic, American Indian, or possibly Asian. She was discovered lying on her back with a gunshot wound to her head. There was also evidence of assault. The woman had no identification or purse with her. Her clothing was clean and in good condition. No investigative leads were available at the time of the discovery. A short tandem repeat profile of the woman was obtained and entered into California's Missing and Unidentified Person database. She was estimated to be between 30 and 45 years old. Her hair and eyes were brown. She stood about 5 feet 1 inch tall and weighed approximately 130 pounds. The woman also had a surgical scar on her right abdomen. Surrounding agencies were contacted regarding possible missing persons matching the description of the Jane Doe. Her case was also entered into NAMAS. Detectives had a composite sketch of her completed and utilized local media in an attempt to generate investigative leads. Eventually, with all leads exhausted and still no closer to identifying the woman, the case went cold. Recently, the Riverside County Regional Cold Case Team partnered with Othram to use advanced DNA testing and forensic genetic genealogy to generate new leads in the case. Forensic DNA evidence was sent to Othram and their scientists using forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive genealogical profile. The profile was returned to law enforcement investigators who then used the profile to conduct genetic genealogy research. Using genealogy and other public databases such as the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, investigators located the victim's 4 daughters. The California Department of Justice Riverside Crime Lab, through its Missing and Unidentified Person System, was then able to positively identify the victim as Wana Roses Zagel of the Los Angeles area. The announcement of the investigation was made on June 26, 2023. She was 41 years old when her life was taken. One of Wana's daughters expressed, "He destroyed my family. He didn't just take the life of one person, he took the lives of all of us. I really wish that if someone knows something, they can come forward." She continued, "For me, all of this is so difficult, but at the same time, I really want to know who is responsible." Detectives believe there are still friends, neighbors, or colleagues of Wana who may have more information that could help shed light on her disappearance. Anyone with knowledge of Wana or any additional information is urged to contact detectives at 951-955-0740 or 951-955-2777. Moving on to the next case. Melissa Lee. Melissa Lee, a 15-year-old girl from Bothell, Washington, was abducted from her home between 9:30 p.m. and midnight on April 13, 1993. The following day, her body was discovered in a ravine in Everett, Washington. It was clear that she had been strangled and assaulted, but it remained unclear whether she knew the suspect or what led to her tragic death. In Melissa's address book, investigators found the name Michael, along with a phone number. This led them to Alan E. Dean, a 35-year-old man who went by the name Michael. He had been dating Melissa, which raised suspicions. In addition, Alan had previously been accused of assaulting a minor in Arizona. Though the police were confident in his involvement, they lacked sufficient evidence to charge him. Despite pursuing numerous leads and interviewing several people, the case eventually went cold. In 2020, the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office sought the assistance of Parabon Nanolabs, a genetic genealogy company. Parabon performed an analysis on evidence collected from the crime scene, hoping to uncover new information that could lead to the identification of the perpetrator. One of these items was a discarded cigarette butt. This led them to several of the suspect's family members. Finally, Washington State Patrol Crime Lab could confirm that the DNA at the crime scene matched the DNA of now 62-year-old Alan E. Dean. In July 2020, he was arrested without incident at his home. Adam Fortney, a Snohomish County sheriff, had this to say: "The arrest yesterday shows how our detectives' determination, combined with new advancements in DNA technology, continues to get us one step closer to justice for victims and their families even decades later." Investigators said the case is still under investigation, and they asked that if anyone had information about Dean's activities around 1993 to come forward. Investigators said the suspect used the fake name of Mike or Michael. Alan E. Dean remains in the Snohomish County Jail with bail set at $2 million. Melissa's mother, Sharon Lee, said, "I'm just happy to have lived long enough to see this happen. I hope he rots in hell." Moving on to the next case. Savannah Gold. 29-year-old Lee Rodart found himself at the center of an investigation following the disappearance of his girlfriend and co-worker, 21-year-old Savannah Gold. Savannah vanished without a trace on August 2, 2017. The focus quickly shifted to Lee when surveillance footage revealed Savannah getting into his car at 5:30 p.m. However, Lee was later seen driving away alone, marking the last known sighting of Savannah. This raised many questions about the situation. Had Savannah truly been with Lee that day, or was it just a coincidental encounter? And what really happened to Savannah? Born on April 26, 1996, Savannah Gold was a vibrant 21-year-old from Jacksonville, Florida. She grew up in the heart of the city and developed a strong passion for the arts. Savannah attended the La Villa School of the Arts and later continued her artistic journey at the Douglas Anderson School of the Arts. Despite receiving a scholarship to the prestigious Savannah College of Art and Design, Savannah made a selfless decision after high school. In 2017, when her mother was diagnosed with cancer, Savannah chose to forego her academic opportunity and instead became a strong support for her family. During this time, she took a job as a server at the Bonefish Grill, where she dedicated 2 years of her professional life. It was here, amidst the lively atmosphere of the restaurant, that fate introduced her to Lee, the 29-year-old manager of the Jacksonville location in the Mandarin neighborhood. Lee, a Florida native with 5 years of restaurant experience, played an important role at the eatery. However, the situation took a surprising turn when Savannah and Lee's relationship extended beyond their professional interactions. Although Lee had been in a decade-long relationship with his girlfriend, Chelsea, he and Savannah began finding comfort in each other's company, a bond that ultimately led to Savannah's tragic end. On the evening of Tuesday, August 2, 2017, Savannah, wearing her work uniform consisting of black shoes, trousers, and a white chef jacket, left her parents' home for her shift at Bonefish Grill. She left around 5:15 p.m. Savannah's shift at the Bonefish Grill was supposed to start at 5:30 p.m., but she never arrived for work. An hour and 15 minutes after she left her parents' home, Savannah's father received a strange text message from her phone. The message read, Hey, I just wanted to tell you and Mom. I met a really great guy, and we are running away together. I love him, and we are leaving tonight. I'll call you later when we get to where we are going. The message was odd, filled with spelling errors, and didn't sound like something Savannah would typically say. Shortly before this, a similar message had been sent to her brother, which read, Hey, I quit. I'm leaving with my boyfriend. I can't do this anything probably meant as anymore. I'm fine, just want to get away. Savannah's family immediately noticed the similarities in the strange, inconsistent messages, which seemed entirely out of character for their daughter. This prompted immediate concern, as it seemed unlikely that Savannah would suddenly make such a drastic decision without informing her family properly. By this point, Savannah's family was certain that something was terribly wrong. They knew their daughter well enough to understand that she wouldn't just abandon her job and family, especially considering how she had previously turned down a scholarship to art school to care for her ailing mother. As concerns grew, the Bonefish Grill, where Savannah worked, also reached out to her parents after she failed to show up for her shift. Alarmed and realizing the gravity of the situation, Savannah's parents, Dan and Sherry, made the decision to contact law enforcement and report her missing. The situation became even more troubling when Savannah's car, a 2007 white Kia Spectra, was discovered abandoned in the restaurant parking lot. The car was unlocked, and inside, her purse and ID were untouched. Strangely, the front left tire, which had been replaced just the day before, had been slashed. With Savannah's phone going unanswered and her social media accounts silent, her parents and coworkers grew increasingly concerned, unable to make sense of these unsettling and mysterious circumstances. Desperate for answers, Savannah's family created a missing persons poster and distributed it throughout the area, hoping for any leads. At the same time, investigators began reviewing CCTV footage in the hope of uncovering crucial clues. One of the most significant pieces of footage came from the Bonefish Grill's parking lot, where Savannah was seen at 5:31 p.m. In the footage, she was seen getting out of her car and walking towards a coworker's vehicle. They exchanged words through the rolled-down window, and just 14 minutes later, Savannah entered the coworker's car. What followed was unsettling. The CCTV footage captured what appeared to be a violent struggle inside the car, with the doors opening and closing in what looked like a scuffle. Afterward, Lee, the coworker, was seen exiting the vehicle and taking something from Savannah's car before slashing her tire. At 6:04 p.m., Lee left his vehicle, and Savannah was never seen exiting his car. The footage left investigators with more questions than answers, adding to the mystery of Savannah's sudden and disturbing disappearance. Right after Savannah's unexplained disappearance, on Wednesday, August 2, 2017, an officer was dispatched at 7:12 p.m. to investigate the missing person as reported by Gould's mother. Meanwhile, her family and friends also launched a desperate appeal for help. In the following days of that week, from Thursday to Saturday, they tirelessly sought assistance from the public, distributing flyers in the Mandarin area and using social media to share Savannah's photo. The community joined in the hope of unraveling the reasons surrounding Savannah's sudden disappearance. It was during this period of a heightened concern that law enforcement turned their attention to Lee, a figure so obviously connected to Savannah in the captured security footage. Now Lee wasn't a stranger. He was someone known to Savannah's close circle. According to Savannah's best friend, there had been multiple encounters between them, including dinners and time spent together outside work. However, the relationship between Savannah and Lee was far from straightforward and was described in online articles as both on-again off-again, an ex-partnership, an arrangement violating the company's employment policy. Savannah's mother, in an interview, disclosed that she was supposed to have a meeting with Lee, but he failed to show up. Coming back to a closer look at the crime scene, when the police arrived at the diner, the restaurant's employees were questioned, including the manager, Lee. Interestingly, during the initial searches for Savannah, Lee made a comment of not having met Savannah for 2 to 3 weeks, which was a statement that contradicted the video evidence. Lee, who was also later involved in distributing Savannah's missing persons flyers along with her family, was seemingly unaware that his actions on the day of the missing had been captured on surveillance cameras. Scrutinizing the footage revealed that a little while after Savannah was inside the Malibu, the car began to rock, indicating an ongoing struggle inside. The driver then came out of the vehicle, kicked the back door open 3 times before returning to the driver's seat. The car then drove away, leaving Savannah unaccounted for. Further investigation revealed that Lee owned a silver Chevy Malibu matching the one captured in the footage. Detectives promptly brought him in for questioning, where his initial denial of having seen Savannah in the recent past slowly crumbled. Lee admitted to lying and revealed a new narrative. During the subsequent interrogation, Lee shared his version of events regarding their relationship. He admitted to having been in a relationship with Savannah for approximately 8 months. Acknowledging that he had already had a girlfriend at the time they started the affair. Lee claimed that they bonded over their challenging backgrounds and their connection deepened over the February 1st to 3 months. However, he asserted that their association took a turn when Savannah began engaging in drug use. While he admitted to doing drugs with her a couple of times, Lee claimed that he distanced himself when her drug use escalated. According to him, he and his ex-girlfriend Chelsea started reconnecting while Savannah was still struggling with the drug addiction. Though not explicitly stated in the interrogation, the relationship between Lee and Savannah contributed to his breakup with Chelsea. Regarding his relationship with Savannah, Lee contended that Savannah's drug use was the primary reason for bringing an end to their time together. He claimed that after an overdose incident, Savannah got off drugs, appeared healthier, and they resumed texting. However, Lee maintained that he eventually broke off contact with Savannah and they mutually agreed not to communicate outside of work. Now the interrogation took a darker turn as Lee Rodarte described Savannah's alleged spreading of lies at their common workplace. He asserted that a few days before the incident, she was telling colleagues that they had hooked up recently, claiming an ongoing intimate relationship and asserting that Lee was still her boyfriend. According to Lee, these rumors were affecting his managerial position, and he expressed his concern about potential consequences to Savannah. This meeting unfolded in the Bonefish restaurant's parking lot on the evening of August 2nd, as Lee claimed. He contended that Savannah claimed to have just done and upon feeling paranoid, requested to sit in his car. Lee claimed that Savannah refused to cease spreading lies among their coworkers, prompting him to puncture her tire as a symbolic warning. According to Lee, he got out of his car, went towards Savannah's car, and stuck a knife into the front driver's side tire. He then returned to his car and demanded she stop spreading rumors. Now, according to him, after he punctured her tire, Savannah got out of his car and entered a green mid-90s Ford pickup. In this part, he claims that while being in his car, she used her phone and 5 minutes later, the green truck arrived at the parking lot. Savannah got into the truck, which then drove away. Lee claimed the windows were tinted, preventing him from identifying the driver so that he couldn't even figure out if it was a guy or a lady behind the wheel. This is exactly where the detectives found Lee's story puzzling, questioning why he hadn't mentioned the green truck in their initial conversation. Despite their efforts, Lee stuck to his claim of not knowing where Savannah was. The detectives then shocked him by revealing they had video evidence of the entire incident. They emphasized that Savannah never left Lee's car, contradicting his version of events. Lee, initially skeptical, eventually realized the gravity of the situation. Despite this, he continued to deny any knowledge of Savannah's whereabouts. Now here's where the detectives pointed out the inconsistencies in Lee's changing stories and urged him to tell the truth for Savannah's family's sake. They revealed that the surveillance footage they possessed also had captured a struggle in the back seat of Lee's car. The presence of the footage really shook Lee. He initially said Savannah tried to stab him, and he slapped her. He then admitted grabbing her to stop her from leaving, but claimed he later calmed down and they left together. The detectives questioned the troubling nature of his actions, focusing on the seriousness of forcibly preventing Savannah from leaving. Despite his admission of having vigorously restrained her, Lee kept insisting that their conversation ended peacefully on that day. As the detectives pressed for an honest confession from Lee, they highlighted the act of him stopping Savannah from leaving, which again pointed out the inconsistencies in his evolving stories. Lee continuously shifting stories raised concerns about his credibility and sincerity in cooperating with the investigation. The detectives pressured him repeatedly over the importance of justice for Savannah Gold and her grieving family. And in the end, Lee admitted to killing Savannah, describing the violent encounter in his car. According to Lee's final confession, a heated argument in his car escalated into a struggle, resulting in the death of Savannah. As per his account, Savannah allegedly initiated physical contact by squeezing around his chest and neck. In an attempt to break free, Lee claimed he moved her hands away with brute force, mistakenly thinking they were around his shoulders. However, the situation took a horrifying turn when he heard a pop sound, later realizing it was Savannah's neck and thereby severing her spine. Despite the initial struggle, Lee asserted that he was merely trying to get Savannah to release her grip. But the surveillance video contradicted this claim and indicated Savannah's desperate attempts to escape. After the fatal incident, Lee also retrieved a makeup bag from Savannah's car, possibly in an attempt to later create the illusion that she had left with someone else. He then drove away, disposed of Savannah's phone, threw her clothes out of the car, and attempted to burn her body in his backyard fire pit. Being unsuccessful in his attempt to incinerate the body quickly, Lee resorted to burying Savannah in his backyard. The crime scene investigators later discovered gas cans and an empty bleach bottle at his residence. As authorities were progressing to close in on their investigation, Lee's paranoia escalated, leading him to exhume Savannah's body the following morning and relocate it to the trunk of his car. Driving to a familiar fishing spot, he carelessly dumped her body in a pond and discarded her clothes along the highway. The police intervention on August 5, 2017 marked a crucial moment, prompting Lee to confess to the murder and reveal the location where he had disposed of Savannah's body. The desperate search for Savannah Gold reached a dark conclusion on the late Saturday evening of August 5 when Jacksonville police dug up her lifeless body from a lake on the west side. After having confessed to the crime, Lee was finally brought to justice on November 17, 2017 as he faced serious charges, including second-degree murder, tampering with evidence, and abuse of a dead body. Despite his admission, he pleaded not guilty, deploying a stand-your-ground motion claiming self-defense. This legal maneuver originating from Florida law allowed individuals to justify murder as an act of self-defense if they genuinely feared for their lives. Notably, this law gained notoriety with the George Zimmerman case involving Trayvon Martin. While this law served to protect those genuinely fearing harm, its application had become contentious, often leading to controversial claims of self-defense. Lee's attempt to utilize the stand-your-ground defense, however, encountered substantial challenges. Crucial factors such as the significant difference in physical stature between Lee, being 5 feet 11 8 pound 163, and Savannah, being 5 foot and 8 pound 91, raised skepticism. His side of the story during the interrogation, describing an accidental death during a struggle with his ex-girlfriend, clearly contradicted the concept of self-defense. Particularly troubling was his statement about putting her back forcefully while she attempted to leave, which was hardly reflective of someone fearing for his life. Medical examinations further undermined Lee's claims. Absence of a broken neck and the absence of drugs in Savannah's system contradicted Lee's assertions about her drug abuse history and her accidental death during a physical struggle. Her fractured thyroid cartilage hinted at a possible strangulation rather than an accidental injury leading to immediate death. The court, aligned with the medical evidence, rejected Lee's stand-your-ground motion. Facing the weight of evidence against him, Lee received a plea deal, admitting guilt to second-degree murder in exchange for a 40-year prison sentence. This marked the end of a legal battle where Lee's defense crumbled in the light of forensic evidence, and the court's decision to deny his self-defense claim. Unraveling more into Lee's life, it was discovered that Lee's family had a criminal background. His sister, Amber Camarillo, at the age of 26, had been arrested in 2016 for shooting and killing Raquel Wallace on December 6, 2016 at a Jacksonville motel. The incident stemmed from a dispute over a car that one of Amber's friends had traded for drugs. This dark truth depicted a somber picture of a family with a dark history of violence. As Savannah's family sat one last time in the courtroom facing the man who ended their daughter's life, Sharon Gold, Savannah's mother, expressed her determination not to let Savannah's murder control their lives any further. Daniel Gold, Savannah's father, recounted the heart-wrenching moment watching the surveillance footage witnessing his daughter's last struggle for life. Sharon, trying to comprehend the unimaginable loss, shared her precious memories, emphasizing the profound impact Savannah had on everyone who knew her. During the trial, Lee kept his back turned to the grieving family, indicating no remorse. Amidst the pain, the family expressed hope that the conclusion of the trial would bring some semblance of peace. The purple butterflies on the jackets of Savannah Gold's parents became a poignant symbol of the peace they tried to hold onto amidst their grief. In the wake of their daughter's tragic passing, they drew strength from the unwavering love they had for her, a love that refused to be broken by the pain of loss. During an interview, Savannah's mother, overwhelmed with sorrow, shared her thoughts on capital punishment. While she opposed it, her desire for Lee to endure eternal suffering reflected the deep wound caused by the loss of her daughter. Savannah's Facebook page has become a public memorial, a powerful reminder of a life taken too soon. In response, a GoFundMe campaign was created to help honor her memory. Funds were directed toward her funeral expenses as well as charitable causes she was passionate about, including animal welfare, her art school, and organizations supporting victims of domestic violence. This collective effort allowed Savannah's story to spark positive change, even amidst the overwhelming tragedy. Amidst the darkness, Lee made a remorseful phone call to Chelsea, his longtime girlfriend, expressing shock and dismay over the events. Chelsea, who had never experienced violence from him, spoke of the complexity in understanding the person behind the crime, highlighting the profound contrast between the man she knew and the horror of the crime that unfolded. Moving on to the next case. Shane Schindler. In the early hours of January 4, 2017, Las Vegas police discovered the body of 46-year-old homeless man Daniel Aldapi in an empty lot at an intersection near downtown. He had suffered fatal head trauma, and authorities suspected he had been killed while sleeping, bludgeoned with a hammer, as he lay wrapped in blankets. A month later, another homeless man, 60-year-old David Dunn, was found dead at the same intersection, also likely struck in his sleep with a hammer. Detectives feared that both victims were the targets of thrill kills, random murders committed purely for the excitement of taking a life. Several months later, another homeless man was attacked but survived, though he was unable to identify his attacker. At this point, police began to consider the possibility of a serial killer. With no leads or suspects, they decided to take a risk by attempting to lure the killer out. Just a few feet from where Aldeep's body was discovered, they set up a decoy, a mannequin draped in blankets and positioned to look like a person sleeping on the sidewalk. They watched on surveillance footage as Shane Schindler, a Michigan native, approached the mannequin with a plastic bag. He watched the dummy for several seconds, then calmly removed his weapon from the bag and launched at the dummy. After striking it twice in quick succession, he walked away slowly. Police swooped on him seconds later and took him into custody. He was charged with one count of carrying a concealed weapon and attempted murder. Although Schiller has not been charged in the deaths of two homeless men, police said his attacks on the mannequin made it clear he had the intent to kill. During questioning by the police, Schindler admitted that he kicked the decoy and struck it with his hammer but told investigators he knew it was a mannequin before he attacked it. Shane Schindler is expected to receive sentence of 8 to 20 years behind bars. Moving on to the next case. The DNPROPTROVSK maniacs. Saenko, Supranjuk, and Hansa were all born in 1988 to wealthy, influential families and attended school together. Hansa had a blood phobia, which Supranjuk suggested they confront by torturing and killing stray dogs. The three of them proceeded to do so, taking photos next to the corpses. After high school, Saenko and Hansa went on to their respective jobs, while Supranjuk, who was unemployed, became an unlicensed taxi driver. The three friends then began robbing Supranjuk's passengers, with some of them later becoming their victims. Eventually, Saenko and Supranjuk seemed to lose interest in the robberies and decided to escalate to murdering random people for the thrill. On July 25, 2007, Sayenko and Supranjuk murdered 2 people, Ekaterina Eljenko and Roman Petrovich, starting their killing spree by selecting random pedestrians and bludgeoning them with blunt objects like hammers and steel construction bars, even recording some of the murders. Several victims were also robbed of their belongings, and multiple bodies were discovered in one day. Additionally, some victims weren't killed in Dnipropetrovsk but towns located in the surrounding areas. The spree came to public attention after a survivor, 14-year-old Vadim Lykov, immediately ran to the police after his friend was murdered by them, and also when a victim, Natalia Mamarachuk, was beaten to death in front of many witnesses. The investigation was kept secret at first, but eventually, sketches were distributed and the victims' stolen possessions were listed in the local pawn shops. The 3 were arrested a week after the spree ended when Supraniak tried selling a mobile phone belonging to one of his victims. The phone had to be turned on to ensure it worked, allowing law enforcement agents to find it and trace its location, leading to the arrests of Sayenko and Supraniak. Meanwhile, authorities invaded Hansa's home and arrested him, but not before he managed to erase the information on numerous stolen mobile phones he attempted to flush down the toilet. It was revealed during the maniacs' trials that they had filmed several of their murders, one having leaked to the internet and apparently gone viral. The video came to be known as 3 Guys 1 Hammer and is around 4 minutes long. The video shows the 2 young men murdering a 48-year-old man named Sergei Yatsenko. He is bludgeoned in the face with a hammer repeatedly. His eyes are removed, and he is stabbed in the abdomen and brain with a screwdriver. The 2 discuss the murder calmly, with one expressing surprise that the man was still breathing after the screwdriver was driven into his exposed brain. Sayenko, Supraniak, and Hansa were all charged with multiple counts of premeditated murder, animal cruelty, robbery, and armed robbery. All 3 immediately confessed, though Supraniak later withdrew his confession. Ultimately, all 3 were found guilty of their charges. Sayenko and Supraniak were both sentenced to life in prison, while Hansa received a 9-year sentence due to his non-participation in the murders. Moving on to the next case. The Easy Street Murders. The discovery of the Easy Street murders shocked the residents of Collingwood, Victoria. On January 13, 1977, the neighbors who had grown concerned about the 2 women, Suzanne Armstrong and Susan Bartlett, entered the house through the back door after hearing a baby cry. What they found was chilling. Inside, 16-month-old Gregory Armstrong was found alone in his cot, visibly distressed and dehydrated but otherwise unharmed. However, the horror didn't end there. As they looked down the hallway, they discovered the bloody body of Suzanne Armstrong near the front door. The scene was gruesome, and the neighbors immediately fled the house with Gregory, calling the police as soon as they were safely outside. The 2 victims, Suzanne Armstrong, a 28-year-old single mother, and Susan Bartlett, a 27-year-old arts and crafts school teacher at the Collingwood Education Centre, had been brutally murdered in the house. The community was left stunned and terrified as authorities began to investigate what would later be referred to as one of Victoria's most brutal crimes. Suzanne Armstrong and Susan Bartlett had been friends since high school, and after both moved to Melbourne, they began renting the 3-bedroom property on Easy Street in October of 1976. However, their lives took a tragic turn when they were attacked several days before their bodies were discovered on January 13, 1977. Investigators believe the 2 women were killed on January 10th, the last day anyone had seen or heard from them. On that night, Susan's brother and his girlfriend had visited for dinner, leaving around 9 p.m. On January 11th, Barry Woodard, Suzanne's boyfriend, called the house but received no answer. He tried calling throughout the day, but when he still couldn't reach Suzanne, he decided to visit her home on the 12th. Upon arriving, he entered through the unlocked back door and left a note for her. He called out to her but heard no response, so he left again. His story was corroborated by his brother, who had accompanied him. The deaths of Suzanne and Susan were violent and shocking. Despite multiple attempts by loved ones to check on them, no one could have foreseen the horrific tragedy that would unfold. The investigation into the murders would go on to become one of the most brutal and chilling cases in Victoria's history. Suzanne had been stabbed 29 times and was found on her bed. She had been sexually assaulted after death, and semen was found at the scene. Susan had been stabbed 55 times and was found in the hallway near the front door next to Suzanne's bedroom. Authorities suspected that Suzanne Armstrong had been the intended victim and that Susan was collateral damage and had been slain when attempting to help her friend fend off her attacker. While there were no signs of forced entry, it was reportedly very common for the two Sues to leave their doors unlocked. Investigators also found one other possible point of entry when they discovered a footprint on the front windowsill. It wasn't the only evidence left behind, however. Authorities also noted that the perpetrator had cleaned up in the bathroom after the slayings and a blood-stained towel was found on the sofa in the living room. According to some reports, a bloodied face cloth and shawl were later found a few blocks away. Soon, investigators had established a list of 130 persons of interest, including laborers who were working on the house behind the two women. 2 decades later in 1999, the DNA found at the crime scene was tested against 8 prime suspects, but none of these men were a match. In fact, despite the long list of potential suspects, the case swiftly grew cold. Although the brutal and violent slayings of the two women made for a high-profile case, only 16 detectives were assigned to it. Police noted that the savage nature of the crimes would have required not only mammoth strength but also blind rage, which was possibly drug-fueled. They believed that the culprit did not stop committing crimes after the deaths of Suzanne and Susan. 16-month-old Gregory's father was quickly ruled out as being a suspect in the investigation since he was a Greek fisherman who had never set foot in Australia. Suzanne's boyfriend, Barry Woodard, was also ruled out via DNA. According to one article, the large knife used to attack the two women was recovered near Victoria Park Railway Station. But according to another article from Independent Australia, this knife was later ruled out as being the murder weapon. After publishing an article on the case, an Australian journalist named Tess Lawrence was contacted by a man who was annoyed she neglected to mention many other small details about the crime scene, including what record was on the record player. The unidentified man also mocked her observation skills. The caller claimed he was based at the Victoria Barracks and worked in signals but refused to give his name. He then said he'd call Tess back before hanging up abruptly. Although the journalist gave this information to the police, nothing further appears to have come from this bizarre and creepy incident. One theory which seemed strong at the beginning of the investigation was that a journalist named John Grant was somehow involved in the case. In 1975, a young woman from Stockton, California named Julie Garcia Sala was working as a librarian in North Melbourne, Victoria. She vanished from her apartment on July 1st that year. John Grant was a friend of hers and was heavily suspected of being involved with her disappearance. Coincidentally, he'd also been staying next door to the two Sues on the night they were slain. John Grant had been acquainted with 2 men who were part of the criminal underworld, John Joseph Power, a violent career criminal, and a boxer named Reese Tommy Collins. These men also became associates of Julie. On the day of her vanishing, both Collins and Power were at Julie's flat. The men later told police that the young woman had exited the room to make a phone call and never returned. But according to Julie's sister, who visited the apartment the following day, a black cape and a knife were missing from the apartment along with $175. She also found that many of her belongings, including her underwear, were scattered around the home. John Grant's potential connection to Julie's case was never proven, and his connection to Suzanne Armstrong and Susan Bartlett was ruled out in 2010 when DNA cleared him. However, he remains a suspect in Julie's vanishing. Her case continues to go unsolved. Hopes in the two Souses case was raised once again in 2014 when a woman came forward naming an 82-year-old man as being involved with the crime back in 1977. According to a brief news clip, the man was being visited by police so they could collect his DNA, but nothing more came of this lead. The case of Suzanne Armstrong and Susan Bartlett remains unsolved, despite significant efforts from authorities and the public. In 2011, the investigation was reopened, and in 2017, a $1 million reward was offered to anyone who could provide information leading to the arrest of the perpetrator. However, Even with this substantial incentive, the case has not yet been resolved. Gregory Armstrong, the young son of Suzanne Armstrong, was raised by Suzanne's younger sister, Gail. Gail continues to advocate for her sister's case, working tirelessly to keep it in the public eye and push for answers. The home on Easy Street, where the crime took place, remained vacant for 6 years but has since changed ownership several times. Anyone with information about the disappearance of Eloise Warledge or the murders of Suzanne Armstrong and Susan Bartlett is encouraged to contact Crime Stoppers Australia at 1-800-333-000. Moving on to the next case. Todd Kohlhepp. On November 25, 1986, 15-year-old Kohlhepp kidnapped a 14-year-old girl in Tempe. He threatened her with a .22 caliber revolver, brought her back to his home, tied her up, taped her mouth shut, and raped her. Afterwards, he walked her home and threatened to kill her younger siblings if she told anyone what happened. He was caught and charged in 1987 and served 14 years in prison. In August 2001, Kohlhepp was released from prison after serving 14 years and relocated to South Carolina, where his mother resided. On November 6, 2003, a customer discovered 4 people shot to death inside Superbike Motorsports, a motorcycle shop in Chesney. The victims were identified as 30-year-old owner Scott Ponder, 30-year-old service manager Brian Lucas, 26-year-old mechanic Chris Sherbert, and 52-year-old bookkeeper Beverly Guy, who was Ponder's mother. All 4 had been killed by multiple gunshot wounds. Prior to Kohlhepp's confession in 2016, investigators believe that a gunman, armed with a pistol, entered the shop from the back and shot Sherbert while he was working. Kohlhepp then proceeded to kill Guy in the middle of the showroom, Lucas at the main doorway, and Ponder in the parking lot. Moving forward to 2016, 30-year-old Kayla Brown and her boyfriend, Charles Carver, were hired by Kohlhepp, now a prosperous realtor, to work on his land. On August 31, 2016, they both disappeared after visiting Kohlhepp's property. The growing interest in their disappearance was fueled by strange messages posted from Carver's Facebook account, which led to speculation that someone else had gained access to it. On November 3, authorities found Brown chained to a wall inside a metal storage container on Kohlhepp's property, where she had been held captive for the past 2 months. Investigators had tracked her down after tracing the couple's last known cell phone signals, after which they heard banging noises coming from inside the container. A search of Kohlhepp's property recovered Carver's vehicle, which was found in a ravine covered in bush. Kawa was later found dead of multiple gunshots on Kohlhepp's property. Subsequently, Keller revealed that Kohlhepp once dragged her to 3 graves on the property, and said that she would go into one of them if she didn't behave. 2 more bodies were discovered on Kohlhepp's property following his arrest. They were later identified as husband and wife, Johnny Joe Coxey and Megan Lee McCrow Coxey, residents of Spartanburg, who were reported missing on December 22, 2015. They were also allegedly hired by Kohlhepp to work on his property. Kohlhepp later confessed to the Chesney shootings and the murders of 2 people whose bodies were found buried on his property. Kohlhepp was charged with 4 counts of murder in relation to Chesney shootings and 1 count of kidnapping in relation to Brown's abduction. He was later charged with 3 additional counts of murder for the murders of Carver and the Coxeys, along with 1 additional count of kidnapping and 3 counts of possession of a weapon during the commission of violent crime. On May 26, 2017, Kohlhepp pleaded guilty of 7 counts of murder, 2 counts of kidnapping and 1 count of criminal sexual assault, and was sentenced to 7 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Moving on to the next case. Tony Sharpless. Tony Lee Sharpless had a relatively normal upbringing. Born on December 27, 1979, in Downingtown, Pennsylvania, her father passed away when she was just 6 years old, and her mother later remarried. At 17, Tony gave birth to her only child, a daughter. By 2009, Tony and her 12-year-old daughter were living with her mother and stepfather in West Brandywine Township, Pennsylvania. Having graduated from Immaculata University 2 years earlier, Tony worked as an infectious disease nurse at Lancaster General Hospital. On the evening of August 23, 2009, at around 9:30 p.m., the 29-year-old left her home to meet a friend named Crystal Johns. The two had been friends since their teens but had recently reconnected after a 10-year estrangement. Tony's parents were worried about the outing, especially since she wasn't someone who often went out partying and preferred staying at home with her daughter. Though they were concerned, Tony's parents acknowledged that she hadn't had a night out in a long time and waved her off. After leaving home, Tony picked up Crystal, and the two women went to a nightclub called Ice, where they spent most of the evening. Around 2:57 a.m., Tony's daughter sent a text saying she couldn't sleep. Tony replied, telling her to get some rest and that she'd be home soon. Not long after, Tony and Crystal were invited to a house party at the home of a basketball player named Willie Green, who was staying in Penn Valley, Gladwin. However, just a few hours later, Tony began acting erratically and causing a disturbance at the party. She reportedly became upset with another guest, feeling as if people at the party were mocking her. In her frustration, she started kicking things and poured a bottle of champagne on the floor. As a result, both Tony and Crystal were asked to leave. Tony had worked a 12-hour shift earlier that day and had not slept for 36 hours. Due to Tony's significant drinking and the fact that she had attended rehab for a drink-driving incident in April 2009, Crystal attempted to take her keys in hopes of preventing her from driving home. However, Tony snatched the keys back, and the two drove a few blocks before a disagreement broke out. Crystal, concerned about Tony driving, argued with her, but Tony stopped the car and told Crystal to get out. Still crying and upset from the events at the party, Crystal left the car but thought Tony would eventually calm down and return for her. However, she didn't. About an hour later, Crystal called a relative to pick her up. Later that morning, Crystal called Tony's home and expressed her frustration to the family about being left stranded in the city with no way to get home. She also mentioned that she had some of Tony's belongings and would bring them over. It was then that she discovered Tony hadn't returned home, prompting Tony's mother, Donna Nabal, to contact the police. About 2 weeks after Tony was last seen in September of 2009, an automatic license plate reader in Camden, New Jersey recorded a hit on Tony's license plate number. However, the captured image showed only the plate and not the person driving the vehicle. By the time the police were notified of this hit, several days had passed, and although authorities searched for the car, they were unable to locate it. Tony's mobile has never been recovered and was turned off at around 4 a.m. on the morning of her disappearance. Additionally, there has been no activity on her bank accounts or credit cards since she went missing. Crystal told authorities that Tony's car was low on gas and it was possible she ran out on her way home or went in a different direction to go and get some before she returned home. Since she vanished, there have been several sightings of Tony in Lancaster and Philadelphia, both in Pennsylvania and Camden, New Jersey. All of the sightings occurred in areas known for drug use and prostitution, but none of them have ever been confirmed. During the initial investigation, Tony's friends and family made and distributed flyers while the police put out a bulletin for her car. In October of 2009, Dollar hired a private investigator named Eileen Law to help track down her missing daughter. Eileen took the case for a symbolic fee of $1 in order to make it legal before subsequently setting up a hotline and website specifically for the case. Numerous tips were phoned in, and there were lots of witness sightings of either Tony or her vehicle in various locations, but none of them ever led investigators to the missing 29-year-old, or even her car. One woman who came forward claimed to have seen an abandoned black sedan matching the description of Tony's vehicle in Camden under an overpass after crossing the Benjamin Franklin Bridge. This was around 1 o'clock in the morning after she finished her night shift job. Although she claims to have notified the police, the authorities have said they had no record of the call. This tip has fueled speculation that Tony's disappearance was connected with Camden. Her mother Donna said that Tony didn't have a great sense of direction, and she probably would have headed for the nearby Interstate 76 to get home. However, if she headed to the nearest entrance, it would have taken her eastbound, not westbound, which is what she would have needed to return home. The eastbound road would have taken her toward Camden and Philadelphia. Additionally, since Toni was short on gas and didn't have her ATM card, it has been suggested she might have had to rely on the help of strangers. Then, over 3 years after the 29-year-old went missing in December of 2012, the PI working on her case, Eileen Law, received a handwritten letter scribbled on yellow legal-size paper. It refers to Toni Sharpless, although notably Toni was spelled with a Y and not an I. The letter was postmarked November 29, 2012 in Trenton, New Jersey. The writer explained that they had attempted to give their information to the police in Philadelphia but were told it wasn't in their jurisdiction and thus were pointed in the direction of Eileen Law. The writer then claimed they were contacted by a friend at the end of September 2009 and were offered $5,000 to take a Pontiac Grand Prix, the same type of vehicle as Toni's, from Brooklawn, a borough in Camden, New Jersey, to a chop shop in Boston. The writer said they were also told they could have the license plates and were asked if they knew anyone in their late 20s who wanted a paper trip, offering a social security card to that person. The term paper trip, according to Eileen, refers to an attempt to create a new identity. It is a term that is mostly used by either law enforcement or criminals. As the letter writer needed money, they agreed to transport the car. After delivering it, they took the plates, wrote down the car vehicle's identification number, and cleared out the glove box where they found Toni's mobile. Upon returning to Camden, they received more information from their friend, who claimed that the car wasn't stolen but was missing. A friend of the writer's was allegedly a police officer who got into a fight with a girl. She died and needed to get the car out of Jersey. Afterwards, the writer had put the plates and social security number they had been given into a box before storing it away. But their daughter had recently rediscovered the belongings, prompting the writer to pen their anonymous letter. They included not only the vehicle's license plate number but also the last 5 digits of its identification number and Toni's phone number. Although Toni's license plate had been public information for quite some time, her phone number and VIN has never been made public, and the information contained in the letter was correct. It has been noted that anyone in law enforcement would have access to Toni's VIN, however. Around this same time, authorities received 2 tips that appeared encouraging but which both turned out to be hoaxes. The first allegedly came from someone at Canadian Security Intelligence Service. They claimed to have found both a vehicle and a woman matching Toni's description on property belonging to the agency, but it turned out this so-called tip had come from a false address and phone number. The Toronto police did not have any such woman in custody, nor did they have a car. The other lead came from a supposed deputy sheriff in South Dakota who said he'd recovered the Grand Prix, but officers at the department said that no one by that name worked there. It is believed that both of these calls came from the same person, although they have never been identified. In 2017, Eileen Law told the media that she believed the anonymous letter writer's account was plausible. A year before, she said that she had handed over the evidence to the police, who said it would be examined by forensic specialists. However, she has not heard anything back from authorities since, and has no idea what, if anything, they have done with the letter. One early theory in Toni's case was that while both drunk and exhausted, she drove her car down a boat ramp into a nearby river, but subsequent searches turned up no sign of the 29-year-old or her Pontiac Grand Prix. Meanwhile, Eileen Law has proposed that Toni is still alive but is involved with the drug and sex trade. Toni's family believe Crystal Jones may be involved, noting that she pleaded guilty to a harassment charge in 2005. Additionally, the family questioned her story. Another friend of Toni's said that she would never leave another woman alone on a dark street at night, and questioned why Crystal waited an hour before calling somebody to collect her. The 29-year-old's family also wondered if the text sent to her daughter was even from Toni herself, and have asked why the scene of the party was never examined for any signs of a crime. However, Crystal Johns has been ruled out as a suspect and passed a polygraph test. Both she and Willie Green have been described as cooperative and willing to help, and neither them nor anyone else who attended the party have ever been considered suspects. Eileen Law does not believe that Crystal was involved in Toni's disappearance. The 29-year-old Toni Lee Sharpless was last seen on August 23, 2009, when she left her friend behind in Gladwin, Pennsylvania, and drove off sometime around 5 a.m., although some reports from the Charlie Project state it was at 4:45 a.m. Tony is described as a white woman, 5 feet 5 inches tall, with blue-gray eyes and brown hair. When last seen, she weighed 135 pounds, had dyed her hair red, and was wearing a turquoise shirt, black tights, sandals, and turquoise earrings. Tony suffers from bipolar disorder and takes daily medication to manage her condition. It's possible she experienced a manic episode the night she disappeared. At the time, Tony was driving a black four-door 2002 Pontiac Grand Prix GT, with tinted windows and Pennsylvania license plate number DND 7772. If still alive, she would be 41 years old in December. If you have any information about Tony's disappearance, you can contact the West Brandywine Police Department at 610-380-8201 or the Lower Merion Township Police Department at 610-649-1000. Moving on to the next case. Bong Syubun. Syriacorn Syubun, affectionately called Bong by her family and friends, was an energetic and outgoing student at Beronia Heights College. Known for her deep passion for education, music, and dance, her life was tragically interrupted by an unexplained disappearance in June of 2011. This event left everyone who knew her, from her family in the Melbourne suburbs to people across all of Australia, desperately searching for answers amidst a sea of puzzling evidence. In an effort to provide more clarity based on available facts and situational analysis, this investigation delves into Bong Syubun's disappearance in the Beronia area, unraveling the mysteries that followed. Bong was born on December 30, 1997, just after Christmas, in Ubon Ratchathani, a province in northeastern Thailand. She was the second daughter in her family, following her older sibling, Syriacorn, or Pang as she was affectionately called. Unfortunately, the once happy family of 4 didn't remain intact for long. The relationship between Bong's mother and father deteriorated, and he eventually left when the girls were still quite young. As their father gradually faded from their lives, Bong and her sister Pang spent most of their time under the care of their mother, Vanessa. For several years, the sisters adjusted to their life with their mother until 2004, when Vanessa met Fred Patterson, an Australian traveler. Fred had fallen in love with Thai culture in the 1990s and made it a point to travel back and forth between Australia and Thailand every year. During one of these visits, Fred and Vanessa unexpectedly connected, and their friendship blossomed into a deep, healthy relationship. Over the next 2 years, the couple maintained a long-distance relationship, and in 2006, Fred moved to Thailand, intending to stay permanently after he and Vanessa married. Both Bong and Pang embraced Fred's presence in their lives, welcoming him as a loving father figure. Fred referred to them as his own daughters, and they cherished the connection with him. However, despite the strong familial bonds, the financial side of their new marriage struggled. Fred and Vanessa attempted to start a small business manufacturing awnings, but the venture faced significant challenges. Unfortunately, the market proved too sparse for the venture to succeed, and the promising business quickly fell into failure. In an effort to lessen the family's losses, Fred returned to Australia and worked as a fitter for a Cadbury factory in Victoria. In 2008, Vanessa, Pang, and Bong joined him in Australia, and the couple worked tirelessly to secure a better future for the girls. Vanessa found a job to support the family, ensuring that the sisters would receive a proper education while she and Fred worked toward the dream of eventually returning to Thailand. As a result, Pang and Bong were enrolled in the Beronia Heights School District, located in the bustling suburb of Beronia in Melbourne, Victoria. Bong began 4th grade at Beronia Heights Primary School and quickly made friends, one of whom was Jaya Mihaljevic. Jaya remained close with Bong throughout primary school and into high school. Jaya later described Bong to reporters as an incredibly kind and compassionate young woman. She shared that Bong always radiated happiness, rarely losing her smile. This joyful spirit was one of the reasons Bong could make friends so easily, and it was why she and Jaya got along so well. Bong had no fear and embraced challenges and new experiences without hesitation. Although she was naturally reserved, she was incredibly polite, and once she became comfortable in a new environment, she would thrive, radiating energy and joy. Another friend, Layla Preston, would later describe how Bong genuinely enjoyed school, feeding off the creativity of others while nurturing her own imagination. While Bong excelled in mathematics and science, her true passions lay in the arts, particularly dance and drama. At the time, her favorite artist was Justin Bieber, alongside various K-pop groups. In 2011, Bong had been rehearsing a dance routine with J.M.I., which she had choreographed herself. This project was particularly close to her heart, and J.M.I. could sense Bong's excitement about showcasing their hard work. This was why J.M.I. struggled to comprehend the events that unfolded later that June, when Bong disappeared on a seemingly normal Thursday morning walk to school. It was a quiet, unsettling moment in the streets of Boronia under the early morning sun. Now, let's review the timeline of events leading up to the unsolved disappearance of Bong Syubun. Since her high school years began, Bong had been walking to Boronia Heights College on her own, a routine that was permitted by both her mother and stepfather. The Syubun family lived on Elsie Street, just a short 10-minute walk from the school. It was a familiar and easy route for Bong, and she often made the trek alongside her classmates and close friends, including Taylor and, of course, J.M.I. J.M.I. and Bong even had a spot at a nearby park where they would meet on their way to and from school, sometimes sharing snacks or chatting about the latest happenings. However, on the morning of June 2, 2011, Taylor told her brother that she was going to walk with him to school when he asked if she wanted to head to Bong's house and walk together instead. It wasn't unusual for Taylor to walk with her brother, as she and Bong didn't always walk to school together. That same Thursday morning, Bong's alarm clock went off sometime after 7 a.m. She got out of bed, put on her usual school uniform, and had egg rice soup for breakfast. Around 8 a.m., Bong's stepfather Fred returned home from his graveyard shift at the Cadbury factory. He went into a back room while Bong continued getting ready for the day. By 8:30 a.m., Bong said goodbye to Fred and left the house, just as she did every other school day. A short time later, a neighbor spotted Bong heading east down their road toward Albert Avenue. The neighbor would later tell authorities that Bong appeared to be in good spirits and showed no signs of distress, dressed in her usual school uniform and a blue raincoat. This would be the last confirmed sighting of Bong Syubun. A few minutes after that, it is assumed that Bong reached the end of Elsie Street where it meets the busy Albert Avenue. She crossed through traffic every day and was likely heading southwest, making her usual right turn. After walking 1 block along Albert Avenue, Bong is thought to have turned left onto Harcourt Road, a quieter, less busy street compared to Albert Avenue. At 8:55 a.m., another neighbor reportedly spotted Bong walking along Harcourt Road near the intersection with the Monco Street cul-de-sac. This spot was just 130 meters from the gate at the end of Monco Street, which led to Boronia Heights College, the school Bong and her friends would enter each morning. It remains uncertain whether Bong ever reached that gate that day, and the Harcourt Road sighting was never confirmed by the police. When school began, both Boronia Heights College staff and Bong's friends assumed she was absent for the day, as her excellent attendance record suggested no reason for her to miss class. Due to this assumption, Bong's parents, Vanita and Fred, believed she had made it to school safely, and no alarms were raised throughout the day. It wasn't until around 3:40 p.m. that afternoon when Vanita began to wonder where Bong was, noting that her daughter was usually home by that time. As the clock struck 4 p.m., the phone rang at the Syubun household. Fred answered the call, expecting nothing out of the ordinary, only to be surprised when he heard J.M.I. Hillard's voice on the other end. J.M.I. asked Fred if she could speak with Bong to catch up on what she missed and discuss what was coming up at school. Fred, confused, asks why J.M.I. hadn't spoken to Bong earlier at school, to which J.M.I. explains that Bong had never shown up. It's then that both J.M.I. and Bong's parents realize, to their shock, that Bong has gone missing without anyone noticing. Within minutes, Vanita and Fred rush to their car and head to Boronia Heights College. There, the principal confirms that Bong was absent that day. At 4:20 p.m., the distressed couple arrives at the Knox police station. The officers advise them to contact all relatives and close friends to see if Bong might have gone to stay with someone. However, their efforts to reach anyone familiar with Bong yield no results. Undeterred, Vanessa and Fred visit Jarmai and ask her to help contact Bong's friends later that evening to gather more information. Jarmai suggests checking the park where Bong and she often met on their way to and from school, but there is no sign of Bong there either. Throughout the night of June 2nd and into the early hours of June 3rd, Vanessa and Fred go to each of Bong's friends' houses in person, desperately hoping for any updates or clues. Nobody shares anything useful, and after the round-robin of cold calls, the distressed couple return to Knox Police Station. As the day of June 3rd progresses, an official search goes underway. The Knox PD canvasses the area, knocking on the door of every neighborhood home while distributing missing persons flyers across the town and its neighboring suburbs. The streets are rapidly filled with search and rescue volunteers. By the time the evening news rolls around, multiple broadcast stations have heard about the hunt for Bong Syubun and blast her story on all the major networks. Reporters are diligent in asking the public for help, and it seems a real momentum is building. Over the next few days, the investigators pore over hours upon hours of CCTV footage from area cameras found at local businesses and public transportation stations. They also pay visits to all registered sex offenders in Victoria, feeling more and more that Bong's disappearance is at the hands of a kidnapper. The days turn to weeks and authorities send officers into the Dandenong Rangers National Park and other mountainous woodlands to search for Bong. Despite multiple attempts, no clues are pulled from the nature reserves or hiking trails. Around the same time in late June of 2011, two separate teenage girls come forward with testimonies relating to kidnapping attempts in the days after Bong went missing. However, either story is believed to be related to Bong's case after one was proven to be a hoax. In October of that year, for months after Bong's vanishing, police put together the Puma Task Force, a special rank of detectives to focus on the manhunt for Bong Syubun. Puma is the first major focus group in a police investigation since 2003 in Melbourne, Australia. Over the next 2 years, the Puma Task Force receives over 900 calls, investigates 250 known sex offenders, searches over 1,000 homes, and collects over 1,100 pieces of evidence. However, they find nothing substantial and the case continues to grow cold. In October of 2013, the task force is shut down and all of its files and findings are handed back to homicide detectives of local police ranks. Years go by and various leads are presented to investigators, yet a lot of the calls are proven to be hoaxes, including false confessions made by Melbourne locals. On the 5-year anniversary of Bong's disappearance, police turned to the public asking for help in clearing up a couple of alleged sightings of Bong back in June of 2011. However, nothing of merit comes through. In the years following Bong's disappearance, both law enforcement and her friends and family have remained determined to find answers. They continue to believe that someone knows what happened to the 13-year-old schoolgirl and have offered a $1 million reward for information leading to her discovery. Detectives and sleuths alike work tirelessly, hoping for that breakthrough that will reveal what happened to Bong. As with many missing persons cases involving children, Bong's case saw an outpouring of potential sightings in the days following her disappearance, many of which were reported by concerned citizens who had noticed something unusual. These reports were often based on fleeting impressions and lack solid evidence, as is common when tragedy strikes a community and emotions run high. However, not all reports can be dismissed. In June 2016, detectives revealed 2 separate testimonies that caught their attention. Both accounts shared strikingly similar details, involving a man with various tattoos and a white car. Both sightings occurred between 15 and 30 minutes after Bong left her home in the Boronia suburb on the morning she vanished. The first of these sightings took place around 8:45 a.m., approximately 15 minutes after Bong's departure. The witness reportedly saw a young Asian girl matching Bong's appearance looking out the back window of a white Ford Falcon, either an EA or an EF manufactured sometime between 1988 and 1996. The white car was seen heading east at the intersection of Boronia Road and Floreston Road, driven by an older white male in his 50s or 60s, sporting slicked back brown hair in a rock and roll style and tattoos all over his arms, including a noticeably colorful tattoo on the upper section of his left arm near the shoulder. There are also some reports that state the driver was wearing a blue singlet. However, this has not been confirmed. The second sighting took place around 15 minutes after the first, between 8:45 a.m. and 9 a.m. on June 2nd, likely 30 minutes after Bong left home. The big difference with this testimony is it came near the town of Rowville on Napoleon Road, an area roughly 9 to 10 kilometers south of Boronia. The eyewitness told police they saw a girl matching Bong's description sitting in the passenger seat of a white station wagon as it progressed through the morning traffic. From memory, the witness described the white vehicle as a Holden HQ Kingswood, an older model originating from somewhere between 1971 and 1973. The driver of the station wagon was also a white male, but appearing to be more middle-aged in his 30s or 40s. The witness couldn't tell if the man was balding or just had incredibly light-colored hair, but did mention he showed tattoos covering his neck and arms like sleeves. What he was wearing couldn't be discerned either. While most investigators believe that these sightings are separate instances and likely disconnected, they could technically be of the same car, driver, and horrifyingly enough, the same passenger, Bong. If the first sighting did occur at 8:45 a.m., it's possible that it could have made its way southbound on the Napoleon Road and headed towards Rowville by 9 a.m. in order for the second sighting to take place. We have checked various mapping and GPS resources, and at least in 2020 conditions, the drive from the intersection of Boronia and Florestan Road to the southernmost point of Napoleon Road at 8:45 a.m. on a weekday commute is between 11 and 15 minutes. We assume the traffic patterns haven't changed drastically enough since 2011 to suggest it wouldn't have been possible 9 years ago on the morning of June 2nd to make this trip, thus providing the possibility that the first and second sightings are of the same vehicle. It is also worth considering one of the witnesses misread the make and model of the car or didn't get a good enough look at the driver to properly account for their age and hairstyle. That being said, a Kingswood station wagon and a 1988 Ford Falcon really don't look too much alike, and suggesting someone mistook a 60-year-old man with slicked back dark hair for a 35-year-old man with short blonde hair seems a little far-fetched. Thus, we don't firmly believe the sightings to be connected or reflecting of the same situation. However, we, like the police, do believe there are good odds that at least one of them could involve the real-life Bong Syubun. We therefore ask that if anyone recognizes these descriptions of either the white cars and or the tattooed men, please reach out to the proper authorities. These sightings have not been ruled out as of today and could be the major clue to taking the next step in finding Bong and bringing closure. Let's now take a look at the most prominent theories surrounding the unsolved disappearance of Bong Syubun. Like many missing children and teen cold cases, parents and guardians are always questioned in the early days of an investigation. As history suggests, many kids who disappear do so at the hands of their caretaker or family member. Thus, the first person both police and bystanders alike looked to for possible suspicion was Fred Patterson, Bong's stepfather and paternal role model. An anonymous source, most likely a fellow Boronia neighborhood resident, tipped off authorities that they had witnessed Fred digging around their LC Street home in the weeks that followed Bong's disappearance. When law enforcement approached Fred as a suspect, he happily complied, and he and Vanita allowed detectives to search every nook and cranny of their home, including excavation around their property. Police found zero evidence to suggest either parent was responsible or held any troubling secrets, and authorities thanked them for their openness and cooperation. However, it didn't dampen the whispers spreading around town that Fred was up to no good. With many people questioning without fair evidence his motives in embedding himself in Thai culture and bringing back 3 women to Australia with him. There were suspicions that Fred had hidden motives in his relationship with his wife and 2 daughters, fueled by prejudice and insecurities surrounding interracial marriage. As the case developed, these biases gave rise to elaborate theories, some even suggesting Fred might be involved in Bong's disappearance. However, the investigation quickly shifted focus, and police considered Bong's birth father, still living in Thailand, as a potential suspect. International law enforcement agencies were brought in to trace this lead, but ultimately, it led nowhere, and Bong's father was cleared of any involvement just as swiftly as he was initially suspected. By the end of June 2011, it was clear that Bong had not disappeared voluntarily. She had likely been abducted. As the case progressed into July, investigators began to believe they were dealing with a serial kidnapper operating in the Melbourne suburbs. 2 young women came forward with testimonies about attempted kidnappings in the weeks surrounding Bong's disappearance. The first report came from a 16-year-old girl in Ringwood, a town just 10 minutes away from Boronia. On June 21, 2011, she told police that a blue sedan had pulled up alongside her as she walked along Ringwood Road. The male driver had rolled down his window and tried to entice her into the car, but the girl refused, and the driver continued down the road, pulling into the hard shoulder ahead of her. The girl continued walking, and as she passed the blue sedan, the male driver exited the car and grabbed her arm from behind. In a stunning feat of courage, the 16-year-old girl fought off the would-be abductor, scratching and clawing at the offender until he let go. Once out of his grip, the girl sprinted into the nearby shrubbery and camouflaged herself from the man's view. A few moments later, he got back into his blue sedan and drove away, never to be seen again. When describing the man to authorities, the girl said he was in his late 50s or early 60s, sporting dark-colored clothes, graying hair, and most notably, decaying teeth. The best comparison she could make with his appearance in general was to that of a man from Southern European descent. From a broader perspective, the timing of the abduction attempt did not sit well with investigators who were worried about a serial offender. However, other detectives pointed out the more detailed inconsistencies. While the two neighborhoods are close in comparison with the rest of the country, Bong was Asian, while this girl was white. In addition, Bong's disappearance came in the early morning, where this girl was approached in the afternoon. Of course, these points didn't disprove any connection, but it was enough to raise the eyebrows of everyone involved. Then came the second testimony that seemed to confirm everyone's worst nightmare. Just over a week later, on June 29th, a second young girl alerted authorities of an attempted abduction. This girl was just 11 years old but was of Asian descent and lived in Boronia as well, even knowing Bong personally from playing around the neighborhood. The specific details of the kidnapping attempt were not clarified. However, law enforcement did say they were similar to the Ringwood case and released a sketch of the alleged perpetrator as described by the 11-year-old girl. The man was older, in the same age range as the Ringwood offender, wore a matching red and dark gray sweatsuit as well as white-rimmed glasses, and most creepily of all, a surgical mask. After the public caught a glimpse of the disguised attacker, Boronia skyrocketed around Melbourne at large. Children were no longer allowed outside by themselves, and the streets were patrolled by cops and citizens alike, all hoping to get their hands on this newly arrived serial kidnapper haunting the Boronia area. A tremendous amount of resources by the Knox Police Department was put forth into this specific investigation, with the details between Bong and the second girl's cases signaling to even the most expert officials that a serious situation had surfaced. That was until the first week of July 2011, when the 11-year-old girl revealed to her parents, and then to police, that she had fabricated her entire story regarding the attempted abduction. There was no man in the surgical mask, and everyone was left right back where they started. So despite this false lead, is it possible there was a serial criminal active in the streets of Melbourne that summer of 2011? While it can't be ruled out, it's now thought to be highly unlikely. The only known cases of missing teenage girls, or at least attempts of such to happen in that area and at that time, were the cases of Bong Syubun and the unidentified 16-year-old Caucasian girl a week later. Without the support of a third abduction, there were too many holes between the other two profiles to draw a concrete connection. Serial kidnappers almost always target victims of the same race and with the same modus operandi, such as a preferred time of day. It may not seem like a big deal that the Ringwood girl was just 3 years older, but the contrast of physical appearance between a 13-year-old Asian girl and a 16-year-old Caucasian girl would be too great to draw meaningful conclusions. Had there been other attempts, more data points could be infused in the analysis to show investigators if there truly was a boogeyman-like character prowling the neighborhoods. But as it stands, we must conclude that the Ringwood abduction attempt was probably not related to Bong's disappearance, and was at the hands of a different perpetrator. So of course, we arrive at the grand question: who could that perpetrator be? Australia isn't necessarily known for its long history with serial killers or disastrous rates of violent crime, but it still has its fair share of criminals and potential repeat offenders. The most oft-theorized connection in regards to Bong is that of infamous child serial rapist, Mr. Cruel, whose horrifying moniker needs very little explanation. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, Mr. Cruel was an anonymous Australian man who broke into the houses of 3 young girls, an unidentified 11-year-old girl from Lower Plenty, 10-year-old Sharon Wills of Ringwood, and 13-year-old Nicola Linus of Canterbury, and gagged, binded, and assaulted them, sometimes kidnapping them to an undisclosed location before releasing them in a nondescript public location hours later. All 3 cases happened under the cloak of darkness between 11:30 p.m. and 5:30 a.m., all in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. Mr. Cruel never left behind forensic evidence and conducted covert surveillance on each family before breaking into their homes. He was so intelligent, he used red herrings to distract police and throw off detectives while threatening to kill his victims if they acted up during his attacks. Mr. Cruel was known for his tailored black balaclava he wore during one of his crimes, as depicted in the widely circulated and spine-chilling police sketch, and has had over $1 million worth of rewards offered by police for any information that might lead to his identification or arrest. He was the Australian version of the Golden State Killer, and thought to have had over a dozen other victims before the 3 confirmed and connected rapes starting in 1987. Another suspected victim of Mr. Cruel came in the fall of 1991 when, on April 13th, an unidentified male abducted 13-year-old Carmine Chan of Templestowe, a classmate of an earlier victim, Nicola Linus. Carmine had been taken at knife point, but unlike the other 3 confirmed victims, she wasn't found until a year later, when her body was discovered with 3 gunshot wounds to the head. To this day, authorities have neither confirmed nor denied a connection between Mr. Cruel and Carmine's unsolved murder. But until it solves, the similarities have to be taken into account. Carmine was of the same age as the other girls, lived in the same area as the other girls, and was taken at knife points and killed by a handgun, the 2 weapons preferred by Mr. Cruel during his reign of terror. The only major difference was that Carmine was of Asian descent, doubling as the sign that Bong could be a victim of Mr. Cruel too. While it took place 20 years after the peak of Mr. Cruel's crimes, Bong disappeared in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne without a trace, hinting that her kidnapper had planned her abduction. So it would appear to have happened in an instant with 0 witnesses. If Carmine was indeed killed by Mr. It's possible that the case could have marked the beginning of a serial predator targeting young Asian schoolgirls, following a pattern similar to that of many serial criminals who evolve from rapists to murderers, much like the Golden State Killer. However, there are several factors that argue against any involvement from Mr. Cruel. The biggest point is his usual operating pattern. Mr. Cruel typically committed his crimes under the cover of darkness, spacing his attacks a year or 2 apart in order to gather information about his victims before striking. Additionally, he did not strike again for decades, and there was no sign of his presence in the Melbourne area between the turn of the millennium and 2011. Bong was taken in broad daylight, during rush hour, on semi-busy streets in a neighborhood where many residents were awake and alert. For Mr. Cruel to have changed his methods to such a drastic degree, and after so many years, would be illogical unless he had spent the 2 decades in hiding, building the courage to attack during the day without his trademark balaclava. This makes it unlikely that Mr. Cruel was involved in Bong's case. There are simply too many differences between the timing of his known crimes and Bong's abduction. That being said, we must ask if there could be other notorious individuals in the Melbourne area responsible for Bong's disappearance. One such person of interest emerged in August 2012, when a 24-year-old Australian man called the police claiming to have inside knowledge about Bong Syubun's fate. The man admitted to accidentally hitting Bong with his car the morning of July 2, 2011, and disposing of her body by burying her at a local reserve instead of alerting the authorities due to fear of persecution. However, there simply wasn't enough information to keep him in confinement, and he was released after his confession. Then 2 months later, in October of 2012, the 24-year-old was detained and interrogated once again, but for whatever reason was released a second time without enough proof to keep him imprisoned. By the end of the year, law enforcement announced the man was no longer considered a major suspect after securing no other information to support his claim. Man could not provide any hard proof that he had hit Bong, and when he led the cops to the reserve where her body was supposedly buried, the detectives found absolutely no forensic or even circumstantial evidence to support his claim. They even compounded the man's vehicle that was said to have been involved but once more found nothing. The person of interest tag was still applied, but according to the task force, his confession was doubted and the team moved on to pursue other leads. In all honesty, that's probably the smartest move. For a man to hit and kill a young girl on her walk to school, it would have had to happen on a busy road where the man could have been going speeds high enough to inflict death. The only road Bong traveled that could theoretically cause this was busy enough that not even the most skilled criminal could have snuck the body away without anyone seeing or leaving behind any physical clues and then burying the body miles away in a public reserve. This man was more than likely mentally ill, looking for the spotlight in some ill sense, and made a false confession to gain attention. He may still be a person of interest in the eyes of the police, but we fully believe his testimony to be a real-world red herring. Too many high-profile cold cases see their fair share of people coming forward with manufactured information to gain 15 minutes of fame. And this is regrettably one of those instances. Another person of interest was first detailed by the folks over at Unsolved on their own profiling of Bong's disappearance. They posited the theory that noted serial rapist and murderer, Gregory Keith Davies, could somehow be involved. Davies' criminal background began all the way back in 1968 with convictions of fraud and larceny, then exploded into attempted murder with intent to cause grievous bodily harm in 1971 against a 14-year-old girl. Davies was acquitted on the basis of insanity claims by the defense and held under detainment by the governor until November of 1982. His release then led to the rape and murder of Kylie Marbury, a 6-year-old girl, 2 years later in 1984. However, because Davies could provide an alibi, police never collected his DNA after interviewing him, and he walked free for over 30 years. Until in 2016, authorities finally recovered a DNA sample and matched it with DNA found at Mabry's crime scene. Davies pleaded guilty to imprisonment, rape, and murder charges a year later, and he now sits in prison without the chance of parole until 2045. Davies is an interesting suspect because of the wide range of open timeline in which he could have committed other child murders. Various brave women have come forward in the few years since his arrest claiming to have survived multiple assaults at the hands of Davies. Police are on their side too, understanding Davies to probably be the perpetrator of numerous other crimes, including those left unsolved. While Davies hasn't confessed to anything related to Bong, his unknown activity during the time she vanished as well as his age range in selecting victims could point to him being a credible suspect. There's also another unsettling connection between Davies and Bong's case. If you'll remember the 2 sightings of Bong we previously examined, you'll remember how both of those sightings involved a white vehicle and a male driver. Well, it just so happens in the 30 years between detainments, Davies has been confirmed to have owned and operated an older modeled white Holden HQ station wagon. Now Davies does not match the description of the driver in the Holden station wagon from the second Bunny sighting, but he does match the driver in the first sighting who drove a like-modeled white sedan. Davies does not have a colorful tattoo. However, it is not outside the realms of possibility that the details of these 2 sightings were inaccurate and that the white car that was driven by a man in his 60s was a Holden HQ. Davies would have been 62 in 2011 and could have been wearing something around his neck that could appear as a tattoo from a brief glimpse of someone who saw him driving by. While it is undeniably enticing to believe Davies was the man in the sightings and Bong was the girl in the back seat of the white car, it is also a textbook example of coincidental circumstance. Keep in mind that Davies was active in the northern Melbourne suburbs about 30 kilometers northwest of the Baronian neighborhoods. Yes, it certainly is possible that he could have been active in surrounding communities, but it also would have required unbelievable amounts of stealth and learning of the Baronia streets and traffic patterns. Again, the potential does exist, but it would require us to accept that Davies avoided leaving a single trace of evidence as a 62-year-old man when he was unable to do so in previous murders as a younger, more able-bodied person. Of course, this is all speculation, but until he is proven otherwise, Davies must still be considered as a strong person of interest. And because he is still alive, the chance of a confession exists if he is indeed guilty. Before we divulge our hypothesis of Bong Syubun's unsolved disappearance, we want to make known that our conclusions are purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstance, and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each episode, and we do not attempt to promise certainty or an expert guarantee on the findings we reach in closing. We simply observe, research, and report. In the case of Bong Syubun, we agree with investigators that Bong was kidnapped from the streets of her route to school by a skilled and highly intelligent criminal with a sick perversion for her specifically. How did this person find and single out Bong? It is hard to say. It was well known by police and Bong's friends and family that she was active on social media and the internet at large, owning more than one Facebook account and always online in her spare time on the computer. While experts who dissected her social media accounts and browser history say there was nothing suspicious to suggest she met someone online, it's also possible someone found one of her profiles and started stalking her digitally. If not, whoever it was, the kidnapper could also have lived in one of the neighborhoods traversed by Bong on her way to school. The offender most likely followed her discreetly each day either on foot or by car, absorbing the atmospheric conditions and making detailed notes of the schedules of those around them. They probably canvassed the streets like this for weeks, maybe even months, making sure that they had her patterns down to a T and was 100% confident they could strike when no one was looking. Then they waited for the perfect opportunity when the weather was bad to keep less wandering neighbors inside and less traffic on the roads. In addition, the perpetrator had to have known Bong walked with friends and thus needed a morning when she walked alone in order to avoid any witnesses. When June 2nd came and the rains fell and Bong isolated herself on her final journey to Beronia Heights College, tragedy struck like a bolt of lightning, with the monster themselves implementing infinite hours of planning to commit the unthinkable crime. So who could this evil kidnapper be? We believe that rather than a serial offender, this specific perpetrator was only targeting Bong specifically. And while they may have been a petty criminal previously, they weren't snatching children off the street left and right. Could this kidnapper have been the same man who attempted to take that 16-year-old girl on June 21st? It cannot be ruled out. However, this person was probably only interested in Bong, explaining why there was no string of similar disappearances in Beronia or Melbourne at large around that time frame. It could have been a teacher at school, a close but not too close family friend, a neighbor with their blinds closed and one eye looking out. It could have been and probably is someone who the police overlooked who doesn't have an obvious record that screams child abductor. And that may be the most frightening of all. The Bong was taken at the hands of someone still among us who appears to be someone just like you or I, never suspected to be holding a dark, deadly secret. Whoever it is, they most likely left Melbourne to avoid local police and making a mistake, now watching from a distance, telling themselves they've won when they most certainly have not. Together with combined courage and persistence, we can put a spotlight on whoever that person is and find Bong Syubun hopefully alive to bring her home to a family and community whose only wish is for justice. In the midst of the uncertainty surrounding Bong's disappearance, it is important to remember the brightness of her life and the many ways in which she touched the world. Bong was not just an exceptional student, but also an insightful artist and a compassionate friend. Her passion for life was evident in all she did. She adored the beach, spending hours swimming in the waters behind her grandparents' home, where the sunlight reflected off the ocean in the same way her eyes sparkled with wonder. Bong expressed herself through both drawing and dance, pouring her creativity into vibrant works that spoke to her soul. Beyond her own personal endeavors, Bong was always ready to lend a hand. She enjoyed gardening on weekends and sharing joyful moments with her friends, like ice cream sundaes. What stood out the most about Bong was her ability to find happiness effortlessly and connect with anyone around her. She lifted up those who needed it, offering support without hesitation. Bong Syubun was on a path to making an impact on her community and the world, one filled with boundless potential. Her kind heart and vibrant spirit would have left a lasting legacy. As we continue searching for answers, we must hold on to the hope that she will be found, and one day, her promise will be realized. Moving on to the next case. Charlene Cheryl Hammock. Charlene Cheryl Hammock was an 18-year-old woman living with her parents in Thomaston, Georgia. In the fall of 1981, Cheryl decided to join a traveling fair to make some money and explore the country. She regularly called her family 3 to 4 times a week after joining the fair. However, one day she told them that she had met someone and planned to move to Texas. She mentioned she would return at Christmas and asked them to leave a gift for her under the tree. After that conversation, Cheryl stopped calling, and her family grew concerned when they hadn't heard from her in over a week. She never returned to celebrate the Christmas she had mentioned. A few months later, the family received Cheryl's wallet and driver's license in the mail, but there was no return address. This prompted her mother to report Cheryl missing to the authorities. Despite the ongoing investigation into her disappearance, the family received no updates on the case for several years. In October of 1981, the body of an unidentified woman was found beside a small dirt lane entrance to a cornfield in Dixie, Georgia. The victim was covered slightly with freshly cut branches and foliage to hide her. The police determined that she had been stabbed in the abdomen and strangled. There was no identification found at the crime scene. They determined that the victim was a young white woman, about 5 feet 2 inches tall, weighing about 8 pounds 105 with shoulder brown hair and hazel eyes. They estimated that she was somewhere between 18 and 24 years old. Without any leads as to the woman's identity, she was buried in a grave with a headstone which read, "Known only to God." She also had a forensic sketch, which the police drew during the investigation, carved into the slab. Soon, a witness told the police that a motorhome with Alabama license plates had been seen near the crime scene. Police found the motorhome and arrested a man named George Newsom. The motorhome was later found to be stolen from another state. Police searched the motorhome and found a rope that they believed matched the one which was used to strangle the young lady. They also found the knife that was used to murder her. Initially, George refused to cooperate with investigators and said he had nothing to do with the murder. About a week after his arrest, George escaped from the Brooks County Jail and remained a fugitive for 2 years. He was finally caught on January 13, 1983. Upon his recapture, he confessed to her murder but did not disclose her identity. George said that he had met the woman at a traveling fair in Tallahassee, Florida. He said that he had argued with her about another man and killed her in Quitman. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life in prison. He died on August 10, 1998 from natural causes, but he never disclosed the young woman's identity. The case went cold for 3 decades. The police tried everything to try and identify the woman, but to no avail. Then on Halloween in 2018, 37 years after her murder, the police received a tip from a woman named Kayla Bishop that the unidentified woman resembled her childhood friend, known to her as Cheryl Hammock. She told them that Cheryl had gone missing in 1981 after traveling with a fair. Kayla had seen the sketch on Facebook and reached out to the police with a tip. After following up on the lead, the police contacted Cheryl's surviving family members, including her mother and sisters. The details surrounding Cheryl's disappearance, as provided by her family, aligned with the investigation. The victim's body was exhumed, and an extensive DNA test was conducted over the course of more than a year, using samples provided by Cheryl's family. On January 9, 2020, the unidentified woman was officially confirmed to be Charlene Cheryl Hammock. The case, which had remained unsolved for 37 years, was finally closed, bringing much-needed closure to her family. Moving on to the next case. Daisy Mae Tallman. On November 26, 2008, skeletal remains of an unknown female were discovered just west of White Swan in Yakima County, Washington. The Yakima National Tribal Police and Yakima County Coroner's Office worked together to investigate the case, following all available leads. Although forensic DNA testing was attempted, the remains did not provide a usable DNA profile. With no leads left, the case went cold, and the woman was eventually referred to as the Yakima County Jane Doe. In 2022, with advancements in DNA technology, the Yakima County Coroner's Office partnered with Othram, a Texas-based laboratory, to utilize advanced DNA testing to identify the woman. The remains were sent to Othram, where scientists successfully extracted a usable DNA profile. The Washington State Attorney General's office funded Othram's DNA testing efforts. The laboratory employed forensic-grade genome sequencing to create a detailed DNA profile. Through an investigation by the Yakima County Coroner's Office, a familial reference DNA sample was provided, and Othram used familial testing to confirm the suspected relationship between the reference sample and the DNA profile of the unknown woman. This whole process finally led to the Yakima County Coroner's Office being able to announce that the Jane Doe is Daisy Mae Tallman on January 4, 2023. She was born on January 10, 1958. Daisy was staying with family in the White Swan area of the Yakima Indian Reservation at the time of her disappearance. Her keys and backpack were later found in the closed area of the reservation, known as Soda Springs. Daisy was a citizen of the Confederated Tribes and Bands of the Yakama Nation. Daisy was last seen on August 30th and was reported missing on October 29, 1987. She would have been 29 years old at the time she went missing. The Yakima County Coroner's Office offered their condolences to the family and friends of Daisy. Investigators are still trying to find out what happened after she disappeared that led to her body being found. Daisy's name is included among 16 other indigenous women whose bodies were found or declared missing from the Yakima Reservation between 1980 and 1992. Moving on to the next case. Daniel G. Garza Gonzalez. On March 13, 1973, a man's lifeless body was discovered by fishermen floating in the Saginaw River near Zilwaukee, Michigan. Autopsy results revealed that the man had been shot 7 times and had sustained blunt force trauma to the back of his head. The medical examiner believed he had been knocked down, shot, and discarded approximately 6 weeks before his body was found. With no further leads for detectives to follow, the man was buried as John Doe within a year. The case went cold until 2020, when the Michigan State Police Cold Case Team and their Missing Persons Coordination Unit decided to reopen the investigation. They exhumed the body for advanced DNA testing and sent the remains to the Michigan State University Department of Anthropology for re-examination. In late 2021, with the help of the nonprofit DNA Doe Project Inc., previously collected hair samples and a new bone sample from the John Doe were sent to Estrella Forensics in Santa Cruz, California, for forensic genetic genealogy. In 2022, a potential familial match was discovered, with the DNA Doe Project aiding in the connection. The match linked the remains to a family in Beeville, Texas. With the assistance of the Texas Rangers, the family was notified of the possible identification, and DNA reference samples were obtained from several relatives and sent to the FBI DNA lab for comparison. The FBI confirmed that the remains were those of Daniel G. Garza Gonzalez. He was 28 years old when his life was taken. The identification was announced on January 5, 2023. Daniel was a Vietnam War veteran who was wounded during the conflict. After returning to America, he left Fort Worth, Texas, hoping to find work in Flint, Michigan. His family never heard from him again. Forensic genealogist and team leader, Corrine Binder of the DNA Doe Project had this to say: "We are thankful that when we reached an impasse in our research, some cousins of Daniel stepped up to help by submitting DNA and uploading it to GeneMatch to assist our team in identifying him. Our team will put in as many hours as it takes until the case is solved. Anyone with information about Daniel's slaying is asked to call Michigan State Police Detective Sergeant Bill Arndt at 989-615-6257. Moving on to the next case. Daryl O'Donnell. In the early hours of October 20, 1990, police in Mountain View, California, responded to a fight at a local scene. Upon arrival, they found 27-year-old Daryl O'Donnell suffering from a stab wound. He was rushed to the hospital but did not survive his injuries. Witnesses provided a vague description of the suspect, but it did not lead to an arrest. At the crime scene, investigators discovered blood that did not belong to Daryl, most likely that of the person who had fatally stabbed him. Recently, Sergeant Dave Fisher submitted this evidence to the county crime lab. A few weeks later, DNA analysis linked a name to the blood. Officials at the Santa Clara County District Attorney's Office reviewed the case and gave approval to close it. The suspect was identified as Sunnyvale resident John Snowgrass. However, no arrests could be made as John passed away in 2002. Lisa O'Donnell, Daryl's sister, expressed gratitude in a statement, thanking the Mountain View Police for bringing closure to the family. "It's just amazing to find out this news after so many years, and we are so thankful for answered prayers," she said. Daryl had a God-given gift of entertaining and talking to people, she added. He had a great sense of humor, and just loved making people laugh. He just loved life and people loved being part of his life. Sergeant Dave Fisher, who had a very important part to play in the case being solved, now had this to say: "It always feels like there is one more chance, one more opportunity to try and solve a case. This is what we work towards every day in this unit. It is always a small comfort to be able to go and tell a family, finally." Moving on to the next case. Darryn Johnson. 9-year-old Darryn Johnson lived in Nampa, Idaho, in 1982. On February 21st, at 8 a.m., she was walking 6 blocks from her home to Lincoln Elementary School but never arrived. 3 days later, her body was discovered by fishermen in a drainage ditch along the Snake River. She had been indecently assaulted and drowned. Male hair and DNA were recovered from the crime scene. In March 1983, police questioned Charles Fain, whose hair closely matched the samples found on the body. Fain also owned a car that resembled one seen near the crime scene and lived just a block away from the Johnson family. However, Fain denied any involvement in the crime. He passed a polygraph test but was still charged with the crime. During Fain's trial, prosecutors also referenced a shoe print near the body that might have belonged to him. 2 jailhouse informants testified that they overheard Fain confess to the crime, and both received reduced sentences in exchange for their testimony. Fain, however, insisted that he was miles away at the time of the crime, and his alibi was supported by other witnesses. The judge did not permit results of the polygraph test as evidence, and the DNA found inside her body could not rule him out as DNA technology was not advanced enough. On November 4, 1983, Fain was convicted, and in March of 1984, he was sentenced to death. For nearly 2 decades, Fain sat behind bars in isolation for up to 23 hours a day. In 1991, he was just 4 days away from being executed, but it was pushed back. In 1999, when DNA was a little bit more advanced, it was determined that the hairs and DNA found on Darryn's body did not belong to Fain, but an unknown man. He was then exonerated. In August 1999, he was released from the Idaho Maximum Security Institution. In 2019, investigators decided to take another look at the case. In 2020, using genetic genealogy, they determined that 64-year-old David Dalrymple is responsible. The hair and DNA found at the crime scene belonged to him. Investigators discovered that Dalrymple is currently serving a 20 to life prison sentence for kidnapping and abusing a child in 2004. After further investigation and DNA testing, Dalrymple was officially charged with the murder of Darryn Johnson in January 2022. On a positive note, Charles Fain is doing well now. He received $1,400,000 for his wrongful conviction and recently purchased a truck. While this can't fully make up for losing nearly 2 decades of his life, justice has prevailed. Dalrymple is likely facing another life sentence, if not the death penalty. Moving on to the next case. Denise Pflum. Denise Pflum was an 18-year-old living with her parents, Judy and David, and her younger sister Jenny in Connorsville, Indiana. On March 27, 1986, Denise attended a party on farmland. Initially, it was supposed to be a small gathering of friends, but it quickly grew to several hundred teenagers. Denise returned home that night but accidentally left her purse at the party. The next day, March 28, 1986, she left her home to retrieve her purse from the farmland. She had asked her friends to join her, but they were busy. Denise also asked her sister to come along, but she was unable to due to softball practice. So, Denise decided to go alone. She left without carrying her identification, her contact lens case, or the cleaning solution. She never returned home. Her mother, Judy, later shared, "We're not sure why she didn't want to go alone. She was fearless ever since she was a child, so for her to be uncomfortable to go back to the side of the party is unnerving." Something wasn't right. The owner of the farmland said Denise never arrived at his property. A friend had reportedly seen her at 2 p.m. at the Fashion Bug store on 30th Street. Later that day, a distant cousin of Denise's who had gone to school with her returned her purse to Judy. When Denise did not arrive back home by that evening, her parents reported her missing. The following day, Denise's cream-colored 1981 Buick Regal was found by a farmer alongside Tower Road, a rural gravel road east of Glenwood, Indiana. He stated that the car had been there since between 12:30 p.m. and 1:15 p.m. the day she went missing. He said he didn't report it to police earlier, as he thought the car belonged to mushroom hunters. The area where her car was found was in a rural area across the county from where Denise lived and about 3 miles away from the farmland. Her family stated that they could not think of any reason that she would have gone to that area. There was no indication that a struggle had taken place at the scene. Judy said that Denise had recently broken up with her boyfriend of 3 years and she was trying to be more social. The police carried out searches using K9 as well as helicopters, however, nothing would turn up. There were multiple suspects according to the police, but there was not enough evidence to charge anybody. Years passed without any progress in the case. However, in 2020, 34 years later, Sean M. McClung was arrested and charged with the voluntary manslaughter of Denise. Sean, Denise's ex-boyfriend of 3 years, had been questioned by police earlier, where he had claimed that Denise was still alive. More recently, he admitted to killing her. Sean pleaded not guilty during his court appearance, and his bond was set at $500,000. The cause of Denise's death remains unclear, and her body has never been found. The investigation into her homicide is still ongoing. Moving on to the next case. Sherry Christine Saunders. Sherry Christine Saunders, a 67-year-old woman from Norfolk, Virginia, set out on a long drive to visit family in Monroeville, Alabama, on August 4, 2018. The journey was expected to take around 12 to 13 hours, with Sherry anticipating her arrival on August 5th. However, she never made it to her destination. After her disappearance, a large-scale search involving law enforcement, volunteers, helicopters, and cadaver dogs was launched, but no trace of her was found. 9 days later, on August 13th, Sherry's car, a 2010 red Toyota Corolla, was discovered abandoned on a remote dirt road off Cannon Church Road in Conecuh County, Alabama, a few miles north of the Flomaton exit on I-65 and Highway 113. The last known sighting of Sherry was captured on CCTV at a gas station near exit 93 off I-95 in Evergreen, Alabama, at around 1 a.m. on August 5th. She was seen entering the station at 1:08 a.m. and leaving shortly after. Her credit card was used at the station, marking the last activity on her account. Her phone last pinged at around 3:36 a.m. off of a cell tower located behind Yellowhammer Travel Center off of Highway 113. There would be no more activity on her phone after that. Police searched her car but could not find any of her personal belongings that she was carrying with her. Her belongings included her phone, a tablet, a GPS device, and a 12-pack of Corona beer and snacks. Sherry had made that trip to Monroeville 4 times before, so she knew the route pretty well. Her family stated that she last called them on August 4th at 5:44 a.m. when she was 20 miles east of Columbia, South Carolina. They said that she was supposed to call again after exiting I-65 at Evergreen's exit 93 as she usually did, but she never called them on that day. Despite massive searches by the police, no sign of Sherry could be found. Then 2 years later, on December 6, 2020, Skeletal remains would be found in Escambia County, Alabama. 4 months later, the skeletal remains were positively identified as belonging to Sherry Christine Saunders. She was a victim of homicide. Police have not reported any suspects nor a motive in this woman's death. The case is open and the investigation is still ongoing. Moving on to the next case. Vanessa Smallwood. Vanessa Smallwood, a 46-year-old woman from Burlington County, New Jersey, worked for a contractor at Philadelphia International Airport but was on disability leave at the time. She was a mother to 3 adult sons and had a history of mental health challenges. On January 27, 2014, she and her husband visited a dry cleaning business on Henfield Road in Cherry Hill. Her husband went into the store while Vanessa waited in their 2005 Chrysler minivan. When her husband returned, Vanessa and the car were both missing. Later that day, authorities traced her phone to a location on Broad Street in Clayton, Gloucester. The police did not suspect foul play and assumed she had left on her own. There was no activity on her credit or debit cards. In 2020, divers with Walker Diving Underwater Construction were doing an inspection in the Salem River to check for obstructions in the water that would interfere with shipping when they discovered a vehicle. The vehicle was a Chrysler. Inside the car, the divers noted there was a female body. DNA testing was done and was confirmed, and the body belonged to Vanessa Smallwood. It is not known how Vanessa ended up in the water. Her family can now at least give her a proper burial. Moving on to the next case. Lynn Bryant. In 1998, Lynn Bryant, a mother of 2, was planning her 41st birthday celebrations when she tragically passed away. Despite receiving significant media coverage at the time, her case has since faded from public memory. Lynn was described by those who knew her as friendly, outgoing, and family-focused, and she was well-liked and known in her community in Rowan High Lanes, South Cornwall. She had 2 daughters, Erin, 19, and Lee, 21, the latter of whom had recently given birth to Lynn's first grandchild. The 10-month-old baby was the first of what Lynn had hoped would be more grandchildren. She was eagerly looking forward to watching her family grow. On the morning of Tuesday, October 20th, 1998, Lynn went to work, cleaning a nearby house. After finishing her work, she stopped by her parents' house before heading home. Around 12:45 p.m., Lynn drove her gray Ford Sierra to Harris Garage in Tregony but discovered they were out of fuel. She then went to Chenoweth Garage in Rowan High Lanes, where she purchased milk, gas, and some groceries. While there, a scruffy, white van was seen entering the forecourt, driven by an unidentified man with a beard. Authorities later noted that a similar vehicle had been spotted in the days leading up to Lynn's death, though both the vehicle and driver were unfamiliar to the local community. After visiting the garage, Lynn had lunch with her daughter, Erin. The pair chatted about Lynn's upcoming birthday and watched Emmerdale between 1 and 1:30 p.m. Just after 1:30, the 40-year-old took the family dog, a lurcher named Jay, out for a walk. Her family told authorities that Lynn always took the same route. Several witnesses reported seeing her on her way, and told law enforcement later that nothing seemed amiss. A passing motorist saw Lynn talking to a man at the junction by Rowan High Lanes Methodist Chapel. The man is described as being clean-shaven in his 30s, about 5'9", and wearing light-colored clothing. This is the last known sighting of Lynn alive. At 12:30 p.m., Lynn's body was found by a woman driving up the lane between the chapel and Treviel's Manor. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Panicked, the woman reversed her car back down the road and alerted a local farmer who recognized the body. While emergency services were called, by the time the air ambulance arrived at 2:50 p.m., Lynn was long dead. She had sustained multiple knife wounds to her neck and back, with the fatal blow striking her in the chest. Authorities noted that the 40-year-old had fought her attacker viciously, and that her clothing was disturbed, which led them to believe she had been the victim of a sexually motivated assault. Law enforcement determined that the murder weapon was a single-edged blade between 10–14 centimeters long. It was likely either a penknife or a small kitchen knife, but so far it has never been located. Despite the fact that police immediately carried out a fingertip search of the area after Lynn's body was found. One interesting clue found at the scene was the vivid blue polyester cotton mixed fibers that were located on Lynn's body. The fibers have never been matched to a specific garment, but are commonly used in both polo shirts and sweatshirts. They are alien to Lynn and her home, leading investigators to conclude that they must have come from the perpetrator. Authorities also stated that due to the struggle and the mud splatter found on the 40-year-old's clothing, they believe the culprit would have mud and blood on their clothing. Another local farmer told the police that he'd seen a man walking across his field between 2:45 and 3 p.m. This was unusual to him because there was no footpath across the area, and it was never used by walkers. He noted that the man wasn't dressed for a walk or a hike, either wearing regular everyday clothing instead. Another bizarre incident that occurred in Lynn's case was that of her tortoise-shell glasses, which she had been wearing when she left the house earlier, but were not found on or with her body. They also did not turn up when the police searched the area. 4 months later, however, on February 2, 1999, the glasses were located sitting on top of the murder at the gateway where the mother of two's body was found. Authorities have been unable to determine where they came from, suspecting that either a member of the public found them or that the perpetrator of the crime had taken them as a trophy, and for some reason, returned them afterwards. The investigation into Lynn's horrific murder was long. 3,144 house-to-house inquiry forms were completed. 1,600 alibis were established. 7,884 statements were taken, and 6,573 vehicles were traced and eliminated. All men between the ages of 14 and 70 who were living in a 1-mile radius of the crime scene were traced, and their alibis checked and cooperated. Due to the remote location of the crime scene, authorities concluded that the culprit was either a local to the area or knew it well. Perhaps they worked nearby or had family who lived in the community. In 2015, investigators who were reviewing the case managed to pull a partial DNA profile from the evidence. Although DNA samples had been taken in 1998, authorities had to begin the process all over again with some 6,000 people in 2016. This was because new legislation which had come into effect 3 years earlier had compelled law enforcement to destroy the old samples. So far, however, these efforts have not led to an arrest or a conviction, although 3 suspects were cleared using the DNA profile. In 2018, on 20th anniversary of Lynn's death, authorities put out a fresh appeal for information which led them to receive 160 calls. 27 new leads involving 13 people came as a result. That same year, a reconstruction of the 40-year-old's last known movement was made and released to the public. The 3 men police wished to speak to have never come forward or been identified. These men include the man seen driving the white car-derived van, the man who spoke with Lynn at the chapel, and the man who was witnessed walking across the field. It's unknown if any of them have anything to do with the crime. In 2016, a former intelligence officer named Chris Clark put forward the theory that Lynn's case is linked with that of Helen Fleet and Kate Bushell. Both women were tragically murdered while out walking their dogs. Kate Bushell, only 14 years old, was discovered dead in Exwick, Exeter, on November 15, 1990. She had been walking a neighbor's dog when she was found with a knife wound to her neck. Helen Fleet, age 66, was beaten to death while walking her dogs on March 28, 1987, in Walbury Woods, Weston-super-Mare. Neither of these cases has been solved, and law enforcement has never officially connected these murders with each other. Lynn Bryant's case also remains unsolved. In December 1998, 300 mourners attended her funeral at Penmount Crematorium in Truro. Crime Stoppers is offering a £10,000 reward for any information that could lead to an arrest. If you have any information about Lynn's or Maureen's cases, you can contact Crime Stoppers anonymously at 0800555111. Moving on to the next case. Maureen Brubaker Farley. Maureen Brubaker Farley was born and raised in Sioux City, Iowa. In 1971, at the age of 17, she moved to Cedar Rapids to be closer to her husband David, who was incarcerated at Anamosa State Penitentiary. Maureen soon found a job at a local diner. On September 17, 1971, she was last seen purchasing a pack of cigarettes. Later that day, Maureen did not pick up her paycheck from work. By September 20th, when she failed to show up for her shift, her employer reported her as missing. 4 days later, on September 24th, 2 teenage boys found her body in a wooded ravine near a landfill. Her body was positioned on top of the trunk of an abandoned junk car. Initially, the boys mistook her for a woman sleeping, but upon returning to the area later, they noticed the discoloration in her body and realized something was wrong. They immediately went home and notified the police. An autopsy revealed that Maureen died from a skull fracture caused by a blow to the head. Investigators determined that she had been moved after her death, with signs suggesting she had been transported to the crime scene after her life had been taken elsewhere. At the crime scene, investigators were also able to collect DNA evidence belonging to the suspect. 6 months after her body was found, Maureen's mother wrote a letter to the Grand Rapids police saying that George Smith was responsible. George worked at the same diner where Maureen worked. He also worked at a liquor store near her apartment. Police interviewed him, but did not have the evidence to charge him, or anyone else for that matter, so the case went cold. Recently in 2021, the Cedar Rapids Police Department Cold Case Unit took another look at the case. They took the DNA found at the crime scene that belonged to the suspect and created a DNA profile. They then tested it to see if it matched the DNA of George Smith, and it did. The only problem was that Jackass passed away in 2013 at the age of 94. Maureen's younger sister, Lisa, said that she felt a lot of emotions, including relief and closure. She also said that she and her family are satisfied with the evidence. Whenever anybody would pass from this world, my mom said, well, now they're up in heaven with Maureen, and they must be happy. And they know the answers. I just didn't want to wait that long. I didn't want us to wait until we go to the next world. I wanted answers in this world. Police Chief Wayne Germain had this to say in a statement: no matter how much time has passed, our officers are committed to seeking out justice for all victims of violent crime as well as their families. I am extremely proud of the generations of Cedar Rapids officers that contributed to bringing this once cold case to a resolution. Maureen's mother Mary, now 86, revealed why she told the investigators back in 1971 that it was George Smith. He apparently asked investigators constantly about updates in the case. His job at the liquor store involved frequent trips to the landfill as part of a hauling service. Mary also shared her thoughts on the fact that he cannot be prosecuted. She said, "We just figure he'll suffer in hell for it. What's done is done, and at least we know it was him, and we can quit wondering. We can let it go." Moving on to the next case. Moren Dutton. England is known for its understated natural beauty, iconic red telephone boxes, black cabs, and its musical legacy, with successful bands like Oasis and the Beatles. Yet, it is also home to numerous eerie mysteries, including a range of unsolved cold cases that have faded over time. One such mystery is the unsolved murder of Moren Dutton in 1961, which remains one of Liverpool's most chilling and gruesome cold cases. At just 27 years old, Maureen was a typical English housewife. Her husband, Brian, was a research chemist employed by the Imperial Chemical Industries, ICI. Just 3 weeks before her death, Maureen had given birth to their second child, Andrew, while their first child, a 2-year-old named David, completed their small family. By all accounts, the couple seemed to have a happy and ordinary life, making Maureen's murder all the more disturbing and shocking to their community. On December 21, 1961, Maureen spent the entire day at the couple's home on Thingwall Lane in the Knotty Ash area. She had planned to take David to the nearby Childwall Parish Church but decided against taking her infant son, Andrew, because of the cold and dense fog. Instead, she called her mother-in-law, Elsie, asking if she could babysit later that day. However, Elsie had to cancel when the fog became too thick for her to safely make the trip, and so Maureen's plans were cancelled, leaving her at home with her children. She was last seen alive around 1:30 p.m. that afternoon. When Brian returned home from work just after 6 p.m., he immediately sensed something was wrong. The house, usually filled with the noise of two young children, was eerily silent. Maureen was always active, juggling household chores and caring for her boys. His suspicions deepened when he noticed their half-eaten lunch still on the kitchen table. Moving into the living room, Brian made the grim discovery. In the center of the room, Maureen lay lifeless, having been stabbed 14 times in her chest, throat, and back. It is widely believed that her young son, David, who was sitting nearby in a dazed state and staring at his mother, may have witnessed the brutal attack. Andrew, the infant, was found in his crib nearby. The two children were presumed to have been left alone for nearly 6 hours. An investigation was immediately launched by the Old Swan police station into the brutal murder of the mother of two. Authorities believed a long-bladed knife was likely used as the weapon and conducted extensive searches in nearby bushes, shrubs, and drains, but no weapon was ever found. Despite their efforts, no clear forensic evidence was uncovered. There were no signs of sexual assault, forced entry, or anything missing from the home, all of which made it difficult for authorities to pinpoint the motive. After carrying out door-to-door inquiries, police discovered that nobody had been seen coming or going from the home, and nobody had heard screaming or a struggle. Then a young woman came forward with an interesting story. After seeing the newspaper reports of Maureen's death, the young woman who lived in nearby Halewood told authorities that she had been visited by a young man who claimed to be a doctor. Like Maureen, the young woman had recently given birth. She assumed that the doctor had been sent to check on her as part of her postnatal care, but this was not the case. After her husband returned from work, she told him that the doctor had indecently assaulted her, which prompted her husband to make inquiries about the so-called doctor. He was told that there was no doctor operating in the area at that time. The man was described as being between the ages of 27-30, wearing horn-rimmed glasses and a dark gray overcoat. On the back of this information, police theorized that Maureen had let the killer into her home under the belief that he was some kind of professional like a doctor or a nurse. Perhaps the 27-year-old had fought back when he tried to sexually assault her, and the culprit flew into a rage and attacked her with a knife. Another strange possible suspect in the case was that of the quote, good-looking stranger. This man was described as being rather young and wearing a leather jacket. He was seen several times in the vicinity of the street on the day of the crime. Witnesses saw him running very fast down the road that afternoon, and not long afterwards, he was seen being violently sick outside of the Court Hay Methodist Church. One onlooker noted that the man kept his hands in his pockets the entire time he was vomiting, which they thought was very peculiar. One woman claimed they'd seen the man on the day of the incident. He had knocked on her door and stood before her clapping his hands. Frightened, the woman slammed the door on him and locked it. By January 17th, the police had gathered over 20,000 statements. With the help of witnesses, they put together a composite image of what they thought the man might have looked like. The Liverpool Echo featured the picture on the front of their paper, and within the first 24 hours of it being published, 60 people contacted authorities with information. However, the names that were given to the police were steadily eliminated, and the man in the leather jacket was never identified. The next suspect in the case was a young blonde woman who was seen acting suspiciously when she boarded a bus close to the crime scene. This unidentified woman boarded the number 10D bus on East Prescott Road. She reportedly had an Irish accent and muttered about how she needed to leave the city immediately. Upon exiting the bus, she repeatedly said, "Oh my God, the woman has never been traced and never come forward." The most bizarre theory to ever be explored in Maureen's case was done so by investigators acting under the orders of Deputy Chief Constable of Liverpool, a man named Herbert Barmer. He theorized that the 27-year-old housewife had been executed in an official killing by a Polynesian cult. Several of the cult's followers were believed to be residing in Liverpool, and it was speculated that they may have been making sacrifices to their god, Tiki, during the winter solstice when Maureen was murdered. The followers were reportedly identified by a tattoo of a reverse swastika. While the deputy chief constable at the time considered this theory, its validity remains uncertain. Eventually, the authorities focused on a suspect, a 24-year-old nurse living on Upper Parliament Street. In 1962, he was arrested and charged for stealing medical equipment and drugs from 3 Liverpool hospitals. He was known to have a reverse swastika tattoo and had even posed as a doctor. However, after further investigation, he was ruled out as a suspect in Maureen's murder, and the theory was discarded. Despite regular reviews of the case and appeals for information, the investigation remains open, though it remains unsolved. If the perpetrator is still alive today, they would likely be in their 70s, making it increasingly unlikely that justice will ever be served. Moving on to the next case. Morris Davis Jr. In Great Falls, Montana, on April 5, 1985, at around 11 p.m., paramedics were called to a home following reports of a multiple shooting. Upon arrival, paramedic Cliff Davies discovered that his 23-year-old brother, Morris Vernon Davies Jr., had been shot more than 8 times and was pronounced dead at the hospital. It seemed that the motive behind the murder was robbery, as the killer had taken Morris's delivery wallet, but left other items untouched. The wallet contained less than $300. For months prior to the murder, Morris had started working as a part-time pizza delivery driver. Since he was the next available driver that night, it appeared that he had not been specifically targeted. A telephone order had been placed at Hauer's Pizza at 8:43 p.m., and Morris left with the food at 9:15 p.m. When he failed to return, another driver was sent to check on him and discovered the tragic scene. Police found that the local home was actually vacant and that the for sale sign at the front of the house had been removed. The back door had been forced open, allowing the killer access to the building. Since there was no phone service in the house, it was likely that the call made to place the order for pizza was done so from a nearby payphone. Authorities theorized that Morris had been killed upon entering the house, but no suspects could be determined until 3 years later. On May 1988, in a town 180 miles from Great Falls, a man was arrested for driving a car stolen from Oregon 3 days prior. When the unidentified thief was searched, it was found that he had 2 receipts from a pawn shop, with one being a .22 caliber pistol, the same caliber that murdered Morris Davis Jr. 3 years earlier. After locating the weapon at the pawn shop, authorities discovered that the pistol had also been reported stolen 3 days earlier. Extensive ballistic testing carried out on the gun showed that it was the murder weapon in the case of the pizza delivery driver in 1985. According to the unidentified man who had possession of the gun, he'd stolen it from a friend several days prior to his arrest, and he denied any involvement in the murder of Morris Davis Jr. Not only this, but the real owner of the gun, who went by Rick in articles of the time, also claimed he knew nothing about the murder and that he had an alibi in the form of him being at home on the night of the crime looking after his son. He told police that only he and his wife knew where the gun was kept, and investigators struggled to understand how someone could possibly know where the gun was, take it, and then return it without its owners being any the wiser. Upon investigating the alibi and the background of Rick, police deemed him not a suspect in the 1985 murder. The only other lead in the case comes from Morris's brother Cliff, one of the paramedics who was called into the scene of the shooting. Cliff initially believed that Rick knew who was responsible, but in more advanced ballistic testing was carried out on the pistol, and it was determined that it was not the murder weapon after all. Cliff then came to believe that the prime suspect in the murder of his brother was a man called Donald Debray. Debray had been convicted for the 1986 murder of Suzanne Pritchard, a convenience store clerk who was shot 24 times during a night shift and robbed of $300. Like the murder of Morris, the killing seemed excessive for such a small amount of cash. Cliff Davies contacted Debray multiple times regarding the murder of his brother, alleging that Debray had detailed knowledge of the crime scene, such as the location of the shots fired and where the body was found, among other specifics. Debray reportedly claimed that he was present in the house during the murder but did not pull the trigger. After this information surfaced, police made Debray a prime suspect, but he passed away in prison in 2016 without ever confessing to the murder of Morris. Despite efforts by detectives to bring closure to the Davies family, as of 2020, the murder of Morris Davis Jr. remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Siberian Kamardaiban Mountain Range Tragedy. In August 1993, during the height of summer, 6 spirited and adventurous friends, all passionate about the outdoors and backpacking, set off on a journey most nature enthusiasts could only dream of. However, what began as a relatively simple trek quickly turned tragic when sudden and inexplicable symptoms claimed the lives of 6 out of the 7 hikers. Throughout the 1990s, and even today, though to a lesser extent, groups of tourists from Russia and Ukraine frequently traveled to the Siberian Kamardaiban mountain range to explore its vast coniferous forests, rich with cedar trees and pristine freshwater lakes. This mountain range encircles the Pearl of Siberia, a lake that contains approximately 20% of the world's fresh surface water, more than the combined volume of all the North American Great Lakes. Even now, thousands of visitors journey to these mountains each year to witness the breathtaking beauty of Siberia's wilderness. The 6 highly capable hikers, all between the ages of 15 and 24, hailed from Petropavlovsk, Russia, and had spent years honing their outdoor survival skills. Despite their youth, all 6 had extensive experience with long-distance hikes and survival expeditions of varying difficulty. Their chosen trek took them through the rugged Kamardaiban Mountains, one of the earliest documented mountain ranges in history, and the world's oldest mapped landmass. Since the range borders Lake Baikal to the south, it boasts stunning landscapes and is uniquely accessible by air travel, allowing more people to explore its rolling hills and towering peaks. However, for this unfortunate group, the adventure would take a horrifying turn as they encountered an unknown and deadly force, one that would ultimately leave only a single survivor. Leading this enthusiastic team of 6 was the highly skilled and respected guide, Lyudmila Ivanovna Korovina. Korovina was remembered as a strikingly beautiful, strong-willed, and athletic woman, a 41-year-old expert survivalist and the head of Azimuth, Petropavlovsk's renowned tourist club, which was part of a larger outdoor education program. Her reputation as a world-class leader and wilderness instructor made her highly sought after, with adventurers traveling great distances for the chance to hike under her guidance. Having trained extensively for years, she was occasionally criticized for her strict survivalist approach, yet former students were willing to travel across the country to learn from her. One of her former hiking team members once remarked, "She knew how to unite people, to create a team. She believed in others. She had a way of bringing out a person's true potential. Under her mentorship, each of us was able to push our limits and grow in every aspect of life." The hikers under Korovina's leadership ranged in age from 15 to 24. The oldest among them was 24-year-old Tatiana Filipenko. Another key member was 23-year-old Alexander Sasha Kresin, who was more than just a student. Many considered him an adopted son to Korovina. The 23-year-old, affectionately called Sasha, a common Russian nickname for Alexander, had been mentored by Korovina for years. More than just a student of her survival techniques, he was a trusted family friend. The rest of the group included 19-year-old Denis Vashin, 17-year-old Valentina Valia Yudichenko, and 16-year-old Victoria Vika Zalasova, the least experienced among them. Vika had participated in previous hiking trips, but not as extensively as the others. She had joined the expedition as a friend of another member, and while Korovina initially hesitated to include her, acknowledging that even Vika's own friends admitted she could be quite vocal in her complaints, she was ultimately invited along. The youngest of the group was 15-year-old Tamir Babanov, who, despite his age, was remarkably skilled in outdoor survival. By the end of the journey, only one of the 7 would survive to recount the terrifying ordeal. Victoria, Denis, Alexander, Tamir, Tatiana, Valentina, and their seasoned leader, Korovina, set out around August 1st, though some reports suggest it may have been August 2nd. Their trek began in the village of Moreno, leading them through the Langutai Gate Gorge. As they progressed, They eventually reached the highest point of their route, ascending Kanilu, the tallest peak in the Kamardaban range. From there, they began the descent, unaware that their journey was about to take a deadly turn. After crossing the Antigua and Baixa rivers, the group continued their journey toward the Watershed Plateau, reaching this area around August 4th. By this time, they had been trekking for several days, covering an estimated 70 kilometers, roughly 44 miles, through rugged terrain. Their route was classified as a level 3 trek on a scale of 1 to 5, making it challenging but not among the most extreme difficulty levels. Despite the demands of the journey, the hikers took time to forage, gather, and dry golden root, a medicinal plant known for its restorative properties. They eventually reached a summit situated between two towering peaks, Faliatsuginli, which rises to approximately 2,204 meters, and Tiliotranas, standing at about 2,310 meters. At this altitude, the group was nearly 7,545 feet above sea level. However, their chosen campsite raised some questions. They set up camp on a windswept plateau, an exposed and barren ridge offering no natural shelter from the increasingly strong gusts. Those familiar with the region describe this area as almost otherworldly, with a landscape resembling that of Mars. The sloped terrain offered little more than rocks, dry grass, and howling winds, leaving many to question why the group chose this exposed location for their campsite instead of a much safer grove of trees just 4 kilometers, about 2.5 miles, away. This alternative site, situated in a lower forest zone, would have required descending approximately 400 meters, over 1,300 feet, but it would have provided far better protection from the worsening weather. Local rescuers also pointed out another viable option. The hikers could have climbed to the top of the nearest mountain, where an emergency shelter had been constructed specifically for tourists. There, they would have found dry firewood and a designated place to rest, offering them much-needed refuge from the brutal storm that was rapidly closing in. Reaching this emergency shelter would have taken only 30 minutes, yet for reasons unknown to investigators, Korovina did not lead her group there. This decision puzzled many, sparking debate among hindsight critics who questioned why she had not chosen the tree-covered grove instead. Those familiar with Korovina's teaching methods speculated that she may have intentionally picked the exposed ridge as a training exercise, aiming to challenge her team's survival skills in harsh conditions. However, another, more somber theory emerged. Some wondered if the group stopped in this barren, unprotected landscape because any detour, either toward the forest or the shelter, would have taken them off their planned route. Korovina had arranged to meet another hiking group, and deviating from the designated path might have delayed their scheduled rendezvous. Korovina had been managing 2 hiking groups simultaneously, a fairly common practice for extended backpacking expeditions in the region. This particular trek was designed as part of a larger multi-group journey, with the hikers scheduled to rendezvous at predetermined locations along the route. In a tragic twist of fate, the leader of the second group was none other than Korovina's own daughter. Although neither leader carried walkie-talkies, they had arranged to meet at approximately 4 designated points along the trail, believing these intersections would be sufficient to maintain communication in case of any issues. Both mother and daughter were seasoned survivalists, and their plan was to eventually merge their groups and complete the final stretch of the journey together, an unforgettable mother-daughter adventure in the making. However, instead of reuniting with her mother as planned, Korovina's daughter, assuming the worsening weather had disrupted their schedule, continued onward with her own group. After completing the trek, the 16-year-old flew back to her hometown in Kazakhstan, entirely unaware that her mother had died in the very same vicinity, and at the very same time she was hiking. Unlike a steep mountain peak, the area the hikers were traversing was more of a rounded dome, and given that it was summertime, the weather had been forecasted to remain mild. Korovina had carefully studied meteorological reports before the trip, ensuring the group was well prepared for expected conditions. However, on their third day, they were unexpectedly met with freezing rain and light snowfall. What they could not have known was that, on August 3rd, a Mongolian cyclone had swept into the Irkutsk region, an unforeseen weather event that directly contradicted the projections Korovina had relied upon. The formation of the shockingly strong surface winds caused by the passage of the cyclonic cold front took the hikers by surprise, and by nightfall the wind had become terroristic and oppressive in its unyielding nature. Their trek took them on the border of two climate zones, the West Siberian Plains and Mongolia to the south of Lake Baikal, and in both zones, the weather phenomenon of cyclogenesis can be created. This summertime event was unexpected based on forecasts, but not rare for the region. Because of the lack of internet technology at the time, the exact temperatures for that day are unknown. While publicly accessible weather histories of the Irkutsk region only go back as far as 1999, a look at the average temperatures historically show no instances of extreme cold in the month of August. Data for the Irkutsk region state that the average low is only 11 degrees Celsius, and the average high is around 21 degrees Celsius. This means that historically the region did not get below 50 degrees Fahrenheit. However warm the temperature was forecasted to be, the group was prepared for rain in general as the region averaged 15 days of rain in the month of August, with Siberia experiencing the most rain in the summer months. So, while the cyclone was unexpected in its ferocity, the group was prepared to encounter rain overall and did indeed have the proper supplies and clothing. At 4 in the morning on August 5th, the seams of the hikers' tents, already tight from being blown in the wind and close to breaking, burst, and while the experienced group fixed what material they could, the wind and dew persisted through the damaged tents, and at 6 a.m., they awoke again to wet sleeping bags and decided to begin their day, as sleep was not going to come with their dampness. At around 11 a.m. on August 5th, a wet and weather-beaten group broke down the already very broken-down campsite and started walking again. Prior to the time that the group was able to pack up and leave, Sasha, the 24-year-old, walked up to one of the tents and complained, presumably to Korovina, of feeling ill. Despite feeling unwell, his symptoms not specified, Sasha decided to press on with the group in hopes of traversing more ground and completing yet another hike. Unfortunately, within the first few kilometers of the group's hike, Sasha started to stumble and fall. Sasha fell multiple times until he became so weak that everyone else in the group had to take on his pack load and help him along. Sasha, the oldest male of the group at age 24 and Korovina's so-called adopted son, then began bleeding from the ears and started foaming at the mouth. Alarmed, Korovina decided to stay back with Sasha and administer aid. She encouraged the remaining two men, one only 15 and the other 19 years old, to lead the rest of the group to the tree line below in order to dry off and hopefully get their firewood to a state that it was able to be burned. However, halfway to the forest's edge, the group turned back. Why specifically is unknown, but it can be assumed that something felt very wrong and the young adults wanted to be close to their leader. One of the group members, Tatiana, brought Korovina a tent in hopes of erecting a temporary shelter from the now roaring storm that had descended upon the valley. When the group looked to Sasha for his condition, they saw his eyes were wide and dark and his pupils dilated. When Tatiana tried to get the now unresponsive Sasha moved under a tent to partially protect him from the oppressive wind, Val tried to help her, but Korovina told them both to stop what they were doing and go straight to the trees and seek shelter. Upon hearing this, Val, 17, grabbed her friend Victoria, 16, to bring her along to the shelter of the forest, but Victoria proceeded to bite Val's hand in response. Shocked but not deterred, Val had to drag the now incomprehensible teen by her hair to the resting point, with Victoria fighting and kicking back most of the way. Val, not yet to the trees because of the now hostile Victoria, turned back around to seek out Korovina, this time to complain that Victoria was not being cooperative in getting to the trees. When Val returned to the group members, she came upon a startling scene. Tatiana was bent double, intentionally banging her own head against the rocks over and over again. Val then looked to Tamir, the 15-year-old, who was grasping at his throat like he couldn't breathe. He soon collapsed. Dennis, the 19-year-old, screamed at Val to grab sleeping supplies and get to the shelter quickly, but when she looked back to reply, she watched him drop the sleeping bag he had just retrieved and fall to the ground, violently writhing and ripping at the clasps of his clothes, just as the other 5 had done. When Val tried to help him, he too fought her off, kicking, adamant in his refusal for her assistance. Bleeding profusely from the ears and foaming at the mouth, 6 of the 7 members of the group had now descended into what could only be described as madness, witnessed only by one unscathed and uncertain 17-year-old. Some of the group members were hiding behind rocks. One had slunk into their sleeping bag panic-stricken, others ran around aimlessly. Val stood helpless as the whole group writhed on the floor, banging their heads against the rocks and the ground and ripping and tearing at their clothes. Some of the members, now in partial states of undress, gradually stopped moving while others continued to shake and move about. Knowing she was incapable of helping more than she already had, Val grabbed enough supplies to temporarily survive the storm and headed to the tree line. There she made enough of an awning underneath the cover of a stone to keep the wind at bay, and eventually she fell into a not-so-restful sleep. The next morning after the storm had passed, Val went back to investigate her group mate's condition. She found that at least 5 of the 6 group members had passed away in the night. She later recalls that upon returning to their bodies, she did not expect anyone to be alive because the symptoms exhibited that night prior seemed fatal, but that she needed both closure and supplies. While some reports say that Val closed each of her fellow friends' eyes, what she actually said became lost in translation in the media, and what she purportedly said according to a local Russian translator was not that she closed their eyes but that she closed or averted her own eyes from the dead. Some sources say that at this point, the morning after the mass psychosis exhibited by the group, that group leader Korovina was still alive and able to feebly give Val directions on how to escape the mountains, but this is not repeated in other sources, so that detail is still in debate. What is known is that the 17-year-old then took a compass, food rations and other survival tools from the back of the deceased group leader and set out to find the Anikta River, a known landmark to the young woman who was now traversing alone. The nearby river was too rough to cross, so Val camped out for the night near an electric tower. When the sun rose the next morning, she saw that there were wires running from the electric tower. Val attempted to find safety in civilization by visually tracing and following the electric cables and wires which brought service to some of the most remote parts of Siberia, but unfortunately the cables just ended at a remote and abandoned town devoid of occupants, food or phone service. Let down by the false promise of hope from the presence of electric wires in a town long abandoned, Val then attempted to follow the water pipes which flowed from the empty village. That led her to a nearby river, where she then became so exhausted from her 3-day trek that she stopped to rest, hanging her white t-shirt on the limbs of a tree to dry out. Knowing that she had little food and light warmth for survival, the haggard and weary teenager later recalled that at that point she was preparing herself for death. As luck would have it, tourists from Kiev, Ukraine who were out rafting saw Val on the riverbanks. Initially, they were not alarmed as the 17-year-old made no attempt whatsoever to call out to them and didn't show outward signs of distress. Eventually, the tourists' consciousness got the better of them and they turned around to check on the lone teenager and make sure that she was safe. At this point, logic had come back to Val and she was waving at them furiously. Upon their approach, she rushed at them crying that people were dead and she was scared. She was taken by the concerned tourists to a local hospital and authorities were contacted. After her initial outcry, she clammed up and became almost catatonic once safe in the hospital. This type of reaction is common for someone who has just exerted a high amount of adrenaline for an extended period of time. At the hospital, Val was at first reticent to share her story with the investigators, but eventually some of the details came out, however murky. These details given by Val and the recollections of her rescue and outcry to the tourists were the only ones that the media had access to and some of the only immediate accounts of the incident. For this reason, some details may have been slightly altered or possibly lost in translation. The bodies of the 6 group members had to remain alone for weeks, visited only by scavengers, until August 26th. Although some reports say it was 21st, because the mountains were far too windy and dangerous to find and recover the bodies safely. Members of the search and rescue party sent to the scene of the incident by helicopter recall that the bodies were paired off in smaller groups scattered across 40 to 50 meters of ground. The 6 hikers, previously young, strong, virulent, and full of life, were now reduced to bloated and swollen corpses, with death-imprinted grimaces on their faces and in partial states of undress of their many layers, with some only wearing their thin, full-bodied undergarments. 3 of the stricken were without shoes, a fact which lined up with Val's recollection of the hikers desperately ripping off their garments. Workers recall that Korovina was lying on top of Sasha, possibly in one last act of protection. Rescue workers noted that scavengers had consumed the hikers' eyes and tongues, as soft tissues are typically the first to be targeted post-mortem. The deteriorated state of the bodies left few physical clues for forensic examination, and the powerful windstorm that had swept through the area likely erased any non-biological evidence from the scene. The official autopsy reports, conducted in Ulanyud, East Siberia, concluded that all 6 hikers had died from hypothermia. However, this explanation did not sit well with friends and family, who couldn't ignore the glaring inconsistencies in the case. Given the region's typical summer temperature fluctuations, with nighttime lows averaging around 50 degrees Fahrenheit 10 degrees Celsius, the idea that the entire group had simply frozen to death seemed implausible. The most unsettling detail was that a lone survivor, a 17-year-old, neither the largest nor the strongest of the group, managed to endure for 3 more days without any apparent ill effects or cognitive impairment. To those left behind, this scenario seemed highly improbable, leaving them with more questions than answers. Supporters of the hypothermia theory pointed out that the group had been exposed to continuous rain for over 24 hours by the time symptoms began appearing. When combined with wind chill, these conditions could have resulted in extreme cold. Additionally, hypothermia can trigger paradoxical undressing, a phenomenon where individuals, in a delusional state, feel overwhelmingly hot despite actually freezing to death. Some believe that the hikers tearing off their clothing supported this explanation. However, beyond this singular detail, the hypothermia theory failed to align with the disturbing symptoms witnessed by Val, the lone survivor. The horrific scenes she described, including foaming at the mouth, profuse bleeding from the ears, and individuals violently smashing their heads against rocks, bore little resemblance to the typical physiological responses associated with hypothermia. Nowhere in any documented cases of hypothermic patients were such antics observed. Quite to the contrary, in fact, people freezing to death often become slower and more lethargic over time, and eventually stop to take their final rest and pass without violent or even visible symptoms. Additionally, while the weather was inclement and stormy, it was still August, summertime. It was not the dead of winter or even in the winter months. Additionally, experts claim that hypothermia being the cause of death does not make sense because that area was not a desert where temperatures can fluctuate rapidly and, as it was August in a forest, the elements, however unyielding, could not have caused such an instantaneous cold with such fatal results. Theories are varied, but with the limited press coverage of this particular incident, and the lack of information from Val, theories are all the families of survivors have to hold on to in hopes of receiving some sort of explanation or closure. Later, in what some would say is victim blaming but others say is just common sense, it is said that in Korovina's insistence that they stay on schedule so as to meet up with her daughter and their hiking group on time and to not miss the allotted intersection window, that she made a rash decision which snowballed into a series of fatal mistakes, which led to the death of her charges. Critics say that her unwillingness to traverse a couple miles out of the way in order to seek shelter in the trees could be reasoned as a major contributing factor to the exposure death. But none of this explains why the group members were foaming at the mouth or bleeding from the ears, as that is not a known symptom of exposure. One theory is that the KGB, the Russian Committee for State Security, was testing some new type of weapon, possibly sound or nuclear-based. Some wonder if this could have been a type of weapon which could incapacitate and cause fatalities from some distance away. There is also speculation that a nerve agent of some sort could have been either knowingly or unknowingly unleashed on the unsuspecting campers, as bleeding from the ears is a common symptom of nerve agents. This theory is fueled by the strangeness of the lack of details and the inconsistencies in official reports and media coverage. This conspiracy speculates that Val, as the only witness to the hypothetical government activities, was paid off, and that is the reasoning behind her decision to move far away and her reluctance to discuss the matter. This type of hypothetical weapon, however, doesn't explain why Val was unharmed in the supposed testing, and this theory is more based on conspiracy rather than any concrete evidence. Some postulate that the group's symptoms could align with the consumption of poison mushrooms or some other food-based toxin. Others wonder if their water was contaminated. Some asked if the stew that they consumed as their last meal contained toxins in some form, but doctors interviewed stressed that due to different body metabolism and different enzymatic reactions, that kind of food-based sickness or poisoning would affect each in a slightly different way and at different times, not so synchronously as Val recalls it. No evidence of a food-based illness existed in the autopsy report, and Val recalls that she and the group members shared all food. In response to the fact that they all shared the same food, those researching the case wonder if Val was protected somehow, perhaps by a secret Corvina was hiding in her rucksack. Some wonder if the sole survivor, Val, may have been the only one to eat the so-called golden root plant that Corvina had been surreptitiously collecting along their trip, an act that possibly protected Val from whatever harm befell the group, be it from a natural or man-made source. Golden root, its scientific name Rhodila rosea, is a perennial that grows in the wild in the mountains of Siberia. The raw roots are said to be limitless in their potential for medicinal use. In the early 50s, Russian scientists classified golden root as a quote adaptogen because it has the potential to create a bodily resistance to certain toxins and supports one's adaptation to various stressors that might befall the taker. The golden root also contains a chemical called sildenafil. Sildenafil is the active ingredient in the ED drug Viagra. For this reason, the root has a high resale value, especially in remote areas without access to prescription drugs. Golden root has an incredibly slow pattern of growth and only has the potential to help people medicinally when fully matured after nearly 12 years of growth. This long growing period and the root's presence in limited regions makes fully grown golden roots highly valuable and sought after. Rescue workers found a bag of these roots, and some say that this amount shows that Corvina took more than needed, ostensibly to sell for profit. While some theorize that the consumption of this root was beneficial to Val and that it possibly saved her life, others wonder if the plant was actually the root of all their problems. Those indigenous to the area believe that the golden root has mystical properties, and Siberian folklore states that those who take more than they need for just personal consumption will be spiritually punished. Due to a lack of access to official statements, it is unknown whether Val actually consumed the roots and if they aided her somehow. Was there another death on the mountain? Did another person die on the mountain with the same symptoms of foaming at the mouth and bleeding from the ears? Some sources report that another fatality may have occurred on the same mountain, but no more information is given, and coverage is not only suspiciously light on the actual group's incident but also in Russian and therefore translated through Google Translate by those who wish to research the incident decades later. Friends of Corvina admit that while Corvina could be extreme in her approach to survivalism, employing tactics that would help the group if they ever encountered an emergency situation, those close to her say that Corvina never took outdoor education to the extreme that her charges would be in danger. A Russian media source initially claimed that the group was food insecure, claiming that the presence of a single soup can and a small tin of meat left at the campsite shows that the group was running on empty, though most unlikely. The medical examiner considered it because of the absence of insulin in post-mortem blood samples of the victims. The only other medical reason that could explain this lack of glucose in the blood of the deceased, however, would be similar to a diabetic-like type of insulin resistance, but how that could have affected an entire group is unknown. The first issue with the theory that the group was experiencing the effects of malnutrition is that the media source was basing their assumptions on the presence, or lack thereof, of food waste at the campsite. But those in the backpacking community understand that the best and most respectful hikers always pack out their trash so as to avoid contaminating the area. And because the scene of the incident was not sealed nor protected from the elements for many weeks, it's possible that scavengers and the weather took what remained of the group's food rations and waste. Moreover, it's only logical to think that even if the group was malnourished, they would have slowly wasted away and would not have gone wild banging their heads against the rocks and bleeding from the ears. No publications on those types of symptoms occurring in the actions of those who have starved to death exist, as mania and orifice bleeding are not symptoms of starvation. For this reason, the theory of malnutrition is not one taken seriously and mostly originated in the original Russian media write-ups that relied heavily on second-hand information of the search group, and not from Val herself. This reliance on second-hand information caused the media to make sweeping assumptions without ever knowing the history of Korovina or her skill sets and methodology. A friend recalls that Korovina was a stickler for survivalist learning, but she was also someone who would have insisted the hikers be nourished before pressing on, and would not have allowed the young hikers to become so malnourished that they encountered death. Many speak of the professionalism of Korovina as she was all about triple-checking the supplies. Val, the survivor of the group, says that they planned to have enough food to consume 2,400 calories a day, and that food was not a factor in their untimely demise. The tallest part of the mountain the group climbed that day reached a peak of 2,396 meters, and when the group stopped to rest they were at 23,100 meters, which is about 7,545 feet above sea level, a high altitude but not one so high that it would cause such extreme illness. For comparison purposes, the lodge at Heavenly in South Lake Tahoe, a common respite for people of all health and ability levels as well as by families with children, has a base altitude of around 2,000 meters 6,000 feet and peaks just above 3,068 meters or around 10,000 feet. This resort and its slopes are enjoyed by those who have driven from San Francisco, a sea-level city, the same day. And while altitude sickness can happen at the resort's highest peaks, it is never as extreme as what the group experienced. Moreover, in the South Lake Tahoe Lodge, at the base level of the resort where the hotel is located, which is an almost exact altitude to what the stricken hikers were experiencing, altitude sickness is almost unheard of, and when it manifests itself, it's usually in the form of a headache or light nausea, remedied often by only water. High-altitude pulmonary edema can cause bleeding from the eyes, but bleeding from the ears is not mentioned in the symptoms. Moreover, high-altitude pulmonary edema or cerebral edema often causes symptoms closer to drunkenness rather than rage, violence, or panic. While the hikers' hometown of Petropavlovsk is only 150 meters, roughly 500 feet, above sea level, the hikers had almost a week to acclimate to the increased altitude, so the claims that they could have been sickened with extreme altitude poisoning is doubted by many. Additionally, altitude sickness affects everybody differently depending on many factors, so the fact that all of the group members went mad and were sickened at relatively the same time is not conducive to altitude sickness. Many believe the lack of correlation with the known symptoms of altitude sickness, and the data of the hikers' trek upwards show that a force other than the altitude was responsible for the death of 6 previously joyous adventurers. What many believe to be the most logical and explanatory theory, while still not completely perfect in its explanation, lies in the hidden and largely untapped power of sound as a weapon. Some wonder if the Mongolian cyclone which overtook the area was actually an anticyclone. Well, a cyclone is a system of winds which rotate around a center of low atmospheric pressure. An anticyclone is a system of winds which rotate around a high atmospheric pressure with varied results. Some theorize that this particular anticyclone caused such an intense wind that magnetic vibrations began to descend upon the hikers, and when combined with the strong air currents, it set in motion a strange and largely obscure phenomenon called infrasound. While sound has been publicly investigated as a weapon of war from as early as 1957, but most likely far before that in sealed military research, this particular instance of infrasound is hypothesized to have been created by the wind, and that the wind created such a low noise that it became unsettling and possibly fatal. According to one article, the large boulders present on the ridge that the hikers stopped to rest on when hit with unusually strong winds at a certain angle can become a quote infrasonic generator of enormous power, which causes a person to experience a state of panic and unaccountable horror. Because airborne sound of sufficient intensity enters the body by direct absorption and in turn stimulates the non-auditory tissue, infrasound can produce physiological effects, essentially similar to a whole-body seizure. This low-frequency noise can be perceived by the brain, but not by the ears on a conscious level. When exposed to these types of sounds, the human body has the potential to react to a noise of which it does not realize it is hearing. Such sensations can trigger overwhelming terror and panic, similar to what Val described witnessing. Experts studying infrasound for military applications suggest that high-intensity acoustic energy can lead to a wide range of effects. It may cause temporary or permanent hearing damage, increased heart rate and blood pressure, as well as physical distress such as pain, vertigo, nausea, and vomiting. Researchers examining infrasound as a potential weapon have identified 7 Hz as the most dangerous frequency for the brain, as it aligns with the median alpha rhythm of human brain activity. This is particularly concerning because 7 Hz is also the resonant frequency of several internal organs, meaning exposure to such sound waves can directly impact the central nervous system. Existing literature on the subject suggests that prolonged exposure to low-frequency acoustic energy can result in severe disorientation, often accompanied by panic and heightened anxiety. Beyond these psychological effects, additional physiological symptoms, including bowel spasms, vomiting, collapsed lungs, and in extreme cases, organ rupture and death, have been documented at frequencies below 7 Hz. Reports indicate that the 6 victims exhibited signs of restlessness, confused speech, anxiety, and disorientation, as noted by Wall. However, one striking inconsistency with the infrasound theory is the presence of ear bleeding among the victims. Moreover, the effects of infrasound at high altitudes remain largely unexplored due to ethical concerns surrounding animal testing and the absence of willing human subjects for experimentation. As a result, gaps in scientific understanding persist, leaving room for the possibility that infrasound may have caused additional, yet unknown, symptoms. Since each human brain and nervous system responds uniquely to external stimuli, not everyone experiences the effects of infrasound in the same manner. This variability could explain why Val remained unaffected while the others succumbed to mysterious symptoms. Factors such as her age, gender, and individual physiological traits may have shielded her from whatever force triggered the others' distress. Because sound waves influence people differently, it is possible that Sasha was the first to fall ill due to heightened sensitivity, perhaps as a result of his age and gender. As the oldest male in the group, he may have been more vulnerable to the frequency, setting off a chain reaction that ultimately led to the group's demise. With no definitive answers, speculation is all that remains of this tragedy. The case is officially closed, with authorities maintaining that hypothermia was the cause of death. However, for the friends and families of the 6 lost hikers, unsettling questions persist. Even after all these years, Val steadfastly refuses to discuss the horrifying events. When approached by reporters for an interview, she once responded sharply, "Do you think I want to relive this nightmare? I had to leave, change my entire life. I don't want to remember it." Moving on to the next case. Catherine Gennaro. In 1994, 20-year-old Catherine Gennaro lived in Barrie, Ontario, Canada, with her 2-year-old daughter, Dawn. On October 10th, Dawn was staying with her grandparents, Denora and Fernando Gennaro, in Toronto, leaving Catherine home alone. During the day, a friend knocked on her door but received no response. Concerned, they entered the house and made a shocking discovery in the basement: Catherine's lifeless body. She had been stabbed multiple times. The Barrie police began the investigation but handed the case over to the Ontario Provincial Police in 1999. Despite an extensive investigation, no arrests were made. In 2012, the case was returned to the Barrie police. Investigators noted that they had collected hundreds of pieces of evidence and taken numerous witness statements throughout the years. It is important that every piece of information received is always closely examined. You never know which one holds the key detail you are searching for and will lead your team ultimately to the arrest of the person responsible, said case manager Detective Kevin Scales. In 2014, investigators revealed that they were monitoring 2 men who they believed were connected to Catherine's case. Catherine's daughter Dawn also spoke at the press conference. She told the media how she first learned that her mother's life was taken. "When I was 6 years old and my grandparents were distracted, I was flipping through channels and came across the Crime Stoppers episode. The episode was a reenactment of a young woman being stabbed in her apartment. As young as I was, I still remember being terrified and sad for this woman and sad for her family. Moments later, A picture of the real victim holding her child was put on the screen, and I realized at that moment, that was my mother. I knew because it was the same picture that's in my living room to this day. I've never been able to get rid of the hurt and confusion that flooded my mind that night. 7 years later, in January of 2021, detectives arrested 58-year-old Robert Bruce McQueen in connection to the case. Peter Lyon, Barrie police spokesperson, said he was arrested yesterday morning without incident operating a motor vehicle in the south end of the city of Barrie. I think he was surprised. As you can appreciate, 26 years have passed. That's a lot of looking over your shoulder, wondering if today is the day. Well, yesterday was the day, Leon said of the arrest. Dawn said that the arrest had brought her closure. I wish my grandparents, Denora and Fernando De Niro, were alive to see this day. It has been revealed that Catherine and Robert knew each other, but the police did not elaborate further. They also didn't give a lot of information as to what led to the arrest of Robert, just that the arrest came following a tip they received in 2019. On January 21st, Robert made a brief appearance in a Barrie courtroom. He also faces charges of driving while disqualified in August 2020. Not much is known about Robert, except that he spent most of his life in Barrie, worked in construction and various odd jobs, and had a strong passion for shows like CSI and Law and Order. Investigators are also exploring the possibility that Robert may have been involved in other crimes. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Diane Augot. Technology has revolutionized our world in ways our ancestors could never have imagined. It opens up possibilities for activities such as shopping online, enjoying kitten videos, or staying connected with friends. Yet, in certain situations, it can also be unsettling. Imagine the horror of hearing a loved one's cries during a struggle on the other end of the phone. The anguish of losing a child, accompanied by the haunting sound of their final screams in a voicemail, is a heartbreaking thought. Diane Louise Augot, born on February 21, 1958, lived much of her life in Florida, leading what seemed to be a typical existence. A stay-at-home mother in the 1970s and early 1980s, caring for her 3 children, Diane's life took a tragic turn when she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. This condition led her life to unravel, and after losing custody of her children in 1988 and divorcing their father in 1991, she fell deeper into drug and alcohol addiction, often failing to take her prescribed medication. Over the years, she faced multiple minor arrests. Her mother reported that Diane had been taken into police custody at least 32 times under Florida's Baker Act, which permits a judge, police officer, or doctor to decide if an individual needs an involuntary medical examination. Diane was also known to make poor choices in friendships, often trusting strangers, and could frequently be seen talking to herself. This mix of mental illness and an overly trusting nature may have contributed to her disappearance in 1998. At the time, Diane was staying temporarily with her sister, Deborah, in Hudson. On April 10th, she was seen leaving their shared residence in Hudson. The following day, a witness reported seeing Diane walking north along US 19 near New York Avenue in Hudson. She was never seen again. 3 days later, on April 13th, Diane's mother, Mildred Young, returned home to a disturbing voicemail from her daughter. In the message, Diane was heard saying, "Help, help, let me out," followed by sounds that suggested a struggle, with someone trying to take the phone from her. Diane then shouted, "Hey, give me that," before the call abruptly ended. When Mildred checked the caller ID, she was led to a business named Starlight in the Odessa area. However, when she returned the call, it went unanswered. Further investigation by the police revealed that 6 businesses named Starlight existed within a 45-mile radius, but none were located specifically in Odessa. Some armchair detectives speculated that Starlight could have been the name of an LLC rather than a local business. At this point in Diane's tragic story, Many have questioned why Mildred didn't contact the police right away. This is a valid question, but there is no clear answer. Online sleuths have suggested that Mildred might have been used to her daughter's occasional misadventures, likely due to Diane's tendency to skip her medication. This type of behavior may have seemed somewhat normal. Just 2 weeks before Diane's disappearance, she had been in a mental facility for several weeks, and Mildred, along with other family members, believed that Diane should never have been released, as she required institutionalized care. Several days later, on April 15th, Diane's severed fingertip was discovered along the roadside of US 19, near New York Avenue, the same area where she had been spotted on April 11th. The fingernails sported the same coral color that Diane was last seen wearing, and the fingertip was specifically her right middle finger just above the first knuckle. It was located first by a woman, but she assumed it was just a prank and left it. However, after telling her boyfriend that night, he worried that perhaps it was real, and they went to look for it the next day. According to reports, both halves of the couple described the fingertip differently, leading police to wonder if there were multiple fingertips along the roadside, but they only ever located one. The fingerprint from the severed finger matched Diane's criminal record. Also, at some point between 10th April 18th, Diane's house was robbed. It is unknown if this was done in connection with her disappearance, or if it was by local teenagers who knew the house was empty. 2 weeks later, a bag of Diane's neatly folded clothing was found located inside the outdoor freezer of a convenience store where her sister Deborah worked in Odessa. There were some conflicting reports about whether Deborah found the bag herself, but most reports state that her boss found it and then contacted her. As Diane was a regular customer, the store manager was familiar with the clothing and the bizarre circumstances surrounding the 40-year-old's disappearance. Deborah recognized the clothing as belonging to her sister, as she'd recently given the items to her. The freezer had last been checked 3 weeks before the clothing was found inside. In 2000 days later, a clear plastic Ziploc bag was found by Diane's brother's girlfriend, a woman named Terry, who'd gone to her local Circle K convenience store for a drink and some cigarettes. It is unknown how long the plastic bag had been sitting there, but in black marker, the word Diane had been scrawled across the front, and it contained a pink lipstick, black eyeliner, taboo perfume, and a tube of generic toothpaste, the latter being identified as the one Diane was issued with by the mental facility when she was released. While Mildred Young confirmed that the belongings in the bag looked like those that her daughter might have, it couldn't be conclusively proved by law enforcement to have belonged to Diane. There is much debate surrounding the plastic Ziploc bag, with many online sleuths noting the coincidental timing of its discovery, since it was found just 1 day after a local newspaper reported on the story, again gaining some traction. Many believe the family planted the bag there to try and get the case more attention, but there is no evidence of this. Others have proposed that the bag was Diane's and that she'd had it from leaving the mental hospital. The bag and the fact that her name was written on it in marker resembles the kind of thing carried out of hospitals. After 2000, however, Diane's case largely goes cold. Sometime between 11th April 14th and 1998, witnesses placed the 40-year-old at the Coral Sands Motel, which was managed at the time by a man named Gary Evers and his girlfriend. 3 years later, in 2001, Gary was charged with murder after allegedly shooting and killing a man he thought had robbed him. The real robbers were later caught and charged. Although Gary had no prior record in Florida, law enforcement suspects that he might possibly have been involved in Diane's disappearance, but there is no evidence to bring charges against him. In the weeks following Diane's disappearance, there were several witness sightings reported on the DOE network. On April 10th, a bartender at the Hayloft Tavern, located at the intersection of Little Road and State Road 52, believes he served Diane that day. However, he cut her off when her behavior became erratic, as she began walking in circles. Since Diane didn't own a car, it's believed she either went with someone or possibly hitchhiked there. On the 13th, the same day, Diane left her unsettling voicemail for her mother. A waitress at the inn on the Gulf and Hudson reported seeing the 40-year-old dining there. There are a few theories regarding what happened to Diane. Law enforcement suspects foul play, but some have speculated that Diane may have lost her fingertip not from an intentional injury but possibly from an accident, such as a slammed car door. Other online theories suggest that Diane might have chosen to leave her life behind and staged her own disappearance or suicide. However, if that were the case, removing one's own finger seems like an extreme measure. If she is still alive, Diane would now be 62 years old and missing her right middle finger. Her disappearance remains an unsolved mystery. Moving on to the next case. Diane Cusk. Diane Cusk, a 23-year-old woman, resided with her parents in Nassau County, New York. After separating from her husband, she had moved back into their home, bringing her 3-year-old daughter from her previous marriage with her. Diane worked as a dance instructor. On February 15, 1968, after completing her shift at a children's dance school, she called her parents to let them know she was heading to the mall to buy shoes. However, she never made it home. When Diane hadn't returned by that evening, her parents went looking for her. They discovered her car, a 1961 Valiant, parked in the Green Acres Mall parking lot in Valley Stream, New York. Upon opening the car door, they were met with a horrific sight. Diane's lifeless body was lying in the back seat. Her face was bruised, and a 2-inch piece of tape was wrapped around her mouth and neck. They immediately contacted the police. An autopsy revealed that she had suffered facial and head injuries. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. She had defensive wounds on her hands, and police were able to recover DNA evidence from the scene. However, DNA testing did not exist in 1968. Police conducted a massive search of the area and showed Diane's photo to nearly 2,000 people, asking if they could provide any information about her last hours. Police were able to release a description of a suspect seen at a movie theater in the mall shortly before Diane's body was found. Witnesses said that the man was a white male in his late teens or early 20s with average build. They claimed he wore eyeglasses and was at least 5 foot 8 inches tall. Diane's estranged husband was ruled out as a suspect as he had an alibi. He was working his part-time job as a taxi driver at the time of the murder. Police questioned multiple people, but no leads could be found and the case would eventually grow cold. In 2016, the DNA sample found at the crime scene was submitted to a national database, but no match could be found. Then in 2021, police in Nassau County received a tip that a killer who was responsible for other killings in a suburban county who was currently locked up in New Jersey may also be responsible for Diane's murder. Police ran a DNA test again, and this time it matched the convicted serial killer Richard Cottingham. Cottingham is now 76 years old and serving a life sentence for murdering nearly half a dozen women and girls in New Jersey and New York since he was arrested in 1980 after a motel employee heard the screams of a woman inside his room. Police were called and they found the woman alive but handcuffed and suffering from bite marks and knife wounds. Cottingham would later admit to killing more than 100 women. However, police have officially linked him to about a dozen killings. He was also nicknamed the Torso Killer because he was known for dismembering his victims. Police believe that Cottingham pretended to be a security guard or possibly a police officer, and that he accused Diane of stealing. He then asked her to come with him and overpowered her in a secluded area. Cottingham was working as a computer programmer for a health insurance company in New York at the time of the killings, and was officially charged with Diane's murder. On December 5, 2022, the man responsible for Diane Cusk's murder, along with 4 other women, confessed to the crimes committed decades earlier. He was sentenced to 25 years to life for Diane's death, but he will not face charges for the other 4 murders, as he is already serving a life sentence for previous convictions. Diane's daughter, Darlene Altman, now 58, spoke at a police conference saying, "I never thought I'd see this day. I've given up, but all these people got justice for me and my mother." The case was finally closed after 54 years. Moving on to the next case. Elizabeth Barraza. Elizabeth Barraza, beloved for her compassion and creativity, lived her life with a strong commitment to making the world a better place. Her passion for charity work and her unwavering dedication to spreading joy were evident in everything she did. Liz had an unmatched ability to connect with others, lifting their spirits with her generosity and selflessness. Tragically, her life was cut short by a senseless, unsolved murder in the early hours of January 25, 2019, leaving those who knew her, from northwest Harris County to across the state of Texas, searching for answers. Despite the wealth of evidence surrounding the case, no clear answers have emerged, leaving everyone involved in a state of confusion and uncertainty. This is an attempt to make sense of the tragedy and offer a more thorough analysis of the circumstances leading to Liz's death. She embodied the best of humanity, people who bring peace to others, make sacrifices for the greater good, and encourage happiness wherever they go. Liz's actions were a reflection of the belief that a brighter future for all begins with kindness, authenticity, and a commitment to helping others. In her absence, the community and those who knew her continued to search for justice, hoping to bring closure to a life lost too soon. Elizabeth Barraza was truly a remarkable person, whose influence and kindness left a lasting impact on everyone she encountered. A child of the 1990s and a native of Southeast Texas, Liz was deeply immersed in the worlds of fantasy, storytelling, and pop culture from a young age. Her love for science fiction was fostered by her father, Robert Jr., and she developed a particular affection for Star Wars. Liz grew up watching the films, and as she got older, she dove into the expansive Star Wars universe through television series, comic books, and novels. When new releases weren't available, Liz would turn to her other favorite escapist worlds, especially Harry Potter. A self-proclaimed Potterhead, Liz became an expert in all things wizardry and magic, eagerly awaiting each new book release. Her passion for these imaginative realms didn't stop at enjoying them. Liz also became skilled in arts and crafts, particularly in costume making. She had an incredible talent for creating intricate, detailed outfits inspired by her favorite characters. As she grew older, Liz realized that she wasn't alone in this passion. There was an entire community of like-minded costume enthusiasts, known as cosplayers, who came together to celebrate their love for pop culture at conventions across the country. For Liz, these conventions were a place to connect with others who shared her enthusiasm and creativity, and she proudly showcased her amazing creations. Liz's passion for cosplay and Star Wars led her to a deep connection with Sergio Barraza, a fellow Texas native who shared her love for the escapist hobby. The couple, united by their shared interests, married in the winter of 2014, blending their enthusiasm for Star Wars and cosplaying. Together, they traveled to comic conventions across Texas and the broader United States, showcasing Liz's expert crafting skills and passion for bringing characters to life. Outside of conventions, Liz and Sergio were active members of the 501st Legion, a renowned organization of Star Wars fans who create and wear screen-accurate replicas of the franchise's most iconic villains. The 501st Legion isn't just about costumes. It's a community of over 14,000 volunteers who use their creations to support charitable causes. Members visit hospitals, attend fundraising events, and raise awareness for medical research and other important causes. For Liz, these charitable endeavors were at the heart of her life's mission. She didn't hesitate to donate her time and energy to brighten the lives of those who needed it most, particularly sick children and adults, showing a level of selflessness and compassion that defined her character. Liz and Sergio Barraza had always been a devoted couple, bound by shared passions and an unwavering work ethic. Their bond only grew stronger over the 5 years they spent together, marked by both personal and professional accomplishments. Liz's selfless nature, exemplified by her dedication to the 501st Legion and charitable work, complemented Sergio's own commitment to their shared passions. In celebration of their upcoming 5th anniversary, Liz planned a magical trip to Orlando, Florida, with a visit to the newly opened Harry Potter attractions at Universal Studios. The excitement of the trip was heightened by Liz's anticipation of wearing the homemade costumes she had crafted for the occasion. To make the vacation more financially feasible, Liz and Sergio decided to hold a garage sale, selling old items from around their house. What began as a simple, innocent effort to ease their finances soon spiraled into a tragic event. As they prepared for their anniversary celebration, The couple's routine was shattered by the shocking and unsolved murder of Liz Barraza. The timeline of events leading to Liz's untimely death begins just after New Year's Day 2019, as Liz and Sergio were filled with hope and excitement for the future, blissfully unaware that tragedy was on the horizon. The couple plans the perfect celebration, choosing the new Harry Potter attractions at Universal Studios Florida as their dream destination. They set their departure for the end of the month and begin making arrangements. As January goes on, Liz and Sergio realize that their anniversary trip will stretch their budget to the limit. Liz also wants to buy Sergio a few gifts, so the couple decides to hold a garage sale just before their departure, selling items they no longer need to raise some extra spending money for the trip. As the month draws to a close, they finalize the details of the sale. They plan it just days before their Florida trip and inform close friends, family, and coworkers, keeping the news private from social media and the wider town. The last week of January arrives, and Liz requests time off work for both the trip and the sale. Working as a data reporter for a pipeline inspection company, Liz manages to get the time off approved. On the night of January 24th, Liz and Sergio make their final preparations. Sergio prepares to go to work as usual, while Liz tells him she'll wake up early with him to start putting up signs for their garage sale before sunrise. The couple falls asleep, eager for the day ahead, unaware of the danger that awaits. As the rooster crows on Friday, January 25th, 2019, the morning is just breaking. Sergio gets ready for work while Liz gathers the supplies for the signs. She steps outside with him as he climbs into his truck. At the same time, security and CCTV cameras capture a 2013 or newer dark-colored Nissan Frontier Pro 4X driving through the Brazos Tomball suburb, a vehicle unfamiliar to the neighbors and never seen in the area at such an early hour. At around 6:48 a.m., Sergio kisses Liz goodbye and drives off in his truck, with CCTV footage showing him leaving the housing complex on his way to work. Over the next 4 minutes, Liz begins setting up the signs alone in her front yard, unaware of any visitor or unusual event. At around 6:52 a.m., the same Nissan Frontier is spotted again on a neighbor's doorbell camera, now facing Liz's front yard where she continues working outside. The dark-colored truck passes the house and parks in another home's driveway. From the driver's seat, a person with either long hair or a wig exits the vehicle and walks towards the spots where Liz places a sign. The pursuant, wearing what could either be a trench coat or a long robe, conceals something as they walk up to Liz. Liz looks up startled, but doesn't run away. Only 8 seconds pass of what appears to be a quiet conversation before the figure in the long garments pulls out a gun and shoots Liz 3 times at point-blank range. The killer then steps over Liz's body, seemingly checking for something before firing off one final point-blank shot. As the clock ticks forward to 6:53 a.m., the shooter sprints from Liz's body back to their truck. They hop inside back out of the driveway and drive up and down the street once more, almost as if observing the crime scene before peeling out from the neighborhood away from the cameras and forever into anonymity. At the same time, a male subject who heard the gunfire and saw the truck escape runs outside and calls 911 to report both the shooting and ask for an emergency medical response. Meanwhile, another neighbor who comes outside in response to the commotion quickly understands what has happened and personally calls Sergio to inform him Liz has been shot. Not even 10 minutes go by, and Sergio returns to the neighborhood to tend to his critically injured wife. Medical and emergency response personnel join him, and Liz is rushed to the hospital. Meanwhile, police begin interviewing neighbors to try and find out exactly what transpired. Liz makes it to the hospital still breathing with a heartbeat. However, after surviving through the night, the following day on Saturday, January 26th, she succumbs to the gunshot wounds and passes away. Soon after, on the investigation side of the ordeal, authorities are quick to label the death a murder, as the crime scene suggests an execution-like shooting combined with the eyewitness testimony of the male subject who saw the killer flee. Within a matter of weeks, police canvass the Tomball suburbs for any and all security footage that may give them a better glimpse of what happened on January 25th at 6:52 a.m. One of the Barrazas' neighbors then gives law enforcement a copy of their doorbell cam tape from that morning, the now infamous recording of Liz's final moments. In the coming days, detectives study the security footage and release it to media outlets, hoping someone will come forward to identify either the truck or the shooter. Tips pour in, but nothing substantial rises to the forefront of the case, a case growing colder by the minute. It wouldn't be for another year until the Barraza family finally receives a major update in the investigation. During a one-year memorial held by family members, community members, and members of the 501st Legion in honor of Liz's life at the tail end of January 2020, reporters hear from a lead detective on the case that police have obtained a warrant that could lead them directly to the party responsible. There are no other details given, and the exact type of warrant is not revealed, whether it be an arrest warrant or an evidentiary warrant. Again, however, the leads stop there without any major announcement until June 30th, 2020. A breaking news bulletin reveals that police unveiled an additional nugget of information stemming from the CCTV footage capturing Liz's murder. Authorities announce after analyzing discernible audio from the recording, it can be said confidently that as the suspect approached Liz at 6:52 a.m., Liz could be heard saying good morning in response. It is not a major clue, but it does make detectives wonder if Liz didn't actually know the suspect as opposed to earlier theories. Sadly, that news alert on June 30th is the last piece of evidence the public has received in Liz Barraza's case. As of today, Liz's brutal murder remains unsolved. The investigation did undergo a change in top leadership, so that must be considered as to why there are apparently no sizable leads despite almost 2 years of sleuthing, as well as the global pandemic slowing down the world in general beginning in March of 2020. All that being said, police maintain that this case is still very much solvable and will continue to pursue any and all leads provided by the public or otherwise. Without a doubt, the biggest and really the only case point in the Barraza investigation is the CCTV security footage procured from around the crime scene by police in the direct aftermath of January 25th's senseless murder. The video shows the murder take place, albeit from a distant and grainy point of view. However, it also shows the suspect flee, and most importantly, the side profile of the Nissan Frontier Pro 4X driven by the shooter. Before I play the video in its entirety as first released by authorities, I want to be upfront about the disturbing nature of the footage. A figure with long hair, a long coat or robe, and what could be boots parks across the street from the Barraza residence, walks over to the front yard where Liz works on the garage sales sign, confronts her yard where Liz works on the garage sales sign, confronts her with 8 seconds of unknown dialogue, then shoots her 4 times at point-blank range before standing over her body and running off. The most contested part of the video is whether or not the shooter is a woman, as it might seem at first glance, or a man dressed to appear as a woman. It truly is hard to tell. Some point to the end of the video where the killer runs away, stating that the gait is most often attributed to the form of a female run. However, it is also widely believed that the killer was wearing boots as a part of their peculiar getup, and that may have changed the appearance of their movement. Nevertheless, we don't share this video to determine whether or not the killer was male, or female, or disguised, or in plain clothes. It's meant to spread awareness, and hopefully catch the eye of someone who hasn't seen it before, recognizing something that could be game-changing, a vital clue. If anything in this video rings a bell, even the slightest memory in the back of your mind, whether it be the identity of the shooter or the origin of the Nissan Frontier truck, contact Crime Stoppers at 713-222-TIPS. Let us now turn to the most prominent theories that attempt to explain the unsolved murder of Liz Barraza. Because of how recent the Liz Barraza murder case is, the theories surrounding it are few and far between. Both its recency and a withholding of most case details by law enforcement are to blame for this, but that isn't necessarily a bad thing. Police usually keep important clues and even pieces of evidence that don't seem relevant close to their chest in order to avoid tipping off the real suspects of their findings or threatening their chances of making an arrest. It's why studying cold cases within their first few years of investigation are so tricky. There simply isn't enough yarn to thread together a solid board of theories, at least not yet. However, there are still some ideas. One of the very early hypotheses speculated by case followers was that either Sergio or Liz was involved in a secret love triangle, and the shooter from the video is an enraged lover or person who was intimately involved with one of the members of the couple. However, we don't believe this is the case. Personal and melodramatic gossip often circulates after a murder, and it can be harmful to the Barraza family and disrespectful to the memory of Liz herself if presented without any real evidence. In fact, there is a very simple and straightforward observation regarding this theory that helps delegitimize it from rampant belief. If there was indeed a love triangle and a secret partner involved, there would be a paper trail, or at least a digital one. There would be emails or texts or some sort of communication remaining on a phone or a computer, a forgotten voicemail or letter, or something left over to make a connection. The absence of any evidence of this nature speaks for itself. It also shouldn't have to be said, but Sergio himself has been very clear and concise with police, and has fully cooperated with both law enforcement and the media. He has shown no signs he has something to hide, and until police uncover something to the contrary, we must focus on other possibilities than those that likely end up in a tabloid magazine. Of course, the shooter could be connected via a close relationship to either Liz or her husband, but to immediately point fingers towards a scandalous extramarital affair would be jumping the gun. Another commonly held belief about who the killer could be is that they met Liz somewhere at a comic book convention or similar cosplaying event, and for whatever reason, fixated on her with the intent to murder. But why or how could this happen? One explanation is the passion behind fan-based activities such as Comic Cons and other global events is normally brought to the absolute extreme. It regrettably doesn't take long when investigating some pastimes such as these to find there is a history of toxic fandom, misogyny, and elitism, certainly not in the majority, but that 1% is known to exist. Of course, cosplaying and passionate fandoms are a good thing, full of good people with good intentions, and are meant for escapism and passion, but there are cases where people have taken their favorite pop culture iconography a little too far, and that bad blood has been known in the past to spill over into nefarious and criminal territory. Thus, it is suggested that somewhere along their travels or even in an online community, Liz met someone who became overly jealous of her or Sergio, made advances, and when they didn't get what they wanted, went after her in the most horrific way possible. Now, while this is also somewhat unlikely to not have a trail of communication somewhere on the internet for police to track, it's possible this connection was made in person, and the killer was an unknown stalker following Liz around, and waiting for her to be alone. There have been confirmed cases of women being stalked at comic conventions before, and has even led to abuse and assaults. It is not a common occurrence, but it has happened frequently enough for some to consider it in connection with Liz's case. The biggest criticism to the cosplay-related stalker theory is how out of place the subject was in Tomball itself. The neighbors never reported seeing the Nissan Frontier truck in the housing complex prior to that night, and it wasn't recorded on CCTV cameras in the hours or days leading up to the murder. For the stalker to have been following Liz prior to the shooting, they would have had to track her movements covertly using a different vehicle, ensuring she would be alone at the right time. Since the garage sale was not widely advertised, the stalker wouldn't have known to target the neighborhood that morning. The idea of randomly showing up seems highly improbable, making it appear more like a planned attack rather than a stroke of luck. Additionally, some believe the stalker was wearing a disguise in the security footage, possibly with a long robe and wig to conceal their identity. This could suggest an attempt to hide their true appearance, though this conflicts with the typical behavior of a stalker, who usually operates from the shadows without the need for a disguise. This raises the possibility that the shooter wasn't just a random stalker, but someone with a personal connection to Liz, someone who knew about the garage sale. However, this would assume that investigators hadn't already compiled a list of everyone who knew about the sale and ruled them out. If they did this, it would be incredibly difficult for someone to slip through the cracks, unless the person was a friend or coworker who rented or borrowed the car. In that case, if the police searched for the specific Nissan Frontier Pro 4X model through car rentals in the area, the individual could potentially avoid detection, as there would be no records linking them to the vehicle. And while it seems perhaps overly elaborate for a killer to rent a car for use in a murder plot, keep in mind that many think the shooter was also wearing a disguise, the longer hair appearing more like a wig than a natural hairstyle. Of course, this is impossible to discern on such a low-quality camera feed and can neither be confirmed nor denied. But if the killer dressed up, they may also have used the car under someone else's name, knowing there could be many prying eyes identifying the make and model of their getaway vehicle. Overall, however, the idea that the killer was a personal friend is hard to make sense of when considering the most recent update from law enforcement regarding the first words spoken by Liz when the shooter approached her. An unexcited good morning that was described by law enforcement as a greeting someone would extend to a stranger or passerby doesn't give much credence to the thought that Liz knew her killer. Again, this loops back to the disguise theory. Liz simply may not have recognized her killer at first glance. We also must remember that it was just 6:50 in the morning in the very early phases of daylight. The shadows of twilight may have cloaked the face of the perpetrator. We also don't know what exactly the killer and Liz spoke about in the 8 seconds between good morning and gunfire. Once the killer got close, Liz may very well have realized who it was. The CCTV footage doesn't reveal any sign of alarm or attempt to flee by Liz, but the gunmen also drew their weapon quickly, allowing very little time to react. There are admittedly many holes with this theory, but it is also only one breakthrough or piece of evidence away from explaining everything. Sadly, for now, it is too vague to be counted on. The final theory most discussed by sleuths so far is that the shooter is a contract killer, someone who is hired by an associate, or even a stalker of Liz's to kill her that fateful morning. This would explain all the irregularities of the video and the situation at large as we currently see them. A contract killer who has no connection to the Barraza household wouldn't be identified by Liz herself. The vehicle would not be traced to any of her family and friends, and they would have been given the garage sale information by whoever hired them or asked them to do such a terrible thing. Obviously, this depends on the idea that it was someone who knew about the garage sale that sealed Liz's fate, but the way that the perpetrator's truck drove around the neighborhood that morning makes us believe that they knew Liz would eventually be alone that day, understanding Sergio would go to work while Liz set up the supplies. There's even a hypothesized conversation to go with this theory, with some thinking that the 8-second conversation before the muzzle flashes, consisting of the killer asking if Liz was who she really was, if her garage sale was really a garage sale, and then firing the gun when Liz confirmed this. It should be noted that if the killer was hired by contract, they were by no means a professional assassin or had much experience in violent crime. Someone who murders with intent per contract surely wouldn't have been so obvious, would have used silencing techniques for maximum stealth, and most certainly wouldn't have done it wearing a pair of boots and a long flowing robe. There are of course thousands of characters around the country that might fit that bill, but a hired gunman likely isn't one of them. Is this by design another way to camouflage intent with ridiculousness? It can't be ruled out, but at this point, everything is still in play. Before we divulge our hypothesis of Liz Barraza's unsolved murder, we want to make known that our conclusions are purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstance, and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each episode, and we do not attempt to promise certainty or an expert guarantee on the findings we reach in closing. We simply observe, research, and report. In the case of Liz Barraza, we believe that she was in fact murdered by an associate, whether it be a coworker or someone she met at either a cosplaying convention or other fandom-related events. Who this could be, whether it was a male or female, is impossible to specify. However, we are confident that whoever it was committed murder due to an unsolved confrontation with Liz. It was someone who was silent in their wrath, but instead of sorting out whatever differences they may have had turned into a cold-blooded murderer to try and solve their problems. Whether the long hair was a wig or the robe and boots are disguised can't be proven at the moment, but it can be assumed that in those 8 seconds after Liz cautiously greeted them with a good morning, the killer laid out what they were about to do before firing the gun 4 times at point-blank range. Whoever the killer was then ran off, got rid of their vehicle when its description hit the rounds of local news, and either seamlessly embedded themselves back into society like nothing ever happened or dropped off the map completely. We also believe that whoever it was did know about the impending garage sale and used that to their advantage. They probably canvassed the Tomball suburbs previously, and maybe even visited the Barraza residence prior to January 25th to decode Sergio's movements and know the window in which to strike. It's all additional support to the fact that this was premeditated murder, not a whimsical dark fantasy born from someone's nightmare. Nobody just woke up one morning and decided to drive to southeastern Texas and kill an innocent young woman. This was no serial killer. This was no escaped convict. This was someone who chose with every fiber in their body to commit an evil act. They picked the red paint for the walls. They were not forced or held at gunpoint themselves, and therefore they shall be pursued as such as the cold-blooded killer they are, deserving of all the justice that is awaiting to befall them. There are not a lot of details to pour out into the world, but there is always the chance for more to come in. If you have absolutely any connection to Liz or Sergio, or may know something not yet expressed in this episode or other case coverages, we implore you to let the proper authorities know, so that the offender out there who is still running around in the dark is thrust into the light. Let us return to the moments described at the start of this episode, reflecting on the brilliant and beautiful way Liz Barraza lived until her final breath. While it may seem cliché, Liz truly embodied a life of charity and goodness. She never wavered in her determination to improve the world around her, leaving a lasting impact on everyone she encountered and ensuring their lives were enriched as well. She approached challenges with grace, dedicating herself to helping those in need with boundless generosity. Her work in the 501st Legion was a testament to her creative empathy and passionate imagination, serving as a reminder that it doesn't matter how others perceive us. If something brings you immeasurable joy, something not found elsewhere, hold on to it with all your heart. Ultimately, doing what we love and surrounding ourselves with hope-filled things will create the same environment for others. Liz was the epitome of her community, and as a community ourselves, we owe it to her memory to preserve the goodness she shared. We will honor Liz Barraza and, in doing so, continue to fight for answers, determined to unravel the mystery of why she was taken from the world, so that the Tombole terror may finally be solved. Moving on to the next case. Eloise Worledge. Throughout the 1970s, Australia witnessed several monumental events. The Australian Labor Party came to power, the dismantling of the White Australia policy, which previously restricted non-Caucasian immigration, and the end of the long-standing economic boom that had contributed to the nation's prosperity. Amid these significant changes, a number of mysterious and disturbing crimes occurred, many of which remain unsolved to this day. Eloise Worledge, the eldest of 3 children born to Lindsay and Patsy Worledge, was born on October 8, 1967. At the age of 8, she disappeared from her family home on Scott Street in Beaumaris, Victoria, on January 12, 1976. Her case remains one of the most perplexing in Australia's history. When police arrived at the Worledge home, they immediately sensed that something was off. Eloise's 4-year-old brother Blake had noticed his sister missing around 7:30 a.m. that morning. After a brief search of the property, Patsy and Lindsay contacted the authorities. There were no signs of a struggle inside the house or in Eloise's bedroom, but a small hole had been cut in the fly screen of her window, which was opened as far as it could go, leaving a gap of 38 centimeters. A piece of bark from the tree outside the window was also found on the floor of Eloise's room. Forensic analysis of the hole in the screen revealed it had been made from the inside. The hole appeared to be too small for an abductor to use, and investigators believed it would have been difficult for the perpetrator to leave the house via the window while taking Eloise with them. Authorities determined that the scene at the Worledge home appeared to have been staged, leading them to believe that Eloise and her abductor had likely exited through the unlocked front door rather than through the window. During further questioning, Blake, Eloise's 4-year-old brother, told authorities he had heard what he described as robbers taking his sister. He was too frightened to speak out at the time, fearing they would take him too. Blake also mentioned hearing crackling noises, which suggested to the police that the intruders had moved around Eloise's room, which had a seagrass floor. Police theorized that Eloise had been lured from her bed by someone she knew and trusted, given her shy and timid nature. Her parents described her as not likely to willingly go with strangers. However, Authorities did not rule out the possibility that she was abducted by a prowler who was known to be in the area at the time. On the night Eloise disappeared, her father, Lindsay, had gone to bed about an hour and a half after her. He had been the last one awake, as her mother, Patsy, had gone to bed an hour earlier. The front door had been left unlocked because Lindsay was unaware that Patsy had forgotten to close it. Additionally, a hallway lamp was left on for the children to help them feel secure as they went to sleep. The last parent to go to bed always turned it off. However, on this occasion, Lindsay had forgotten to do so. But curiously, when Patsy awoke at around 4:45 a.m. to use the toilet, she noticed that the lights was off. This led investigators to theorize that by this time, Eloise was already gone. Although there was little physical evidence available inside the family home, authorities were relieved to find an abundance of witnesses around the neighborhood. One neighbor saw a dark green car speeding down Scott Street at 2 o'clock in the morning, while another reported seeing a green Holden station wagon, which she did not recognize, parked near the Warledge's house. Around this same time, neighbors heard a child scream and a car door slam. One man also reported that his tool shed had been broken into that same night. Then around midnight, another neighbor named and same saw a young man walking down the fence line of the family home. She noted that the unidentified man made her feel so uneasy that she crossed the road to avoid him. Around this same time, a woman named Molly Saltz, who lived a little further down the street, saw a young man jump the fence to the Wallish property after running in front of her car and across the street. Investigators also discovered that a young man had been canvassing the area over the previous few days, claiming that he was doing a survey on children's education. This man has never been identified, and it is unknown if he was the same man seen the night Eloise vanished. Without any further leads as to the identity of the man or men seen in the area around the time Eloise was last seen, authorities turned to Patsy and Lindsay with their suspicions. Both parents were having affairs and living separate lives at the time of their daughter's disappearance. They had been together for over 10 years but had recently become distant, and both parties sought to dissolve the marriage. The day that Eloise was taken, Lindsay was due to move out of the family home and into his own apartment. Authorities wondered if perhaps he'd done this to stall the moving date and allow him to spend more time in the family home. But ultimately, neither parent was ever linked conclusively to the disappearance. According to a senior constable who was speaking to a news outlet in 2002, Patsy told police at the time that she felt her husband was involved in the disappearance as a means of prolonging the inevitable and as a way of spicing her. However, other investigators who worked the case believed Lindsay only really became a suspect because there was nobody else and no other leads. In 1976, the father of 3 had offered to take a polygraph test, but he was not taken up on this offer. He was later asked to take one in 2002, but the results were inconclusive. As we always say, it is worth bearing in mind that polygraph tests are never reliable and are rarely admissible as evidence in court. At the time the crime occurred, an extensive search was carried out involving over 250 people. The dog squad, search and rescue, and the mounted branch were just some of the police units involved in the 3-week-long search, but no trace of Eloise was ever discovered. Her body, if she has sadly passed away, has never been found either. A reward of $10,000, the modern-day equivalent of nearly $70,000, was offered too, but none of the leads ever brought in by this incentive ever propelled the investigation forward. Other suspects in 1976 included Patsy's sister and several of her friends, although it's unclear why. When the case was reopened in 2001, they were all dismissed as suspects. Their links to the case were entirely baseless. 1 month after Eloise vanished, a woman named Catherine Marling came forward and told the police that she'd seen a green 1966 model Holden in the street a week before the incident. Authorities believe that the vehicle was the same one which was stolen from Carlton in December of 1975, but the car was never found and the lead quickly died out. Over 100 family members and extended family members were looked into by police alongside over 250 colleagues, friends, students, and acquaintances too, but still the investigation stalled. In 2001, The police revisited the case and examined local sex offenders who were in the area at the time of Eloise's disappearance, including several teachers from her primary school. However, their efforts yielded no new leads, and the investigation stalled once again. Despite concluding that the scene had been staged and that more than one person was likely involved, authorities were unable to identify any suspects or gather evidence connecting someone to the crime. Following their divorce, both Patsy and Lindsay remarried, but neither remained hopeful that the case would ever be solved. Lindsay passed away in February of 2017, still unaware of what happened to his daughter. Patsy, on the other hand, focused much of her time on caring for her grandchildren. The couple's other daughter, Anna, had 3 children of her own. Tragedy struck the family again in 1997 when their only son, Blake, was killed after being struck by a car while crossing the road on a rainy night. The current status of Eloise's case remains uncertain. Given the lack of new leads or updates, it seems unlikely that the investigation is still active. Moving on to the next case. Rose Burkhart and Roger Atkinson. On September 12, 1980, 22-year-old single mother and trainee nurse Rose Burkhart, along with 32-year-old telephone installer Roger Atkinson, attempted to check into the Mana Holiday Inn near Williamsburg, Iowa. However, due to a convention taking place, the hotel had no vacancies and they were turned away. Later in the day, a cancellation allowed them to book a room. Everything seemed normal during their stay, and they did not draw attention to themselves. The following day, however, when housekeeping arrived at noon, something seemed off. The couple did not respond to knocks on the door or the maid's requests to be let in. Growing suspicious, the maid used the master key to enter and found the couple's feet on the bed. Initially thinking they were simply asleep, she looked further into the room, only to be confronted with a horrific crime scene. Both Rose and Roger were dead on the bed of their hotel room. They had sustained fatal head injuries, and Roger's fingers were severed from trying to defend himself from the attack. The huge blood loss and brain trauma endured by both parties were labeled as the cause of their death, with authorities determining that the wounds were made with either an axe or a hatchet. Rose was fully dressed, whilst Roger wore only shorts. The TV was still on in the room, and oddly, 2 chairs had been pulled up next to the bed, leading authorities to wonder if the couple had some kind of conversation with the killer. This, coupled with the fact that there was no sign of forced entry, brought about the speculation that the pair knew their murderer. Further evidence in the room showed that the killer had put his feet upon the desk and carved a bar of soap, using it to write this on a bathroom mirror. A strange clue that has brought no new leads to the case. Over 400 people were interviewed by authorities, including staff and guests at the inn. However, it seems more likely that someone closer to home was involved. A likely suspect in the case was Rose's ex-boyfriend, whom she had kicked out of her home for his drug use. She'd recently taken out a personal protection order against this unidentified man, and bought a dog for protection. One day when she returned home from work though, she found her dog had been brutally slaughtered, and hung up in her front yard. Investigators did look into Rose's ex-boyfriend, but found that his alibi checked out. He also seemed to pass a polygraph test, although this is known to not be foolproof as a method of proving someone's innocence. Another potential suspect in the double murder was Roger's uncle, Charles Ray Hatcher, a serial killer who had escaped from a mental facility in September 1980 but was later recaptured. Despite his history, he was never questioned regarding the murder of his nephew. In September 1980, agents from Missouri and Illinois were brought in to help investigate, and they looked into a similar murder that had occurred just 3 months earlier on June 25th, where a hatchet had been used. Tragically, Roger's father passed away in 2004, and his mother followed in 2012, never seeing justice for their son. One of Rose's closest friends, Tammy Berkman, has worked tirelessly to keep the case alive, even at the cost of her own marriage. As of 2020, the murders of Rose and Roger remain unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Philip Kahn. On July 24, 2000, remains belonging to an unidentified male were discovered 27 miles off the coast of Maine, near Grand Monon Banks. Fingerprints and DNA samples were collected from the remains. The fingerprints were submitted to the FBI, but no matches were found. The DNA was uploaded to the FBI's combined DNA index, yet there were no results. With no leads, the case went cold for several years. In 2019, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner reached out to Parabon Nano Labs to conduct forensic genealogy on the DNA. Parabon analyzed the sample and determined that the man was Jewish, but his identity remained unknown. However, in March 2022, the FBI's Criminal Justice Information Services and Deceased Persons Identification Services Division became involved. The unidentified person's fingerprints were submitted for comparison in May 2022. On January 11, 2023, it was announced that the remains belonged to 84-year-old Philip Kahn. The FBI was able to match the fingerprints and dental records to Philip, who had been reported missing in Las Vegas in 2000. His next of kin has been notified of the identification. It was determined that Philip left Las Vegas and arrived in New York City in July 2000. The circumstances of how or why he ended up off the coast of Maine remain unclear. Moving on to the next case. Savannah Hoskins. Savannah Hoskins, a 34-year-old woman from Ogden, Utah, was a mother of 5 and married to Joe Hoskins, a man with a violent temper. Their marriage was troubled, marked by frequent arguments, and Savannah had attempted to leave him on several occasions. On July 3, 1985, she was reported missing to the Ogden Police Department. A few days later, residents discovered 2 legs floating in a nearby river. Initially appearing to be white, investigators later determined they belonged to an African-American woman. Although it was suspected the legs belonged to Savannah, the limitations of DNA technology in 1985 made it impossible to confirm. No other body parts were found, and because they could not definitively identify the legs, Savannah's husband, Joe, could not be charged. Over the years, the case remained unsolved, and Joe Hoskins passed away without ever being questioned. In 2020, Savannah's children and grandchildren urged the police to reopen the investigation. The police still had a toenail from the discovered legs, which was sent for DNA testing. It was then confirmed that the legs belonged to Savannah. The Ogden Police Department now believes Joe is responsible for her death. In a statement, it was made public that Joe actually made incriminating statements. And with other witness statements, plus the DNA match, all leads point to Joe Hoskins. We are confident based on all that evidence that if Joe were alive today, we would be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Joe Hoskins took the life of his wife, Savannah Hoskins. The son of Joe and Savannah, Joe Hoskins Jr., who now lives in Idaho, remains skeptical about the findings of the police. "No, I don't believe it," is all he had to say. There's currently a $3,000 reward for any information that could lead investigators to the rest of her remains. They are searching the area again now that they have better technology, but so far they have found nothing. Moving on to the next case. Billy Fainer. Billy Fainer, only 22 years old, went missing under mysterious circumstances. Originally from Brooklyn, Billy had become involved in trouble, prompting his parents to send him to a horse ranch in California owned by a former neighbor in 1984. They hoped the move would distance him from bad influences. Billy worked and lived there for a while, but by late 1984 and into 1985, he disappeared without a trace, leaving his family unaware of what had happened to him. On October 27, 1985, a father and son were walking on a ranch in Parker County, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, searching for a potential location to build a new home. During their walk, they stumbled upon skeletonized remains. The remains were buried in a shallow grave, partially covered by foliage and disturbed by animals. Authorities were notified immediately. The remains were believed to belong to someone between the ages of 15 and 20, and the victim had been shot to death. His clothes, including a pair of gas blue jeans and a Union Bay white fleece jacket, were found scattered around the area. Despite the presence of clothing, no identification was found at the scene. Sheriff's deputies began checking missing persons reports but couldn't find anyone matching the description. The victim was given the name of John Parker Doe. Years would go by and the case grew cold. Over the years, authorities tried everything from facial reconstruction, DNA phenotyping, and genealogical testing to try and identify the young victim. In 2018, DNA was extracted and sent to Paraben Nanolabs to determine the victim's characteristics, which were previously unknown. Through DNA phenotyping, John Parker Doe was finally given a face. He had fair skin, brown or hazel eyes, brown or black hair, 0 or few freckles, and was of European ancestry. This disputed their earlier assumptions that the victim was of mixed race. With the new information, a more accurate 3D facial reconstruction was made, but it still did not generate any leads. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. C.C. Moore from Paraben Nanolabs uploaded the victim's DNA to GEDmatch, and over the next 18 months, 100 of hours were spent to try and find any relative of John Parker Doe. Soon, they found a potential first and second cousin. However, the cousins were found to be adopted and did not know their biological family. The genealogists then tried to find biological parents of the adoptees to be able to find some lead for John Parker Doe eventually. They were able to find a possible birth father of one of the adoptees, but they couldn't confirm it through DNA as the man was already deceased. Fortunately, one of the man's biological sons agreed to take a DNA test, and it was uploaded to GEDmatch. In a breakthrough, it was found that he was the first cousin to John Parker Doe. C.C. Moore then built a family tree and searched for a male between the ages of 15-20 that had gone missing. She found one name in the New York Birth Index that seemed like it could be a match. No records were available for him after he entered his early 20s. His name was Billy Feiner. Authorities soon tracked down Billy's parents, who were living in Florida. The family provided a DNA sample, and a DNA test confirmed that the victim indeed was Billy Feiner. Hurricane Sandy had destroyed all the photos from when Billy lived in Brooklyn, but his family was able to provide a photo from grade school. Determined to find answers, investigators tracked down people who had worked with Billy on the California ranch. It was found that while working at the ranch, Billy met a man named Forrest Ethington, who lived in the Dallas area. Forrest convinced Billy to join him and travel to Texas, where they would perform several robberies. The pair pulled some heists together in Texas, and then Billy decided to fly solo. However, Billy got caught and was set to go to court for the robbery. This worried Forrest because Billy might turn on him and reveal his robberies as well. Forrest then told the witness that he was going to try to kill Billy to silence him. Forrest then went to a remote part of the Texas ranch and shot Billy once in the back of the head. Detectives were prepared to charge Forrest with Billy's murder, but in January 2020, they discovered that Forrest had already passed away. After Billy's death, Forrest had been involved in a botched heist at a coin shop in Pontiac, Texas. During the robbery, one of Forrest's crew members killed the shop owner. The FBI apprehended Forrest after he attempted to sell the stolen coins at a coin show. Forrest was sentenced to 5 years in prison for the crime but appealed in 1991. In 2010, he was arrested again, this time for aggravated assault against a person under 18. Forrest died in prison in October 2019. Billy's disappearance and murder were finally resolved after 35 years. Though Billy's family did not receive the justice they had hoped for, they were able to gain the closure they so deeply needed. Moving on to the next case. Dorothy Lynn. On October 27, 1997, Michigan State Police officers were called to an area near Fox Farm Road in Manistee County after a report of a deceased, unclothed woman who seemed to have washed up on shore. The only clue to her identity was one earring. An autopsy concluded that the woman had drowned, and it appeared to be an accidental death. In September 2020, detectives with the Michigan State Police, Cadillac Post, and the department's Missing Persons Coordination Unit revisited the case and decided to exhume the woman for advanced DNA testing. Bone samples were sent to Astrea Forensics under the DNA Doe Project for Forensic Genetic Genealogy. In July 2021, a possible familial match was identified. The DNA Doe project provided potential leads, which were submitted to the Michigan State Police for verification. The connection linked the remains to the Ting family in Aroostook, Maine. Familial DNA reference samples from a potential brother were collected for further analysis. Finally, on January 9, 2023, the Michigan State Police identified the Jane Doe as 26-year-old Dorothy Lininger. Dorothy had last been seen on October 2, 1997, at 12:30 p.m. by officers from the St. Francis Police Department in Wisconsin. At that time, she had not been reported missing, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The following day, an abandoned vehicle was discovered nearby, with its license plate registered to a missing/endangered person report filed by the Chicago Police Department. Investigators are now working to determine whether Dorothy's drowning was accidental, a suicide, or the result of foul play. Moving on to the next case. Janita Phillips. In 1986, a sanitation worker in Greenwich, Connecticut discovered the body of a newborn baby boy in his truck after emptying a dumpster. An autopsy revealed that the baby had been strangled and was less than a day old. Investigators spoke with local residents in an attempt to identify the parents, but were unable to gather any useful leads. At the time, DNA technology was still in its early stages and insufficient to trace relatives. However, in 2019, investigators from the Greenwich Police Department revisited the case. They used genetic genealogy to analyze the DNA sample they had collected from the baby. This method led them to a woman they believed to be the mother. Following the lead, they traveled to a house in Lake Mary, Florida, where the woman was believed to be residing. Investigators collected items from the trash and recycling bins outside her home, and through DNA analysis, confirmed that the woman was indeed the baby's mother. The woman is 62-year-old Janita Phillips. Investigators decided to interview her. She then confessed. Janita said that she kept the pregnancy a secret to everyone. She gave birth to a baby boy in her apartment, strangled him, and then left him in a bag in the dumpster outside the building in Greenwich, Connecticut. Court documents show that back in 1986, Janita was interviewed, but then she denied any knowledge of what had happened and refused to take a blood test. In Janita's statement to the police, she wrote that she knew her husband did not want any more kids and had big dreams of becoming a fashion designer. I didn't want to crash his dreams and fall down the rabbit hole of having a bunch of kids and stuck with bills and not being able to care for them or get to achieve his dreams, reads the statement in part. DNA has also confirmed that Janita's husband is the father of the baby boy. According to her, he had no knowledge of what she did. Attorney Lindy Urso, who was representing Janita, expressed that her client is deeply remorseful about the events of that time in her life. According to Urso, Janita has moved past the trauma and lived a fulfilling life since then. She's never been arrested before and has raised a family, been married, and worked steadily for 30 years in the same industry. It's curious, however, that Lindy Urso seems to downplay the gravity of what happened. The situation takes on an ironic twist when it's revealed that Janita was caught because the DNA she unknowingly left in the trash was matched to the baby she abandoned. Moving on to the next case. Jasmine Featherstone. In June 2020, the remains of an unidentified woman were discovered in Elizabeth, New Jersey, near the railroad tracks on the 300 block of Port Avenue. Investigators quickly responded to the scene and transported the body for an autopsy. The results revealed that the woman had been murdered. She was identified as a black woman, likely between the ages of 25 and 35 at the time of her death. She stood around 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighed between 125 to 140 pounds. The woman had short hair and double piercings in both ears. A forensic sketch was created and shared with the public in the hopes of identifying her, but despite extensive efforts, investigators were unable to determine her identity. She became known as Union County Jane Doe 2020, with no significant leads coming forward to solve her case. Details of the woman's unidentified person case were entered into the National and Unidentified Missing Person System. In March 2023, 3 years after the discovery of the woman's remains, the Union County Prosecutor's Office partnered with Othraming to determine if advanced DNA testing could help provide an identity for the woman or a close relative. The Union County Prosecutor's Office Forensic Laboratory submitted forensic evidence to Othram's laboratory in the Woodlands, Texas. Othram's scientists used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile for the woman. Othram's in-house genetic genealogy team used the DNA profile in a genealogical search to provide investigative leads that were returned to investigators. Using these leads, detectives were able to narrow down the search and identify the victim as Jasmine Featherstone of Elizabeth, New Jersey. Jasmine was 23 years old at the time her life was ended and previously lived in Middletown, Connecticut. The identification was announced in June 2023. The investigation into what exactly happened to Jasmine is still ongoing by investigators. Anyone with information about the case is urged to call the Union County Prosecutor's Office and speak to Sergeant Lamar Hartfield at 908-451-1873. Tips can be submitted anonymously by phone at 908,654 tips. If you provide a tip that leads to an indictment and conviction, you are eligible for a reward of up to $10,000. Moving on to the next case. Jean Tuggy, a 60-year-old woman from Pine Grove Mills, Pennsylvania, was found dead in her home on January 21, 2016. She had been shot twice with a 9mm pistol, and it was clear that her death was not a suicide. Nothing had been stolen from her home, and no evidence was left behind. The initial investigation did not provide any significant leads. However, investigators recently uncovered new information that could help move the case forward. They discovered that Jean had formed a friendship with one of her coworkers, Christopher Kowalski, who had developed romantic feelings for her. Investigators also learned that at the time her life taken he owned a 9mm pistol. He sold it and moved to South Carolina. Investigators located the owner of the pistol, and after examination of the weapon, it was determined that the pistol was most likely the same one used to take Jean's life. Investigators then went to South Carolina to interview Kowalski. He immediately confessed and admitted he is responsible. He was then taken to Pennsylvania to be prosecuted. It had not been revealed yet why he did what he did. Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro had this to say: "Thanks to the diligent efforts of the lawyers, investigators, and fellow members of law enforcement who never gave up on this case. The arrest of Christopher Kowalski is the first step towards putting him behind bars. The Tuggy family has waited too long for justice, but we hope this helps them heal." Moving on to the next case. Nova Welsh. Nova Welsh was born in Jamaica in June 1957 into a supportive and caring family. When she was 10 years old, her family moved to the United Kingdom in search of a better life. At 16, she began a relationship with a boyfriend and soon moved in with him after becoming pregnant with their first child. The couple eventually had 2 children, Jonathan and Leah. They resided in a 3-story apartment on Lighthorn Avenue in Ladywood, Birmingham. Osmond Bell, Nova's partner and the father of her children, was a violent man, and frequent arguments between them were common. Those who were close to Nova knew about the dysfunctional and abusive nature of her relationship with Osmond. She had confided in her sister, Valerie Welsh, that Osmond would occasionally hit her, and neighbors who lived beneath them reported hearing constant shouting and fights. Over time, Nova grew increasingly unhappy with living with Osmond, and her once strong feelings of love for him faded, overshadowed by his ongoing abuse. Nova Welsh eventually found new love and began dating a man named Wayne Newby. Like in any typical relationship, Wayne often visited Nova at her apartment, but Osmond Bell disapproved of another man in the picture, causing more tension between the couple. Their constant arguments grew worse, particularly over Nova's late-night outings. According to Nova's stepsister, Sonia, the couple had a heated dispute one evening. Sonia, hearing screams, went into the kitchen to check what was happening and found a frightened Nova and an enraged Osmond, who had a dishcloth wrapped around his hands. Sensing the escalating tension, Sonia decided to call the police, even though Osmond had tried to stop her. When the police arrived, Nova did not file a formal complaint against Osmond. She explained to the officers that they had been arguing, and she wanted him to leave. In early July 1981, Osmond Bell finally left the apartment, which was in Nova's name. His outburst likely stemmed from his inability to tolerate seeing another man in his space, making him feel emasculated. While all this was unfolding, Nova Welsh's family had relocated to the United States, hoping that she and her 2 children would join them soon. Loved by all, Nova easily made new connections with both family and friends. She was outspoken and often confided in her friends about the troubles in her relationship. She once told her friend, Joan Campbell, that Osmond Bell had strangled her so tightly around the neck that it hurt, and she showed another friend, Pauline Davies, the bruises left on her skin. Nova explained that Osmond had attempted to strangle her because she had gone out at night. After he left, Osmond began sending her threatening letters, telling her that if he couldn't have her, no one could. One of these letters even included a threat to kill her, stating, "If you don't have me back, you know what I will have to do." Nova decided to sever all ties with him and shifted her focus to her new relationship with Wayne Newby. However, on July 27, 1981, Nova suddenly stopped answering her phone. Her mother, Lorna Welsh, had tried to call her from the United States to confirm when she would be coming to join the family, but the 24-year-old mother of 2 wouldn't pick her calls and had disappeared with no trace. Her friends were equally surprised about her sudden disappearance because it was very unlike her to leave without informing anyone. According to her friends, before her disappearance, she had dropped off her 2 children with her ex-lover, Osmond Bell, and had gone out dancing with her new boyfriend Wayne Newby and a group of friends. She returned that evening but appeared upset. Neighbors said that they had heard crying and fighting coming from Nova's apartment on the day she disappeared. They felt it was a usual occurrence, as her ex-lover was known to be violent and abusive. Weeks went by without a word from Nova. Her mother became even more distressed that she couldn't get a hold of her daughter. Nova Welsh didn't show up at her job where she worked as a part-time cleaner. Her disappearance was getting worrisome to everybody around her. So, 2 weeks later, on August 9, 1981, her best friend reported her missing to the police. The police then came into her apartment to search for clues that could have led to her disappearance. While they were investigating her case, Osmond Bell was interviewed by the police. He knew she was missing but never reported it to the police, claiming that he thought she had ran away with her new boyfriend or visited her family in the United States. His explanation seemed logical enough, and without evidence, the police were forced to release him. The search for Nova continued. On August 12, 1981, friend Lorna Edmond received an anonymous letter saying that the author's boyfriend had seen Nova and the same guy she had been out with night before grabbed her and hit her. The writer was implying that Wayne Newby had something to do with Nova Welsh's disappearance. The police investigated the letter and still had no clue on what had happened to Nova Welsh. The forensics determined the letter to be truly written by a female. The police, who had interviewed Wayne Newby before, called him in for another round of interrogation. He still maintained that he had nothing to do with Nova Welsh's disappearance. On August 18, 1981, there was a shocking discovery made in the flat where Nova Welsh lived. Neighbors reported an awful smell coming from somewhere in Nova's apartment. When the maintenance team came around to search the apartment, a strong smell pulled them towards the stairs. Just beneath it, they discovered a utility cupboard, and in it lies Nova's decomposed body, covered in a blanket and newspapers. Nova Welsh, whom the police and the public had been looking for, was in her apartment, dead and rotting away. According to her autopsy results, Nova had suffered from a broken neck which led to her death. Her death came as a shock to everyone in her community. Her family in Miami was informed about the discovery, and they were so sad and heartbroken. In a bid to find the perpetrator of this evil act, the police started their investigation. The first suspect that came to mind was Osmond Bell. He was then arrested and held in custody for 4 days while the police did their initial investigation. The issue of the letter Lorna Edmond had received was brought up, and the police asked Osmond Bell if he knew anything about the author of the letter. He however denied it. Due to lack of sufficient evidence to link Osmond Bell to the killing, they were forced to release him again. The police did all they could to find Nova Welsh's murderer, but all efforts was in vain. After a while, the case went cold for 35 years. In 2016, when there was a significant advancement in DNA technology, detectives from the Cold Case Department were going through cold cases. They became particularly focused and hopeful in Nova Welsh's case. Her file contained a piece of chewing gum that was used to close secure the cupboard door of where her body had been found, and also, there was the letter that had been sent to Lorna Edmond. Having taken the evidence to a crime lab, they found out that the DNA on the chewing gum is the same as the DNA on the seal of the letter. After that, they got a court order to secure DNA from the initial suspects in 1981. DNA was taken and compared with that of the chewing gum and letter. Fortunately, there was a match. He was then arrested and had his trial started in at the court. Witnesses took their stand, citing his abusive nature and the letters he had written to Nova Welsh threatening to kill her if she left him. Nova Welsh's neighbors, Carmen and Wendell Turner, who lived in the flat below, had heard what appeared to be the cupboard door being forcibly shut on the night Nova Welsh disappeared on July 26, 1981. At around 12:30 a.m. In the early hours of the next day, Carmen and Wendell Turner heard two bangs. They said the second bang sounded like somebody was kicking the door. Carmen said the noise could have come from the cupboard. The prosecution of the case argued that despite finding out that Nova Welsh was missing, Osmond Bell never reported to the police because he is the killer. He further mentioned that the letter and the seal of the envelope was taken for testing for DNA, and it matched with that of Osmond Bell. The prosecution said he sealed the envelope to divert suspicion onto Wayne Newby, which it did at the time. However, Osmond Bell had a different opinion to that, saying his DNA must have appeared on the letter when he touched it while being subjected to a dark and terrible interrogation in the days after Nova Welsh's body was found. He claimed that during a break in police interviews, he was left alone in the room where he had been allowed to touch and read the letter. When asked by his attorney, Jeremy Dine, if he had ever been in the cupboard where Nova Welsh's body was found, he said he had been there up to 3 times while running a business cupboard with his business partner and his brother. He said in court, "The very first time we went in was to gain access to the pipe. We were going to attach a hose to the stopcock." He further claimed to have used a discarded piece of gum as a form of filler in order to secure the door after he had forced it open. He said he had secured the cupboard by using the screws that were there and also used the chewing gum in place of glue. To him, all these explains why his DNA was found on the letter and chewing gum. Osmond Bell fervently denied killing Nova Welsh. In his words, he said, "We had 2 wonderful children, and, although we had our differences towards the end, you do have feelings for the mother of your children." The prosecutor, who wasn't buying Osmond Bell's lies, said it's 1,000,000,000 to 1 chance of the DNA not matching Osmond Bell. He is the man that tampered with the lock on the cupboard door and hid the body there. It would be an extreme coincidence if the killer was somebody other than Osmond Bell. However, after a long 6 weeks trial, the court determined that the murder had not been premeditated. The judge said Osmond Bell got into a fit of rage when he found out that Nova Welsh was seeing another man. Some people seemed to disagree with the judge, citing letters Osmond had written to Nova Welsh, threatening to kill her if she left him. They concluded that it was indeed premeditated. Regardless, Osmond Bell was cleared of murder but was convicted of manslaughter by an 11-to-1 majority verdict at the Birmingham Crown Court. He was then sentenced to 12 years in prison. The judge said he would serve half of his time in prison and the other half on license. Nova Welsh's family and friends are happy for the eventual justice and closure they now have. Nova Welsh's sister, Valerie Welsh, said the family had forgiven her sister's killer. In her words, "To be honest, my family and we forgive him, but he still need to pay for what he done." Lorna Edmond, Nova's best friend, said, "Nova was a lovely person, always happy and smiling. She was a devoted mother who loved her 2 boys very much. I often think about the old times and the things we used to do. I still miss Nova and only hope that her family can now find some peace. Nova can rest in peace knowing that justice has been done. I will never forget her. Until we meet again, Nova." Love, your friend Lorna. Nova's mother, Lorna Welsh, expressed. After 36 long years, Nova can finally rest in peace. The family can now find closure, knowing that the person who took Nova's life has been held accountable. I sincerely thank everyone involved in bringing this case to court. In her victim impact statement, Lorna Welsh described Nova as gentle, loving, and full of life, and she mourned the tragic loss that robbed her of the chance to see her children grow into young adults. Many cold cases are now being solved, giving families of murder victims a glimmer of hope. We hope that those responsible for such heinous acts are brought to justice before they are allowed to escape accountability. What are your thoughts on this case? Moving on to the next case. Phoenix Colden. Phoenix Colden was a curious, energetic, and musically gifted young woman. Her passion for her faith and her artistic abilities were tragically interrupted by her mysterious disappearance in December 2011, leaving everyone who knew her, both personally and through online communities, searching for answers in a sea of evidence. This is an exploration of Phoenix Colden's disappearance and the mystery surrounding the 900 block of St. Clair Avenue. Phoenix was born on May 23, 1988, to parents Gloria and Lawrence Colden. After spending part of her childhood in sunny California, Lawrence's work relocated the family to the greater St. Louis, Missouri area, where they would remain. The Coldens settled in the residential neighborhood of Spanish Lake, a quiet, middle-class suburb, where Gloria and Lawrence dedicated themselves to raising their bright and cherished daughter. Phoenix grew up in a household grounded in church and Christian values. Her parents closely monitored her behavior and social interactions, ensuring she remained kind, compassionate, and respectful. Alongside these values, Phoenix developed a deep love for music and a natural talent for playing instruments. Every Saturday morning, she would practice on the family's piano, quickly falling in love with the craft and using it as a means to express herself. Phoenix spent more time at home once she entered middle school. After her parents decided that homeschooling would be a better fit than public school, Phoenix adapted without complaint. Although this decision sheltered her from a world beyond what she was used to, she never minded. Her passion for learning and academics was unmatched, and she excelled in all her subjects. When not focused on schoolwork or creating music, Phoenix honed her fencing skills, attending rigorous practices that led her to become the local junior fencing champion. From 2007 to 2011, Phoenix attended the University of Missouri, St. Louis, moving into an apartment with a friend. During this period, Phoenix began to show a different side of herself, struggling to balance her sheltered upbringing with the pressures of adulthood. She began arguing with her parents more often and engaging in risky behavior. While this change contrasted with the Phoenix they knew, neither Gloria nor Lawrence believed it was anything more than typical adolescent growing pains. That was until May 2011, when Phoenix returned home at her mother's insistence, and the tension in the house escalated. Over the following months, Phoenix's behavior grew increasingly erratic, culminating in the end of her longtime friendship with her neighbor, Akira. After a heated argument, Phoenix was forced to admit that something in her life was troubling her, a matter that neither Akira nor the Colden family could uncover. As the warmth of summer faded into the coldness of winter, Phoenix's crisis deepened. Those closest to her, including her parents and a few friends, noticed that she had become a completely different person. The vibrant, humorous, faith-driven woman who had once been eager to meet the world's expectations was now a shadow of her former self. Both Gloria and Lawrence Colden felt that their daughter was on the verge of returning to her true self, but they never had the chance to find out. On a quiet Sunday afternoon, Phoenix walked out of their home in Spanish Lake for what would be the final time, never to be seen or heard from again. The only trace left behind was her car, abandoned in the middle of St. Clair Avenue, with just a few personal belongings left in it. Phoenix had first met Akira in 2005 in the Spanish Lake neighborhood, and the two quickly became close friends. Because Phoenix was homeschooled, she would wait at the bus stop each day to greet Akira after school. However, Phoenix wasn't allowed to visit the Hogan household often, so her interactions with Akira and her mother, Martini, were limited to conversations on the front porch. The Hogans often saw Phoenix's parents, as overly strict because of this. In the fall of 2007, Phoenix enrolls in the University of Missouri, St. Louis, eager to explore lifestyles differing from the religious-tempered world she knew growing up. Around the time of starting college classes, Phoenix meets a guy named Michael B. They soon enter a romantic relationship despite her parents' disapproval of him. Over the next few years, Phoenix and Michael B. hide most of their intimacy from the Cauldron family. They move into an apartment together with the help of Phoenix's mother, Gloria, who signs the lease under the impression that her daughter is moving in with a female friend. Gloria proceeds to visit the flat multiple times in the duration Phoenix lives there, and not once sees a clue that alerts her a man is living there. At some point in 2010, Phoenix informs her childhood friend, Akira, back at home that she wants to leave Michael B., but isn't sure about how to go about it. Instead, she starts meeting other men. One of the men is another person named Michael, referred to as Cell Phone Mike. Phoenix heats up a second romantic relationship with Cell Phone Mike behind the back of Michael B. Around the same time, Phoenix purchases an alternative cell phone plan behind the back of her parents. She uses the burner phone to communicate with Cell Phone Mike and her phone from the family plan to upkeep her normal life with Gloria, Lawrence, and Michael B. In the months leading up to spring of 2011, Phoenix secretly steals money out of the Colden family's safe in their home. The money in question is in the form of savings bonds under Gloria Colden's name. Phoenix discreetly cashes these bonds at various points, pulling in around $2,500. What happens to this money is unknown. When May of 2011 arrives, Phoenix moves back in with her parents per their request after they decide paying for the apartment is financially difficult, and their house is technically closer than her apartment is to the university. The situation begins to unravel in the summer of 2011, when Phoenix has a mental breakdown in front of her friend Akira. Phoenix claims she has the feeling that she's being followed, specifically saying that an anonymous person or people are watching her and the Colton family in the park one day. It is a paranoid discussion with an unsettling foreshadowing in which Phoenix shares she has a feeling that something is after her and something is going to happen. On November 15, 2011, Phoenix records a selfie video on her phone while she sits in her car, expressing the extreme frustration she has with herself and the emotional crisis she's in. Phoenix appears distressed and on the verge of tears, saying things like she wishes she could start over. She also recites an altered version of the Serenity Prayer. During Thanksgiving break later in the month, Phoenix meets with an old friend from her teenage years, Tim Baker. She confides in him that despite telling people she's at the university, she never actually enrolled in classes that semester. Keeping the secret from her family, Tim knows about the second burner phone and realizes Phoenix is living a double life and feels like she's hiding something from him too. Not long afterwards, sometime at the end of November or early December, Phoenix has another fiery incident with Akira. This time she argues with her best friend about petty little issues regarding their friendship and Michael B. It escalates when Phoenix reveals she carries a 10-inch dagger knife stored in the driver's side door of her car. Akira thinks Phoenix is just trying to intimidate her and claims she's done nothing wrong. After Phoenix hints that she's going somewhere to get away, Akira claims this mental state is totally abnormal for Phoenix, and like Tim Baker, feels that her friend is hiding something. Throughout the first weeks of December, Phoenix makes an increasing number of phone calls to her original boyfriend, Michael B., via her family plan cell phone. On December 17th, she engages in 10 separate phone conversations, ending with a 116-minute call, unknown as to what it is about and if it played a role in the mind-numbing mystery about to unfold. At 9:34 a.m. On December 18, 2011, Phoenix makes a 2-minute phone call to her friend Rosie, again using a family plan cell phone. 5 minutes later, at 9:41 a.m., Phoenix makes a 6-minute call to Michael B. on the same cell phone as before. At 11 a.m., Phoenix attends the morning service with her mother, Gloria, at their usual church. Phoenix performs in the handbell choir and appears like her normal self to the congregation's pastor, Mark Miller. After church, Phoenix makes the last recorded cell on her family plan cell phone to Michael B., a call that only lasts 1 minute with unknown details. Not much time passes before Phoenix and Gloria run an errand to the grocery store around 2 p.m. On the way home to Spanish Lake, Phoenix turns to Gloria and says, "Ma'am, we need to get back to the way we used to be." Gloria responds asking, "What do you mean, Phoenix?" And Phoenix says, "We just need to be more what we used to be like." Gloria figures the old version of her daughter is coming back. 5 minutes past 3 p.m. Later that afternoon, Felix walks past her father, silent yet determined. She hops into a black 1998 Chevy Blazer and backs out of the driveway. This is the last known sighting of Felix Colden. About 2.5 hours later at 5:27 p.m. East St. Louis Police Officer Perry receives a call about an abandoned car in the middle of the 900 block of St. Clair Avenue. Officer Perry arrives on the scene in 8 minutes at 9:35 p.m. and finds an empty black Chevy Blazer sitting in the middle of the road near a stop sign. Assuming the vehicle run out of gas, Officer Perry checks out the interior. He finds the engines not running, the lights are off, bearing no purse or phone inside. No sign of struggle and resting there like any normal parked car would, he runs the license plates to see if it comes up as a stolen car in the database, but produces no hits. He calls a local towing company and runs the VIN number confirming that the car was actually from Missouri and probably crossed state lines on a routine drive. Officer Perry enters the car's data into a nationwide car logging system, but the delay in the program causes the vehicle to remain absent from the National Impound Registry. Later in the evening, the car is taken into an Illinois car and truck impound lot, but the owners of the vehicle are not contacted. The next morning on December 19th, Gloria and Lawrence awake and immediately feel concerned for their daughter, who never stays out all night and hasn't been heard from since the previous afternoon. When Gloria calls law enforcement and provides Phoenix's date of birth, the police announce that because Phoenix is a legal adult and has only been gone less than 24 hours, there's no reason to believe she's missing. Gloria persists and informs the officers over the phone that Phoenix was in the 1998 Chevy Blazer, so they run a vehicle check. However, no red flags pop up in the system, despite the impound on 18th. Over the next couple of weeks, the Colton family searches endlessly for their daughter. They pass out flyers, call nearby hospitals and visit potential hiding spots around town. Gloria even calls multiple local news stations, but none of them air Phoenix's story or help spread awareness. At the end of December, Gloria and Lawrence are informed one of their vehicles has been impounded at an East St. Louis car lot. They rush across the Mississippi River to find their Chevy Blazer exactly how Officer Perry found it, strewn with odds and ends belonging to Phoenix, but showing no signs of conflict. Gloria feels Phoenix was most certainly not the one who put the car on Sinclair Avenue, while Lawrence gets a sense that Phoenix is ultimately okay. On New Year's Day 2012, authorities finally pick up the case and declare Phoenix Colden an official missing person. A little over a week later, on January 9th, Phoenix's profile is first reported by news outlets and is given special spotlight by Sean Greer Thomas on January 25th, who then accidentally shares false information about the state of the Chevy Blazer found on December 18th, leading viewers to believe Phoenix had been taken from the car with its engine still running and door ajar. In February of 2012, the Colden family hires a private investigator, Steve Foster, to find Phoenix. Along with the local police department, detectives interview all known suspects, including both of the Michael boyfriends, who are cleared after interrogation. This would be the only time either boyfriend spoke out about the case, and their transcripts have not been released. Steve Foster also discovers Phoenix's safe-stealing habits, which leads to the reveal of Phoenix Colden's second birth certificate under the name of Phoenix Reeves, her mother's maiden name. Over the next couple of years, tens of thousands of tips come in regarding potential sightings of Phoenix. However, none bear any real fruit. These false wolf cries forced the Colden family into spending more money they had on PIs to track breadcrumb trails with dead ends, leaving the family no choice but to foreclose their home without any tangible hope. The police are unable to find any real clues or physical evidence either. In 2018, Oxygen Television Network videotapes a separate investigation into the disappearance of Phoenix with the original investigative reporter, Sean Dree Thomas, and a retired police deputy, Joe Delia. The two comb through the major points in the case and bring in a third private investigator, Dean Duke, to run a detailed database analysis of the second birth certificate of Phoenix. The system reveals only 4 matches in the United States. 3 of them are ruled out with complete profiles. However, one sticks out as peculiar. The final Phoenix Reeves match has no date of birth, no social security number, and no relatives, just an address for a house in Anchorage, Alaska that was active from January to June 2012. Joe and Dean traveled to Alaska and interviewed the neighbors around the address regarding Phoenix. However, none recognize her name from her missing posters. They eventually contact the woman now living in the house that was matched in the database, but the woman says that she's been the sole owner of the place since 2002 and has never seen or heard of Phoenix, neither with the Reeves nor Colden surname. While both private investigators are convinced this suspicious profile is that of the real Phoenix Colden, they have little else to go on. This is the most recent development of the still frozen solid disappearance. When looking across the entirety of Phoenix's cold case, there are plenty of curious items that could play a major role in the investigation. The most significant piece of evidence that offers insight into Phoenix's mindset is a selfie video she recorded on November 15, 2011, just a month before her disappearance. While the full video has not been made public, several compelling quotes from Phoenix have been collected and added to the case file. In the video, she begins by mentioning that she was abandoned by an unnamed person or group. She follows with, "This is ridiculous. I just want to start over." She continues, expressing a sense of frustration. "I just feel like I can't start the new me over." After a brief pause, she adds, "I don't know. I've got to see things for what they are. You know, like instead of thinking about it like that, see things for what they are." Phoenix then trails off, speaking a few inaudible words before focusing on the camera and reciting a version of the Sarantai prayer. "Lord, please help me accept the things that won't change and that I won't change the things that I can't change." As the video progresses, Phoenix shares, "That's why I don't like talking to people when I'm mad or whatever, because I say stuff that I don't mean, and that's when you learn to hold your composure. I want people to take me seriously." Due to the poor sound quality and moments of mumbling, some parts of her speech are unclear. Investigators Sean Dree Thomas and Joe Delia brought the video to audio engineer Brian Kwaskin to enhance the audio and decipher the rest of the dialogue. After working on the audio, Kwaskin uncovers a part where Phoenix says, "I just want to be happy. I feel so stupid because I let myself go a little bit. I probably would have been in a better situation if I would have stuck with how I used to be." She then adds, "Might as well ride in the back with the cops all up in here. The only person that won't let me down is me." While it's unclear how much longer Phoenix continues her self-reflection, the video ends with her giving one final look into the camera and saying, "Bye." Throughout the conversation she has with herself, Phoenix takes plenty of long pauses looking outside the window with a somber, agitated demeanor. Her voice is mellow, soft, and sometimes indistinguishable, yet doesn't come across as calm. Rather, Phoenix sounds as if she's truly worried about the state she's in, consciously struggling with her life in that moment compared to the good-natured lifestyle she lived in prior. It's in these moments that Phoenix herself clarifies she has been a completely different person for better or for worse. Some investigators theorize that Phoenix references a situation that puts her in legal trouble. All that she's hanging around a bad crowd of people who are pushing her to want out. Regardless, it's clear Phoenix is struggling with internal conflict, most likely as a result of external pressures. She seemed to rely on no one but herself, and her trust in the people around her is obviously deteriorating. Despite the tense atmosphere, however, Phoenix displays her sensitivity and cognitive ability to understand the world. She's attempting to decipher the present by working through the past to hopefully set up a brighter future. Sadly though, the timing of the video and being so close to the disappearance leads all involved to believe her crisis played a major role in the events that mysteriously unfolded. In the 7 years since Phoenix's cold case has entered the public sphere, The most discussed theory revolves around a possible human trafficking incident. When her disappearance was first reported, a rumor started that the 1998 Chevy Blazer driven by Phoenix was discovered on the 900 block of St. Clair Avenue with the engine running. The lights on and the driver's side door swung open. This version of the story implies that Phoenix was most likely taken out of the car by a second party, and the Chevy was untouched. So who could have kidnapped Phoenix from her vehicle with sudden force? Well, it just so happens that the 900 block of St. Clair Avenue is positioned right next to the Interstate 70 highway, branded as the Human Trafficking Highway of America. Not only that, but the areas surrounding St. Clair Avenue in East St. Louis are notorious for high levels of crime, gang and drug-related activity, and human trafficking itself. Thus, multiple theories suggest Phoenix was driving in East St. Louis for whatever suspect business she had involved herself in months prior, was targeted by a group of pimps or trafficking operatives and taken away while at the stop sign and kidnapped into the underground oblivion. Human trafficking survivor Kat Summers believes the case had earmarks of usual trafficking situations, again pointing to the state of the car and degraded status of East St. Louis street life. Katie Rhodes, the founder of Healing Action, also felt like Phoenix was most likely pulled into the human trafficking sector. Although she claims Phoenix went into it with a sense of autonomy, Katie explained that pimps are master persuaders, often seducing their victims with the promise of freedom away from the control of parents. That would definitely be the case for Phoenix, who was unhappy living back at home and constantly fighting with their mother. If she was enticed to enter the realms of prostitution in exchange for independence, the pimp would have worked quickly to disorientate Phoenix and strip her personal life away. To add fuel to the fire, a woman from the local St. Louis Mothers of Missing Children group claims that in 2017, she received a message that included a link and a picture of Phoenix associated with a suspicious escort website. However, when investigators used the link, it directed them to a fake Facebook page with Phoenix's picture in the profile image, proving to be nothing more than a cruel hoax. This wasn't the only alleged sighting of Phoenix throughout the years, though. In March of 2014, an old friend, Kelly Fronert, reportedly sees Phoenix in a plane going home from Las Vegas. Kelly was seated on her flight during boarding and looked up, catching a glimpse of a woman who appeared to be Phoenix with a group of women staring straight ahead. Kelly called her name, to which the woman looked up immediately and asked Kelly if she looked like someone. Kelly responded with, "Yeah, you look like my friend Phoenix," but this woman kept going, never engaging with Kelly again. She was wearing a zipped-up jacket, nice jewelry, along with women all bearing the same likeness. There were 2 men in the group with them, pro football player types in the age range of 35 to 40 years old. When they landed in St. Louis, Kelly disembarked and went to Southwest Airlines service counter, saying she saw a missing person on the flight. Police came and combed through the airport, but never found the woman thought to be Phoenix or her crew members. Kelly is adamant the woman was Phoenix Colden, rating her confidence a 9 out of 10 during the Oxygen documentary series. There isn't much evidence to refute the possibility that Phoenix disappeared into the human trafficking trade due to the geographic tendencies and history of East St. Louis, yet it's hard to consider this when the state of the Chevy showed zero signs of struggle. While there were a few odds and ends strewn about the interior of the car, neither Phoenix's purse nor cell phone was found, unlike the original report stated. The car was abandoned rather than broken into, and unless Phoenix was taken somewhere, and the car was dumped afterwards, it's unlikely Phoenix was forced out. This then leads people to believe Phoenix was lured away by someone she knew and murdered. St. Louis, Missouri is a top 5 city for violent crime in America, and many sleuths point to the boyfriend situation and the secret nature of a double life outside of Spanish Lake. Michael B. was thoroughly investigated by police and early private detectives, and all parties are convinced he is innocent. While his alibis are known, Cell Phone Mike also makes sense as a suspect. In fact, Cell Phone Mike actually had a restraining order against him by a separate ex-girlfriend, who claimed he was both emotionally and physically violent. Not only this, but during Christmas time of 2011, a week after Phoenix disappeared, the ex-girlfriend states that Cell Phone Mike took special interest in missing person cases around the area, specifically checking up on the status of Phoenix's case after authorities reported it official. When the ex-girlfriend confronted cell phone Mike about these interests, he said Phoenix had been a customer of the convenience store he worked at, ending with a shouting match in which he asked, "Why are you worried about someone that's dead?" The ex-girlfriend has since declared she is unsure if cell phone Mike was just assuming or knew for sure. Even with the two Michaels cleared by police, a potential murder makes sense when considering all of Phoenix's bank accounts, cell phone records, and social media posts came to an abrupt halt the day she vanished. She felt like she was being followed for months leading up to the disappearance, and saw darkness on her horizon. The video she recorded stemmed from a hypothetical sticky situation in which she found herself in trouble involving the police and more than likely a larger unknown number of people. Taking it all into account, it makes sense to believe Phoenix's involvement with folks outside of her known social circle led her to illegal doings. Her use of the burner phone was used to navigate these operations, and on December 18th, she went out to resolve a dispute ending up a homicide victim at the hands of these anonymous connections. All that being said, police are aware of the second cell phone and haven't reported it as a piece connecting Phoenix to any criminal organization. And while it is possible that because the search is ongoing, law enforcement cannot unveil case details, there's just not enough observable evidence to indicate foul play is involved. There's no blood, no wanted suspects, and no DNA in the Chevy Blazer that belongs to anyone other than Phoenix, Gloria, or Lawrence Colden. Nevertheless, no theory can be completely ruled out with the bizarre events surrounding Phoenix's vanishing and life as a whole. Living two lives with one being a complete mystery to the people investigators have access to makes extracting leads and following clues unnaturally tedious and borderline impossible. Absorbing all of the information, interviews, and intelligence provided across the board by multiple private investigators, we've concluded that Phoenix Colden up and left Spanish Lake on her own accord with the help of friends, at first using her pseudonym, Phoenix Reeves, and the alternative birth certificate before building a completely new identity and dissolving into society under a new independent position of power. First, let's discuss the abandoned Chevy Blazer, the contents of the car, mostly junk and random garments, leaving no signs of illicit activity or foul play. The collection agency notice regarding Phoenix's unpaid burner phone bill that was discovered makes people question why she would leave it behind so carelessly. But ultimately, it wouldn't matter because the phone was still under her name and easily accessible by authorities with investigative abilities. The vehicle itself looked parked and planted from first sight, according to Officer Perry, and was most likely used as a decoy maneuver by Phoenix or whoever was helping her leave. Putting the Chevy in East St. Louis would make it seem like something criminal encountered Phoenix and lead searchers on a wild goose chase, when really it was more than likely camouflage. Once the car was set up, Phoenix most likely had another person drive her away or had another car at the ready. In addition, there's a chance that Interstate 70 being so close as the trafficking highway of the U.S. was merely a coincidence. In reality, it being a nearby escape route for a quick departure. It's also important to note that East St. Louis is across state lines in Illinois, which would later prove to throw a wrench in the initial search for Phoenix and the vehicle within the automobile database. The second key to the maze is Phoenix's immense critical thinking skills and subtle resourcefulness. Known associates of Phoenix described her as able to make friends with just about anyone, allowing her to adapt to a variety of situations and befriend people with specific sets of services. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Phoenix met friends of friends, who could assist with leaving the community and restarting an anonymous life. Now, who these suspects might be and to the degree of their craft is unknown, but Phoenix did have a head start with 2 birth certificates. Using the Phoenix Reeves document for secret plans wouldn't be tracked right away at all and would buy her precious time. She could make purchases, apply for a new social security number, and access any number of resources outside of the Golden legacy. She was obviously smart enough to hide a second cell phone plan from her family and some of her friends, and could have had any number of other phones or communication methods. Remember, she was also intermittently stealing savings bonds from her family safe before moving back home, a potential method of collecting funds for her future departure. When the 2 private investigators, Joe Delia and Dean Duke discovered the Phoenix Reeves identification address in Anchorage, Alaska. They visited the neighborhood, but came away empty-handed. Apparently, the woman who lived at the address under Phoenix Reeves owned the property during the months when Phoenix was linked to it from January to June 2012. However, this woman had never rented it out since purchasing it in 2002 and never saw anyone who looked like Phoenix during her 25-year residency. Yet, something isn't right about this anomaly. It just so happens that Phoenix Reeves' profile had 0 information points, except for an address that was dated just 1 month after Phoenix disappeared and appeared to be a sensible runaway location. Nobody in Anchorage would recognize Phoenix if she did indeed travel there to hide or plan a further identity transformation, and would serve as an excellent middle ground between the United States and starting anew in a foreign place like Japan. It also can't be ruled out that Phoenix paid off the woman who owned the house on record. Either way, we believe there's something very suspicious about Anchorage, Alaska, and concur she was definitely there at some point after her vanishing. In addition, many friends and connections to Phoenix have been less than welcoming to reporters, investigators, and anyone looking for answers. While they haven't been necessarily silent, a lot of her friends simply do not want to talk. In a sense, this could be analyzed as guilt behavior, but we feel that the guilt comes from their role in helping Phoenix, not hurting her. To pull off a feat like running away and becoming invisible, one would need help from the outside. Phoenix could have been using her new acquaintances as assistants in disappearing, including someone like Michael B. Their phone conversations increased in the weeks leading up to December 18th and ended with an abnormally long 116-minute call on December 17th. We theorized the 2-hour talk was a final discussion about the master plan, and the 1-minute call on 18th was Phoenix altering the plan's initiation, seeing as though it was her final call on the family plan phone. Again, it's possible more calls were made on the burner phone, but without those records, it cannot be stated with 100% certainty. Finally, when drawing this conclusion, we must address Phoenix's emotional and mental state at the time of December 2011. Multiple friends described Phoenix as unlike her normal self. She was agitated, displeased, and uncomfortable. Her relationship with her mother became untenable at times, ending with arguments and disputes, but various topics, as Phoenix spaced further and further away at church. Not to mention, Phoenix was constantly looking over her shoulder, regretting decisions in the past that took her down a path of present complications. Most telling of all was Phoenix's spoken wishes to start her life over, to reset her problems and return to the old version of herself. It's quite possible that she tried to do so in between November 15th and December 18th, with a couple of clues hinting of such efforts. However, she couldn't shake the shadow of darkness that loomed over her. As her friendship with Akira faltered and her paranoia grew, Phoenix became a product of an extremely strict upbringing, one that shielded her from real-world challenges and hindered her social development. She longed to expand her knowledge and experience life beyond the rigid rules set by the Colden household, but her desires were consistently dismissed by her parents. This gradually eroded her relationship with Gloria and Lawrence, ultimately making it easier for her to distance herself from the religious conservative identity everyone knew her by. Leaving, though likely not an easy choice, seemed necessary in her eyes, a way to escape the burdens that had turned life into an ongoing struggle. That being said, the case of Phoenix Colden is a deeply perplexing one, and every lead must be pursued. One of the main reasons we are sharing her story is the lack of national attention it received at the time of her disappearance in 2011 and 2012, which resulted in valuable time lost in the search. Gloria and Lawrence had to foreclose their home due to mounting investigation costs, and are now desperate for their daughter's case to gain wider exposure. They fear her files will be forgotten. Therefore, we are doing everything we can to keep the flame of hope alive, hoping that Phoenix will eventually be found. This is also the second case where our subject has a link to Anchorage, Alaska, a complete coincidence that only became apparent after our research into these cases. If any viewers are local to the area, please stay alert for any clues or leads related to the profiles of Trevor Deely, Felix Colden, or Phoenix Reeves. Although it may seem unlikely, you never know what might surface. Regardless, we must remember Phoenix Colden for the extraordinary woman she was, a brilliant fencer, a source of compassion and vibrant energy, who had the ability to make others laugh while sparking curiosity in culture, academics, and art. She was a talented musician, skilled in playing instruments such as the guitar and piano. In fact, Gloria's piano remains untouched, gathering dust, waiting for the girl who expressed herself so beautifully for 23 years to return. The piano waits for Phoenix Colden, just as we continue to fight the uphill battle in solving the mystery of her disappearance and the events at St. Clair Avenue. Moving on to the next case. Asenath Duquette. Asenath Duquette, an 8-year-old girl, lived with her parents in Upper Arlington, Ohio. She was a third grader at Barrington Elementary School and was affectionately called Cindy by her friends and family. Described as friendly but shy, she was eagerly anticipating summer vacation, which was only a week away. On June 3, 1980, Asenath and her classmates were kept 10 minutes after school as punishment for talking during a lesson. Around 3:10 p.m., Asenath left the school alone to walk home, a route she had taken many times before. Her home was about a mile away. She would walk from Barrington Road to Waltham Road, then turn onto Malvern Road. She was last seen by 2 classmates at 3:20 p.m. on Waltham Road, but she never made it home. When Asenath failed to return home, her parents first contacted her teacher, who confirmed that Asenath had left school about an hour earlier. Sensing something was wrong, her parents immediately called the police around 4:30 p.m. A widespread search for the missing girl began. At approximately 7:30 p.m. that same evening, a police officer discovered her body in a drainage ditch near the intersection of Riverside Drive and Waltham Road, just a block away from her home. She had been strangled and suffered blunt force trauma to the head from a 20-pound rock found at the crime scene. An autopsy later confirmed that she had also been sexually assaulted. Less than a month before Asenath's death, on May 7, 1980, another girl from Truma Elementary School had been attacked while walking home. Around 3:30 p.m., she and a classmate were followed by a man on a red bicycle. The girls eventually split up, and while cutting through a yard to reach Riverside Drive, the victim was grabbed from behind. When she tried to scream, the man choked her and left her unconscious. The attacker then fled the scene for unknown reasons. Her clothing had been disturbed when she regained consciousness, and that she had been moved several feet away from the scene of the attack to a more secluded area. The victim did not see the face of the attacker, as she was attacked from behind. A witness described the man on the red bike to be between the ages of 15-20 years old, then with straight black hair and an olive complexion. The red 10-speed bicycle that the would-be killer had ridden had no fenders and 3 reflectors, an orange one on the front wheel, a red one on the rear wheel and another hanging from the back seat. Police believe that the same man who was responsible for Asenath's murder was responsible for the prior attack, as they both occurred at the same time of day and in the same area, and both attacks were sexually motivated. During their questioning, a witness reported to have seen a clean-cut man in a white t-shirt carrying a large object in both hands on the day that Asenath was murdered. The witness also reported to have seen a red bicycle parked nearby. Another witness helped police make a composite sketch of the killer. Despite this, no leads could be found. On that day, the weather was sunny and warm, and while many people were out and about, no one saw anything. Asenath was killed in an open area next to First Community Village, a retirement home for the elderly, but they did not see or hear anything either. Based on this, police theorized that Asenath was abducted and taken someplace else, raped and killed, and then dumped in the ditch. Over the years, police would receive several tips and would interview hundreds of suspects, but to no avail. The case would eventually grow cold. Asenath's murder led to the creation of the community-based group The Long Walk Home, the Asenath Ducat Project, consisting of local kids who remembered Asenath's murder. The group regularly personally investigated Asenath's case and helped police in solving it. On August 11, 2022, the Upper Arlington Police Division announced that they had finally solved the case. They named Brent L. Strutner as the person responsible for Asenath's murder. Strutner was 20 years old at the time of Asenath's murder and lived locally. He graduated from Upper Arlington High School in 1979. He would go on to commit suicide in Columbus, Ohio when he was 24 years old in 1984. Investigators say Strutner had been a suspect in the case for quite a while, but they did not have sufficient evidence to name him. In 2008, police sent DNA found at the crime scene for DNA testing at the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation. Soon the DNA profile created proved to match Brant Strutner. However, even though police had linked Strutner to the crime more than a decade prior, they did not want to release information until they were absolutely sure. Police Sergeant Brian McKean said, "We wanted to make sure all the pieces and parts were tied together before we released anything." Strutner was a suspect long before we had the ability to identify him. Detectives re-examined all the evidence in the case and tried to figure out if Strutner had acted alone or if he had an accomplice. One of Strutner's associates, Robert, also known as Chris Winchester, had been attacking young women in the Columbus and Ohio State University areas at the time of the murder, including an attempted abduction of a young girl on Henderson Road just months after the murder. Winchester was later found guilty and served prison time for the Henderson Road crime. Although he was investigated in connection with Asenatha's murder, the police could not find enough evidence to link him to the crime. Despite re-examining every piece of evidence from the crime scene, no additional physical artifacts suggested the involvement of another person. The case was officially closed after 42 years. However, members of the advocacy group, The Long Walk Home, believe the case remains open. They released a statement on the status of the case and its developments. The statement read, "We applaud the countless hours and hard work that led to the confirmation of Brett Strutner's involvement in the crime. However, after reviewing all of the evidence, it is reasonable to conclude that Brett Strutner did not act alone. Our mission will continue based on this belief, as long as the Duckett family and our community continue to support our efforts to bring all involved to justice." Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Charles Horvath Allen. One of the most chilling discoveries that detectives can make while investigating a case is a letter from the killer or someone involved in the crime, especially when the sender remains anonymous. Charles Horvath Allen was born in Canada on August 21, 1968, but grew up primarily in the UK. While little is known about his early years, he seemed to have a carefree and content childhood. As an adult, he appeared to lead a life free from significant stress or hardship. In the spring of 1989, Charles traveled to Ontario to visit his father and godfather before embarking on a backpacking journey across Canada. His plan was to explore and visit his birthplace before meeting his mother in Hong Kong to celebrate both his 21st birthday and her 40th. On May 3rd, Charles arrived in Kelowna, British Columbia. During his travels, the 20-year-old had stayed in various places, including local hostels, friends' couches, and a few camping sites, with one of the more memorable stops being tiny town tents and trailer campsites. Charles had also registered with various student employment agencies throughout May. His last confirmed sighting was on May 26th, when he was seen cashing a check at a bank in Orchard Park Shopping Center. Although he was supposed to meet his mother and stepfather in Hong Kong in August, his plane ticket had not been booked yet. The last time his parents heard from him was via fax on May 11, 1989, and after that, there was no contact. As a result, his mother was unable to purchase his ticket to Hong Kong. When Charles went missing, he left behind all his belongings, including his tent. Despite Denise Allen, his mother, reaching out to the Kelowna RCMP for help in locating her son, Charles wasn't officially reported as a missing person until August 10th. In the interim, Denise made several calls to the RCMP, but they refused to label Charles as missing since he was over 18, stating, "If he didn't want to call his mom, he didn't have to." When Denise traveled to Canada to put up missing posters and search for him on her own, she was contacted by a young woman named Joanne Zebroff. Joanne claimed to have met Charles in May and allowed him to stay in her Kelowna home. She described him as charming and mentioned that he often spoke fondly of his family, showing off photos he had taken with them. Joan also reported seeing him months later at a nightclub called Live Wire in August. However, this sighting is unverified. In July of 1990, the RCMP searched the tiny town campsites. They retrieved some of his clothing and his shaving bag from a resident there. Prior to this, Denise had visited the site herself and had been given a few of her son's items, including a rosary, red paper Bible, and a leather boot strap. The manager who gave Denise the items claimed they had been in a storage shed for about a year, but that his tents, other belongings, photos, and passports had all been thrown away in the spring of 1990. Again, it's unclear why these steps were taken. The case seems to have been very poorly handled, as the RCMP failed to note Charles as a missing person for 2 months, and then took a year to search his last known whereabouts before finally failing to secure all his items, some of which may have indicated where he had gone or what he had planned to do on the day he went missing. The actions of the campground seem hasty too, but they were perhaps unaware that Charles had been reported missing. Although, it's unknown why they held on to 3 random items as opposed to the 20-year-old's ID and photographs. In March of 1992, Denise took a trip to Canada where she received 2 anonymous letters, both of which were delivered by a taxi while she stayed at the Pandacy Inn motel. The writer of the letters claimed that Charles had been partying with a group of people, but he ended up in a fight and was subsequently killed. They added that his body had been dumped in Lake Okanagan. Local volunteer divers went into the lake and searched for 3 days before eventually being aided by the Vancouver-based International Sea Search, who brought submersible cameras. The team searched beneath the old floating bridge for a further 3 days, with the RCMP joining on day 5 out of the 6-day search. On Friday, April 3, 1992 at 10:14 a.m., International Sea Search divers located a male body and called the RCMP, who arrived on the scene shortly afterwards. Their divers retrieved the body, but it wasn't long before it was identified as belonging to an elderly man who'd taken his own life 7 years before. The second letter which arrived for Denise claimed that the authorities were looking on the wrong side of the bridge, but nothing further was ever found in the water. Then in 1995, a decomposed body was found in the logging country around Kelowna. The family were initially unaware that a body had been found, and it had been brought to their attention by friends who had seen the story being reported on the news. However, 6 weeks later, Charles's family were told it was not their missing son. Over the years, Denise has made frequent trips to Kelowna to search for her missing son, meeting with the authorities, handing out posters and talking with local residents, searching every avenue she can for answers. She eventually sold her successful hair and beauty business to help fund the search. In 2010, she rented billboard space so that she could advertise her son's disappearance and appeal for help. But this led nowhere. That same year, the Serious Crime Unit of the RCMP listed Charles as deceased. Denise told news outlets, "How and by what means I don't know, but something terrible happened to him that prevented him from calling home. I want to know where his remains are. I want him to be laid to rest with his beloved Nana in Cambridge, England." Authorities believed at least for some time that Charles may have vanished voluntarily, since Joanne Zebroff claimed to have seen him several months after he lost contact with Denise. He also reportedly told 2 of his relatives that he thought about disappearing off the face of the earth, and that his mother would never find him. Additionally, there were unconfirmed sightings of Charles hitchhiking throughout Canada as late as 1992. However, Denise Allen believes her son died around the time she last heard from him. The RCMP have said they are open-minded about the disappearance, and that the file will remain open until Charles is located. In 2015, Denise said that her trip to Canada that year would likely be her last due to her health and finances. Charles's father, godfathers and grandparents have all passed away in the years since he vanished. In August of 2020, Charles was declared officially dead under the UK's Presumption of Death Act 2013. That same month, Locate International, which is made up of a team of ex-detectives and specialists who aim to help solve missing persons cases, agreed to take over the case. Criminology students from Leeds Beckett University are now assisting in the search for Charles. Denise has expressed relief at finally receiving help in the investigation. Speaking to the Missing podcast, she shared, "I know there are people in Kelowna who know the fate of my young son, but unfortunately, they are too afraid to come forward. I don't understand why when they can remain anonymous, but I don't live there. I don't walk in their shoes." Charles Horvath Allen was last seen on May 26, 1989, at the Orchard Park Shopping Centre in Kelowna, British Columbia, Canada. At the time, he was 20 years old and was scheduled to fly to Hong Kong in August to meet his mother and stepfather and celebrate his birthday. Charles is described as being 6 feet tall with dark brown hair and brown eyes. He weighed around 175 pounds at the time of his disappearance and had a tattoo of a skull with a mohawk on his right arm. If he is still alive, he would be 51 years old. Anyone with information regarding the disappearance of Charles is encouraged to contact Central Okanagan Crime Stoppers anonymously at 1-800-222-8477. Moving on to the next case. Don Henry and Kevin Ives. On August 23, 1987, at around 4 a.m., the engineer of a Union Pacific locomotive traveling toward Little Rock, Arkansas, spotted 2 motionless bodies lying on the tracks. Despite the engineer blowing the horn, the bodies did not move. The train, traveling at over 50 miles per hour, was unable to stop in time before hitting them. When local police arrived at 4:40 a.m., the bodies were identified as 16-year-old Don Henry and 17-year-old Kevin Ives, best friends and popular seniors at Bryant High School. They had been out hunting late that night, and a rifle and a flashlight were found near their bodies. It's believed they were hunting using the spotlighting method, which involves blinding prey before shooting. However, witnesses aboard the train reported seeing the boys partially covered by a green tarp, but police never found any trace of it at the scene. The engineer later claimed he had informed authorities about the tarp, but the police denied this, marking the start of several inconsistencies in what is widely regarded as a mishandled investigation by the Saline County Sheriff's Department. The state medical examiner, Dr. Malik, ruled the deaths as accidental, attributing them to the boys having consumed large amounts of marijuana. Dr. Malik suggested the boys had smoked the equivalent of 20 marijuana cigarettes and then fallen asleep on the tracks, but both families struggled to believe this explanation. They questioned how the boys could have lain side by side on the tracks, and how they could have slept through the sound of the approaching train and its horn. Determined to uncover the truth, the parents hired a private investigator, but he encountered significant resistance. The investigator discovered that the hospital where the boys were taken had no record of their admission. Additionally, staff members accused Dr. Malik of having previously falsified autopsy records. The investigator also found notes from emergency responders indicating that the blood of the boys seemed to lack oxygen, raising the possibility that they had already been dead when the train hit. In March of 1988, Dr. James Garrett from San Antonio offered a second opinion, expressing doubts about the initial autopsy results. He noted that the only reliable way to test for drugs was through mass spectrometry, a test that had not been performed by Dr. Malik. Despite these concerns, Saline County Sheriff James Steed Jr. maintained that there was no evidence to suggest the boys' deaths were anything other than an accident. In response to this, Linda Ives, Kevin's mother, publicly criticized the sheriff's department for its handling of the case. As a result, Sheriff Steed made a deal with Dan Harmon, the lawyer representing both families, in February of 1988. If the parents withdrew their criticism off the sheriff's departments, they would see to it that a proper investigation was launched into the boys' deaths. The second autopsy was carried out by Georgia medical examiner, Dr. Joseph Burton. He found the equivalent of between 1 and 3 marijuana cigarettes in the boys' systems combined, a far cry from Dr. Malik's initial estimation of around 20. Don's shirt had evidence of stab wounds to its back, while Kevin's skull appeared to have been crushed likely by the butt of his own rifle. As a result, the grand jury ruled the deaths as definite homicide. But despite this, Sheriff Steed refused to put money into the investigation. He was also found to have lied about where he sent the boys' clothing so it could be tested. It was meant to have been sent to the FBI, but instead he sent it to the Arkansas State's crime lab. It was no surprise to anybody that following his poor handling of the case, James Steed Jr. was not re-elected for sheriff. In the days following this defeat, one of Dan Harmon's informants who was asked to take aerial photographs of the scene by Harmon was murdered. This was just one in a long string of murders possibly connected to the case. 4 men who had been called to testify before the grand jury were found dead either from murder or suspicious accidents, while another one disappeared. At least 3 of these men had links to the drug underworld of Arkansas. Due to the bungled investigation, there are not many suspects in the case of Kevin Ives and Don Henry. 1 week before the pair passed away, a man wearing military fatigues was spotted not far from the train tracks. When a police officer approached him, the man opened fire before disappearing into the night. On the night that the boys were found on the tracks, a similar-looking man wearing the same kind of clothing was spotted nearby. This man has never been identified, and it is unknown if he has any connection to the case. There was one local witness who did come forward with information possibly pertaining to the case. On the night of the boys' slayings, the witness saw 2 police officers beating 2 boys senseless in a store parking lot before tossing them into a truck and driving away. It's unknown if these boys were Don and Kevin or whether they had any connection to the case at all. Linda Ives, Kevin's mother, who has been extremely outspoken throughout the investigation, has stated her belief that the deaths are linked to drug trafficking. This theory involves the boys stumbling upon a drug drop from an airplane, suggesting that the boys were killed for stumbling upon something that they shouldn't have. A prosecutor named Richard Garrett, who had the bodies exhumed for a second autopsy, suspected this theory to be true. He claimed there was a lot of drug trafficking through the city of Bryant, which is connected to several other states. He has also stated his belief that a police cover-up has taken place in regards to the case of Kevin and Don. Then on June 25, 1984, 2 young men in Ogden, Oklahoma were also run over by a train. Billy Don Hanneline, 21, and Dennis Decker, 26, were found lying on the tracks side by side. While there was a small amount of alcohol in their systems, it was nowhere near enough to cause them to pass out. Their deaths have also been ruled as an accident. 1 month later, a meth lab was found about 1.5 miles from where the bodies were located. While this case was eventually reopened, no evidence of any foul play was found, and the official conclusion remains that they fell asleep on the tracks. Although this case may have nothing to do with that of Henry and Don, it shares eerie similarities nonetheless. In 1994, a video called The Clinton Chronicles was released linking Bill Clinton to various crimes, including the deaths of Kevin and Don. The film propelled forward conspiracy theories which involved Clinton allegedly using the Menard Intermountain Municipal Airport to smuggle drugs, guns, and money from Central America. 2 years later, in 1996, Linda Ives was involved in a film named Obstruction of Justice, which detailed the fumbled investigation and cover-up of an alleged drug ring in Saline County. The video also named some people who were possibly implicit in this alleged cover-up. A year later, in 1997, Dan Harmon was convicted of racketeering, conspiracy, extortion, and drug possession with intent to distribute, and was sentenced to 11 years in prison. Tragically, in recent years, things have not improved for Linda or the other family members of Don and Kevin. In 2016, Linda filed a lawsuit citing a violation of the Freedom of Information Act by local, state, and federal authorities. She accused them of refusing to meet the record requests she had filed pertaining to the boys' case, and added that the documents she had been given were so heavily redacted that she couldn't make sense of them. However, her case was thrown out in 2019. The most recent development came in 2018 when a former pro wrestler named Billy Jack Haynes came forward to say that he had witnessed the executions. He claimed that Don and Kevin were slain after stumbling upon a drug deal involving corrupt police and high-level U.S. politicians, adding that he was once involved in a cocaine smuggling network that stretched back to the Medellin cartel. According to Haynes, he was present during a drug drop and claims he provided muscle, though he denies being involved in the executions themselves. He asserts that he helped move and dispose of the bodies. Many of the individuals mentioned in his confession have either been murdered or convicted on drug charges. While this account has provided some hope, others find Haynes' confession unreliable. The former wrestler is known for inserting himself into various situations and promoting conspiracy theories. Haynes has previously claimed to know the truth behind other deaths, such as that of James Michael Frank, a judge and director of the New Mexico Corrections Department, who was killed in 1989. As a result, many people question Haynes' credibility as a witness. Although the case was featured on the popular TV show Unsolved Mysteries in 1988, and a book was written about it by investigative journalist Mara Leverett, the murders of Don Henry and Kevin Ives have faded from public attention. Their families continue to seek justice, and the case remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Florence Charleston. On October 26, 1978, the Pershing County Sheriff's Office was notified about the discovery of human remains found in Pershing County, Nevada, approximately 13 miles west of Imlay near Scosa Road. Officers responded to the scene and uncovered the remains, which were inside a garment bag buried in a shallow grave. Several pieces of clothing were found inside the bag, including a dark green sweater with a white safety pin on the front, dark green trousers, and a long-sleeved pink sweater. The remains were transported to the Washoe Medical Center in Reno, Nevada, where an autopsy was conducted. The medical examiner determined that the remains belonged to a Caucasian female, aged 40 to 50 at the time of her death. While the exact cause of death could not be determined due to the condition of the body, foul play was suspected. Unfortunately, there were no identifying details found on the victim's body. In May of 1979, the Pershing County Sheriff's Office requested assistance from the Nevada Department of Public Safety's Investigative Division, leading to an extensive investigation to identify the woman. The investigation included the submission of dental records for comparison, but the woman's identity remained a mystery. Investigators, with the assistance of the FBI, worked to gather identifying information from the clothing found with the remains. A mitochondrial DNA profile was obtained, and the case was entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, NAMUS. Despite following up on numerous tips and comparing missing persons reports, no significant leads were established. As a result of these challenges, the woman remained unidentified and came to be known as the 1978 Imlay Jane Doe. For over 44 years, she would remain unidentified. Then in March 2022, investigators, along with NAMUS, enlisted the assistance of Othram in hopes of identifying the unknown woman. Funding for the advanced DNA testing and forensic genetic genealogy used in this case was provided by NAMUS, a national clearinghouse that assists the criminal justice community with the investigation and resolution of missing, unidentified, and unclaimed persons cases across the United States and its territories. Forensic evidence was submitted to Othram's laboratory in the Woodlands, Texas, and Othram's scientists used forensic-grade genome sequencing to develop a comprehensive DNA profile for the unidentified woman. Othram's in-house genealogy team used the profile to develop investigative leads that were returned to law enforcement investigators. David Middleman, the CEO at Othram, said that allows you to find people who are even remotely related. It may not be the person that you have over for the holidays, but it will be a genetic relative, maybe a third or fourth cousin. Investigators were then able to determine that the unidentified woman is 67-year-old Florence Charleston of Cleveland, Ohio. Detective Sean Coster said the genealogy profile that was processed through these remains was successfully matched to a couple in Ohio. Nevada State Police ended up finding and testing the DNA of Florence's granddaughter, Donna Taylor, and in March of 2023 found a 100% familial match between Donna and the remains found near Imlay, Nevada. When the detective first contacted me, I thought it was a joke, Donna said. A subsequent investigation revealed that Florence moved to Portland, Oregon sometime in the early 1970s, and family members lost contact with her around 1978. Relatives of Florence say she was a fun-loving person who was easy to be around. Diane Liggett, Florence's niece, said, "Every kid should have an aunt like her. We all used to tell stories in our family for years. How much fun she was growing up with her. We all missed her when she went up to Portland and basically disappeared shortly thereafter." Florence was born in 1911 and was happily married until her husband passed away. Her granddaughter, Donna Taylor, said after she lost her husband, she seemed to become a little needy with men. Donna Taylor was still a child when Florence moved from their hometown of Cleveland, Ohio to an apartment building on Southeast Milwaukee Avenue in Portland with her boyfriend. Donna said the guy that she relocated to Portland with, he had contacted us saying that they had gone to Hawaii to look for a condo to purchase. When they returned to the Portland airport, she ran away from him. I honestly think she ended up homeless and lost her life on the streets. That's how I managed to cope with it. Donna recalled that the last time she spoke to her grandmother was over the phone in 1977, when she was a junior in high school. This was a year before Florence's body was discovered. Once everything is resolved, I plan to bring her back to Cleveland for a proper burial. I need her here. She has been stuck in limbo all this time. I will lay her to rest next to her son, my father, in the cemetery. The investigation into Florence's disappearance is still ongoing. Anyone with any information regarding the case is urged to contact the Nevada Department of Public Safety Investigation Division at 775-684-7456. Moving on to the next case. Morgan Nick. Arkansas, a state known for its stunning landscapes, including mountains, rivers, and hot springs, is a place that often seems like a paradise. But like any location that appears perfect, it also harbors a dark side. One such tragic story is that of Morgan Nick, a bright, warm, and loving little girl from Ozark, Arkansas. Born on September 12, 1988, Morgan was the eldest of 3 children. Described by her parents as a shy girl with a love for cats, she adopted her first kitten, Emily, from a local shelter in 1995. The two were inseparable, with Emily often sleeping beside Morgan at night. Morgan was also an active member of the Girl Scouts, enjoying indoor activities. Though she wasn't entirely sure what career path she would pursue, she often dreamed of becoming either a circus performer or a doctor, sometimes even both. However, Morgan's dreams would never come to fruition. On the evening of June 9, 1995, she and her mother, Colleen, attended a Little League baseball game in Alma, Arkansas, after being invited by a family friend. Around 10:30 p.m., as the game was winding down, Morgan grew restless. When 2 of her friends asked if she wanted to catch fireflies with them, she eagerly sought her mother's permission. Initially, Colleen said no, but she eventually relented, frequently checking on the children as they played nearby. 15 minutes later at 10:45 p.m., the game ended. Colleen spotted the 2 children who'd been playing with Morgan but not the little girl herself. The children said she was emptying the sand from her shoes over at Colleen's car, a Nissan Stanza. This was the last time that Morgan was seen alive, as when her mother approached the car, she found her daughter missing. Terrified, Colleen spoke to the local coaches who questioned the other children further. They remembered seeing a man they described as creepy watching them earlier on, explaining that he was with a red pickup truck. They said that he'd spoken to Morgan earlier. The car was seen leaving at around the time the 6-year-old was last seen. When the police arrived on the scene, a huge manhunt for the missing girl was launched. Around 300 people were in attendance at the Little League game, which helped to provide police with multiple witnesses, some who saw the man and some who saw Morgan at her mother's car. The children told authorities that the unidentified man had spoken to them all and asked them questions, but the nature of this conversation has never been released to the public. The FBI quickly got involved with the case, providing resources and manpower to the Alma Police Department. A sketch and description of the unknown man was released. In 1995, he was described as being between 23-38 years old, 6 foot tall and 8 pound 180. He was wearing blue denim shorts, no shirts or shoes, and had black or salt and pepper hair. He is also noted to have had a quote hillbilly accent, combed back hair that could possibly have been curly with a mustache, 3 or 4 days of beard growth, and a hairy chest. His car was described as being a dull red older pickup truck with a white camper shell and rear damage on the passenger side. It is believed to have had Arkansas plates. His composite sketch resulted in over 4,000 tips. Morgan's disappearance is thought to have been linked with 2 other attempted abductions around the same time. On the morning of June 9th, a 4-year-old was pulled into a truck outside of a laundromat, but her mother managed to get her back. Then on June 10th, a 9-year-old was forced into a men's restroom at a convenience store in Fort Smith, 10 miles away. Luckily, the girl was able to escape. In both cases, the reported abductor and his vehicle were described as being similar to those in Morgan's case. Fortunately, police have not been short of leads and there have been countless sightings of Morgan across the U.S. However, law enforcement has had no luck in locating the young girl or identifying her abductor. Even 2 decades later, Morgan's case continues to receive tips on a regular basis, something which the armored police have noted is rare in older cases. On January 5, 2002, police received a tip that was so specific, they felt they had to investigate. It indicated that Morgan was buried in an area of private land in Boonville. They also used a dog in the search, but when it ended at 9:30 p.m., police decided not to return, having recovered nothing from the site. Then in November of 2010, federal investigators searched a vacant house in Spiro, Oklahoma looking for DNA evidence that could show Morgan was once inside the house. The following month, they returned to this location to conduct a further search after receiving a tip. Cadaver dogs alerted them to a well on the property which was the center of the investigation. But no evidence of Morgan's presence was ever found and the search was eventually called off. Then in August of 2012, 2 previously convicted felons, Tonia Smith and James Monhart, were arrested for computer fraud after attempting to utilize the 6-year-old's identity. While they are not believed to be connected to the case, the most recent update in Morgan Nick's disappearance came in 2017 when authorities searched a property belonging to a man who had been a person of interest from the beginning. The man is now in jail on unrelated charges but has refused to discuss Morgan's case. If Morgan is still alive today, she would be 32 years old. A docuseries about her disappearance is currently in the works, and her parents continue to hold out hope that one day they will have answers and be reunited with her. Anyone with information regarding Morgan's disappearance is encouraged to contact the Alma Police Department at 479-632-3333. Moving on to the next case. Peter Bergman. Peter Bergman, an alias for a man whose true identity remains unknown, is a tragic enigma. His seemingly difficult life came to an abrupt and unexplainable end in the hours leading up to June 16, 2009, leaving investigators and the public alike grasping for answers in a sea of evidence that only deepens the mystery. This examination aims to provide a more concrete understanding of the unknown individual known as Peter Bergman, delving into the puzzling details of his life leading up to his discovery on Roses Point Beach. Unlike most cold cases, where detectives search for a victim with a clear identity or history, Bergman's case is unique due to the absence of such a background, making it an especially perplexing and peculiar investigation. Rather than trying to solve a case involving a victim whose life was taken by an unknown assailant, or someone who vanished without a trace, the investigation focuses on piecing together the life of a person whose mystery began before it even started. Consequently, the usual profile of a victim is nearly non-existent, leaving only unreliable eyewitness reports and speculative characterizations. It is widely accepted that while Peter Bergman ended up in Ireland, he was likely not originally from the country. Most theories point to him being a visitor from either Germany or Austria. His surname, although resembling the traditional German Bergman, was spelled with an additional N at the beginning, a subtle but significant variation. Unfortunately, this is the only clue regarding his identity, as Bergman never provided any formal identification to clarify his true origins or legal name. A few individuals who encountered Peter Bergman suggested that he spoke with either an Austrian or German accent, with one taxi driver confidently recalling that Peter had admitted to being of Austrian descent. While this could be part of a deliberate ruse, given the immense uncertainty surrounding the case, it provides a vague hint about his background prior to his fateful walk along Roses Point. Moreover, eyewitnesses who saw Peter in his final days emphasized that he maintained a professional appearance even until his last sighting on the night of June 15. Several beachgoers recalled seeing him wading in shallow water, his trousers rolled up to his knees, yet still wearing formal attire. CCTV footage corroborated these accounts, consistently showing him dressed in a black jacket, chinos slacks, and black shoes. His shoulder bag also suggested someone of a higher social standing, and the apparent availability of cash indicated that he may have come from a background of some wealth. While it's possible that this appearance was a deliberate attempt to mislead, it seems likely that Peter Bergman was a well-kept, respected individual wherever he came from. However, the autopsy findings confirmed a far darker reality. Peter was gravely ill. The medical examiner discovered that he had terminal prostate cancer, which had spread to his lungs and bones. Although Peter may not have been fully aware of the severity of his condition, his deteriorating health was undeniable. Peter Bergman's cause of death was ultimately determined to be a heart attack, not drowning. His organs were already failing, with the medical examiner estimating that he was likely only weeks away from death due to his terminal prostate cancer. While heart issues certainly contributed to his decline, it is possible that Peter was aware of his imminent fate. The realization that one's end is drawing near can bring about overwhelming emotions, a sense of isolation, or even a desire to retreat from the world. Peter's sickness, and perhaps the emotional turmoil it caused, may have contributed to his decision to disappear, or at least to leave behind any identifiable trace of his life. For those who knew Peter, his disappearance may have been a sad but understandable result of his deteriorating health, but for the rest of the world, his anonymous fate is a tragic mystery. No matter his origins or the toll that cancer had taken on his body and mind, Peter Bergman remains a person with a story deserving of recognition. His life, marked by anonymity and confusion, should not end with his final, untold chapter. Those who may be seeking closure about him deserve answers, starting from his first known appearance on Friday, June 12, 2009, in Derry Island, between 2:30 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was there that he was first seen at the Ulster bus depot, a tall, thin man with glasses and short gray hair. Peter Bergman, dressed in a black leather jacket, carried two notable items: a soft hold bag by the straps and a carry-on stealth bag slung over his shoulder. At 6:28 p.m., about 2 hours after being spotted in Derry Island, he was captured exiting a bus at the Sligo bus station in Sligo Island. Shortly thereafter, he caught a cab to find lodging, asking the driver for a budget-friendly option. The first attempt was at the Crushkin Land Guest House on Connolly Street, but there were no vacancies. They then traveled to Quay Street, where Peter left the vehicle at the Sligo City Hotel. At 6:52 p.m., CCTV footage showed Peter entering the lobby of the Sligo City Hotel, where he checked in, paying in cash for a single occupancy room with breakfast for £65. Despite the fact that he provided no identification, he used the alias, Peter Bergman, for the first time during this interaction. The hotel staff had no issues and assigned him room 705. Throughout the following 24 hours and the weekend, Peter was seen numerous times in the hotel's CCTV footage, exiting the hotel with purple plastic bags containing unknown items. He was never recorded disposing of the contents of these bags, and was seen returning to the hotel empty-handed on 13 separate occasions. This strange behavior continued throughout the weekend, with one such instance occurring on Saturday morning at 10:49 a.m. Peter walks into the General Post Office in Sligo and purchases 8 stamps. When considering the price of stamps in 2009, a 55p stamp would have provided local delivery in Ireland. Peter's 82p stamps are expensive enough to allow delivery anywhere in the world, with the idea the stamps were used on regular envelopes. The fate of the stamps is unknown from this point forward. The following day on Sunday, June 14th, between 11 and 11:30 a.m., Peter leaves Sligo City Hotel and hails another taxi cab. He is met by driver, Gerald Higgins, who claims Peter is chatty, carries a map, and withholds a gold tooth in the back of his mouth. Peter asks Jared about a quiet beach in the area for swimming, and Jared recommends Roses Point Beach. The two men drive around. Jared shows off the beach and drops Peter back off at the bus station. Another day passes by and Monday, June 15th arrives, what would later be proven to be the final day of Peter Bergman's mysterious journey across Ireland. At 1:06 in the afternoon, Peter checks out the Sligo City Hotel and returns the 705-room key. He walks out in a pale blue long-sleeve shirt, black trousers and a black jacket. He carries the same 2 black bags he carried in on June 12 plus one more purple plastic bag. A half hour later, around 1:30 p.m. CCTV captures Peter arriving at the bus station, sans the black hole all back. At 1:38 p.m. Peter orders a sandwich and cappuccino from the bus station cafe. He eats his meal without speaking to anyone else, but is seen writing something on a piece of paper. He reads whatever it is he wrote, tears up the slip and throws it away in a nearby trash can. Somewhere over the next 40 minutes, Peter runs into Vincent Dunbar, the depot inspector at the Sligo bus station, and asks him about the daily bus routes. Vincent gives him the information for the Roses Point schedule, but finds Peter to be dressed quite odd for a trip to the waterside, saying he looked like he was on his way to meet someone for business. Then at 2:40 p.m, Peter boards one of the 3 buses in service to Roses Point Beach. The bus drops off Peter and other passengers at around 3 p.m. outside Yates Country Hotel. Peter avoids the building and heads to the beach. 1 hour later at 4 p.m, Peter is spotted by a beachgoer hanging around with a black carry-on bag slung over his shoulder. Fast forward another hour, at 5 p.m, Peter is seen by more passers-by at the yacht club, a section of Roses Point referred to as First Beach by the locals. Evening turns to dusk and at 9:10 p.m, 2 women have a visual of Peter and claim he is carrying something discreet and unidentifiable. 20 minutes go by and at 9:30 p.m, there's another sighting of Peter, this one by couple, Diane and Paula Leif, as they watch the sunset. They make out a tall thin man with his trousers rolled up to his knees meandering around the beach as the sun sets, and casts him in a shadowy silhouette as he crosses their line of sight. Diane Lehigh says it seems like the man is performing a sort of bizarre ritual, intentional in his movements from right to left as if he has never waded through shallow water. About an hour later at 10:30 p.m, Peter is seen once more still with a plastic bag, this time wearing his glasses. A similar sighting was reported a half hour later, 11 p.m. and again in 10 minutes as someone claims to spot Peter sitting on a beach overlooking First Beach at 11:10 p.m. Just before the clock strikes midnight at 11:50, Peter is seen alive for the final time walking along the shore, a plastic bag in hand only 30 minutes away from high tide. The next morning at 6:45 a.m, early riser runners, Arthur and Brian Kinsella, stumble upon a lifeless body on a slipway at the beach near some rock formations. They quickly realize the dire situation and call authorities. They say a prayer as they wait for police and medical personnel to arrive. The police show up on scene and at 8:10 a.m. on Tuesday, June 16th, Dr. McGowan pronounces Peter Bergman dead. Over the next 5 months and the better part of a decade, investigators search endlessly for a scrap of evidence or supplemental clue to help pinpoint the identity of the man who washed up on Roses Point Beach. They scour the timeline of those few days in June to pick up on a scent, to scrape whatever hint they can out of a dry, empty case file. While theories are built, sorted and tossed out, one thing remains true: Peter Bergman has a past, a mystery unlike most cases Sligo Island and the world at large has ever grappled with. In a surge that's bore very little fruit in solving Peter Bergman's missing identity, there is one key artifact worthy of closer inspection. That while it still asks more questions than proves answers, it at least gives us something to chew on and analyze rather than blindly assume. Throughout the 3 days Peter spent in Sligo Island, CCTV cameras both around the hotel and downtown Sligo recorded Peter seemingly live a normal stay at a normal lodging. He kept to himself, but was apparently polite, calm and professional. However, as the weekend pressed on, CCTV began capturing a strange action by Peter, one that makes little sense on a first viewing. As Peter went in and out of the hotel and meandered around Sligo, he carried with him a purple plastic bag, obviously filled yet unfortunately too covered to be discerned. The cameras picked up this uncharacteristic errand 13 times in all, each time giving a visual of Peter walking out of the hotel. Yet in a weird twist, CCTV was never able to follow Peter to his probable multiple destinations. Thus, the fate of the purple bags and the mysterious contents was never decided. Some believe Peter had a single purple bag and simply folded it up and stuck it in his pocket before returning. Some believe Peter had a premeditated stock of bags with a specific amount of things he wanted to distribute or throw away around the city. So what could have exactly been in those purple sacks? Police believe it was personal items belonging to Peter, a generalized term without much meaning. Other amateur sleuths think the purple bags may have contained contraband and required multiple trips to effectively separate whatever Peter was getting rid of, such as drugs or something more sinister. Whatever it was, we can all agree that Peter did not want these contents to be found. He avoided CCTV at each final destination, a clear indication Peter knew where the cameras were and where he could go without being tracked. He was careful and calculated, making the footage of Peter carrying those plastic bags around Sligo not only a major case point, but a haunting, surreal viewing experience. When attempting to put together the pieces of Peter Bergman's puzzle, the biggest question remains: who was the unidentified man? While it can be safely concluded Peter was of Austrian descent judging by his alias and accent, the rest is as good as coded. Some theorists believe the man claiming to be Peter Bergman was a German or Austrian government agent on the run and hoping to escape his past in Ireland. Others wonder if Peter was a criminal on the run. A few think Peter could have simply been an old dying man seeking peace before certain death. The biggest mystery without the mystery of Peter's ethnicity is the address he left at Sligo City's hotel front desk while checking in. The location was Einstedersen 154, 4472 Vienna, Austria. However, when investigators mapped out the area, they found the address doesn't actually exist and the nearest coordinates led them to a vacant lot in Vienna. So where did Peter get the idea to leave such a weird, non-existent place of residence? Obviously, he could have just made it up on the spot using a random sequence of names and numbers. Yet some followers of the case think there is more meaning to the address. They think the numbers could be correct, but maybe that the street name was faked. Others believe the address did exist at one point and played a role in whatever life Peter Bergman was living, and because it was torn down or removed, he could use it quickly from the top of his head and be confident that it wouldn't trace back to his true identity. How else would someone know something so specific to Austria if they weren't familiar with the area beforehand? It's an odd addition to the Peter Bergman puzzle and may have no significance at all. On the flip side, it's quite possible Peter wasn't German or Austrian at all. Investigators point to the immense amounts of planning that seemed to go into the entire ordeal and figure Peter's specificity in choosing his name could have been to tie him with a fake accent, disguise himself even further. This would put authorities on a wild goose chase throughout Europe looking closer at German area residents. Austria or not, Peter Bergman was a man with intention, with a plan, and an unparalleled execution. The other important questions to consider: why was Peter carrying out such an extensive, effective plan, and what exactly was that plan? The easy answer is Peter was accepting his fatal illness on his own terms and taking the steps to exit on his own volition. Followers of the case trying to make sense of everything believe Peter probably had family and friends strong in their faith that he would survive rather than accepting his mortality. Thus, to ease their inevitable stubbornness, he fled wherever he lived and said goodbye from afar, which in his eyes was the easiest way to do it. This would explain the stamps brought to the post office and the likely letters mailed out from Sligo. They could have been wills or other end-of-life documents meant for his relatives or personal confidential explanations as to what he was planning. However, this theory doesn't give much of an explanation as to why he was dropping off what were probably personal belongings around Sligo purposefully out of sight from eyewitnesses and designed to avoid the Murad cameras recording all around the town. If Peter simply wanted to run off to die peacefully, why would he go through such measures to rid himself of whatever he had with him? He simply could have left them where he came from or dumped all of them off at once in a permanent fashion. Instead, these items were hidden to continue keeping his identity an enigma. One theory regarding the purple plastic bags and the removal of his personal things is that Peter had committed a crime, and whatever was in those 13 bags were incriminating pieces of evidence to that crime or set of crimes. Whether it be weapons, drugs, or even money from a criminal cash-out, those bags could have been contraband. This theory would fit in nicely with the fact that Peter intentionally avoided CCTV during his purple bag missions, so that police and investigators would never find the evidence that convicted him of whatever crime he might have committed. Sligo was probably far out enough from wherever the crime took place to be a safe zone for evidence release, hence why Peter chose such a random location. Other theories question if Peter's potential criminal works ran deeper than petty theft or murder, and if he was part of a bigger organization or governmental system. This would explain his in-depth knowledge of security systems and how to avoid identification. Maybe Peter was running away from certain capture and had only a few days to rid himself of all the physical connections he had to his old life. Maybe Peter was being hunted by his own government and had limited time to say goodbye. Some even suggest Peter wasn't running away at all, but rather was meeting a comrade or co-worker at various points around Sligo or headed to Rose's Point to meet someone possibly with the enemy or a contact with his agency that was meant to end all his relationships with a crooked company. After all, the Sligo bus station depot inspector mentioned Peter looked as if he was dressed to meet with someone. Of course, these types of sinister theories are weakened by the fact that Peter Bergman didn't even die from drowning. The official autopsy of Peter's corpse found he had died of cardiac arrest, not from drowning or foul play. Thus, if Peter had met trouble in Sligo or was running away from an enemy, he wasn't killed by such a figure. While it's possible the surprise appearance of a threatening contact could have spurred a heart attack, there were zero eyewitness accounts of a second figure roaming around Rose's Point the night of Peter's death, nor did the countless citizens who remember seeing the tall, thin man mention him talking with anyone. Rather, they mention how carefree he was keeping to himself and seemingly unaware of his surroundings. This certainly does not sound like a man looking over his shoulder running away from imminent danger. So why did Peter die of a heart attack? The theories aren't probably far from the truth on this one. He was obviously a very sick man whether he knew it or not. A body can only withstand so much, and a widespread cancer to bones and internal organs would weaken the immune system enough to allow an already damaged heart to go into arrest at a slight stressor such as high tide at midnight in a foreign location. Because Peter was found in clothes varying from the clothes he was last seen wearing, it's likely he went swimming when the beach vacated, and if he got caught in a panic out in the water, he could have died prior to succumbing to the sea and eventually was washed ashore as high tide subsided. Like all mysteries, there are plenty of holes in the theories surrounding Peter Bergman. While the entire situation in Sligo seemed calculated, Peter probably wasn't brilliant enough to be part of some secret organization or government agent. For example, if he had planned his route so perfectly and amortitiously, why would he have taken a taxi to somewhere cheap to stay when he arrived, when he was within walking distance from hotels from both the train and bus station? It's not like Sligo City Hotel has anything special to offer, and Peter asked too many questions about the location that wouldn't make sense if he had actually scoped it out prior to visiting. Could it have all been part of the plan, playing dumb, acting like an elderly tourist to full townsfolk and the hotel staff? Sure, but Peter also left behind DNA and sets of fingerprints, two things he would have never allowed had he been trained to enter and leave like an invisible man. And to further suggest, Peter Bergman was most likely a nobody compared to a criminal. These DNA and fingerprint findings bore zero matches in any country, in any law enforcement system. With all the theories, the confusion and the complete lack of answers, one thing is for sure, intentionally or not, Peter Bergman's final days threw both investigators and amateur sleuths for a loop, leaving us second-guessing the guesses, building a hypothesis for death of somebody no one even knows. It's a task meant for no human mind to process. Before we divulge our hypothesis of Peter Bergman's unsolved identity, we want to make known our conclusions are purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstantial and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each video, and we do not promise certainty or an expert guarantee on the findings we reach in closing. We simply observe, research, and report. After considering the mixture of premeditated resources and innocent ignorance, we believe Peter Bergman was a man simply wanting peace to go out on his own terms away from family in his own way to prevent heartbreak or controversy. Sadly, That's exactly what he ended up doing after leaving behind an accidental bevy of circumstantial clues that makes his plea for anonymity a puzzling mystery that has escalated from local newsstands to international media. We believe Peter brought with him everything that could trace him back to his old life in a physical sense, and that is what he was distributing in the purple plastic bags transferred from the black bag he carried when he arrived at the hotel. We can't say for certain if the fact that CCTV never actually caught him disposing of such items was on purpose, but it's just as likely it was a coincidence that it was calculated. The stamps at the post office were probably bought to send a few letters to those he wished to disclose his final moments with, possibly sending a will to a lawyer, but overall avoiding evidence to allow police to identify him post-mortem and therefore share his death with the rest of the world. In reflecting on Peter Bergman's final day at Roses Point Beach, it's possible that he sought solace in the water, perhaps as a way to find peace in the twilight of his life. His movements, wandering alone, could symbolize a man facing his mortality, uncertain of how to reconcile his final moments, or seeking rest without worry. There was a certain serenity in his presence, as if he were lost in his own thoughts, detached from the world around him. Throughout his time in Sligo, Peter seemed to embody a peaceful sense of being adrift, his actions appearing neutral, relaxed, and even almost serendipitous. Could Peter have entered the water on the night of June 16th with the intention of never returning? It remains unclear. It's possible that he entered the water and succumbed to cardiac arrest as the waves overwhelmed him, or perhaps he slipped and panicked when the tide came in, leading to a heart attack. While it's tempting to consider suicide as a cause, his death seems more a result of his deteriorating body rather than an intentional end. It's possible that Peter, aware of his condition, simply wanted to experience freedom in his final moments, wading into the water in search of a fleeting moment of joy, a final act of peace before his body failed him. Ultimately, Peter's death and the mystery surrounding his identity should be treated with sensitivity and care. Behind the unknown man, there is likely a family, people who are mourning a lost father, husband, or friend, waiting for answers and closure. For them, Peter Bergman's story represents the aching hope that one day, they may bring their loved one home. His death may have left them with no resolution, but for all we know, they are living in the shadow of his absence, yearning for the closure that still eludes them. It is for this very reason that we strive to share Peter Bergman's story with the world, hoping that someone, somewhere, might hold a piece of the puzzle that could finally shed light on his identity. A decade has passed since Peter's lifeless body washed ashore at Roses Point, and in the early morning light, Arthur and Brian Kinsella said the Lord's Prayer over him. For those who have followed this peculiar and tragic case, these 10 years have been filled with confusion and unanswered questions. Yet, it's never too late to put a name to the face, a real name that carries significance across generations. As human beings, we place so much importance on our identities and the sense of self. When we encounter someone without either, it forces us into a paradox of unknowing, leaving us with a deep sense of loss and incomprehension. We hope that someone with vital information will step forward, helping to piece together the mystery of Peter Bergman, the John Doe of Roses Point Beach, so that he may finally be identified and his story can be shared with the world. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.